This land is calling.
It's day number 2 of the Esports World Cup VALORANT 2025, and we're in day 2 of the group stage. Yesterday, we sent some teams straight through to the single elimination playoffs, and today we will do exactly that, eliminate some teams in EWC. Some keys will be crushed, some dreams will be crushed, and look, I've got some not so crushed broadcast talent with me. I've got some pretty good.
I'm a little crushed.
You are?
What's the opposite of crushed? Just elated right now. We're just so built up. We're so ready to go. We're so ready to cast some action.
Yeah.
So who gets to make it through today? So who gets to go home?
Look, I don't know. That's just what I went with. If we have some certain teams eliminated, some might be feeling more crushed than others.
Yeah,
Jen,
and we
what do you
wore
think?
black for like kind of a funeral vibe today. I
Usually
feel like
I dress in all black, but like that's usually my
not even
vibe.
Friday.
But I didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
Apparently. How you feeling today, Kev?
I got to balance things out a little bit, so I appreciate what you're bringing here.
Yeah, you're giving math teacher. I love
yeah,
it.
it's gonna be.
I could walk right now.
He's got a lot to teach about Valorant, I'm sure. We've got a lot to learn here for sure. As you know, we've got 2 BO3s on today, both elimination games, both featuring teams where, you know, the 2 Chinese teams that we got to take a look at yesterday who didn't do particularly well, now on the chopping block.
Yes.
One up against Sentinels, one up against ROQ.
Oh. Those are really, really rough draws for some of the Chinese teams. They're going to have to step up pretty huge today. I do believe we have Zhilai in the lower bracket up against Sentinels, so that's going to be...
Heretics and Titan.
Yeah.
No, RQ's on the other side.
I mean, those are rough draws for both Titan as well as Zhilai. How are you feeling about those games today, Jen?
Good. I think just all the regions, a lot of underdogs are rising up. I know we heard some whispers in different languages of, what, K-Corp winning against G2? But, you know, there's also some teams not playing with their full rosters, or at least the intended 5, thinking about even XLG to G2, a couple of new additions.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the top plays from yesterday and kind of recap some of yesterday's action because it was a long day. We had 4 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s here on the B stream, but we could just kind of talk about how yesterday went in general. Anything that comes top of mind to you, Jen?
Hey, I was really hyped for Fnatic versus 100 Thieves because, you know, I was on the desk with Shift and he was like, oh, 100 Thieves, I don't know, gonna get smashed, something along those lines, not to quote him. But 100 Thieves came in swinging. I know you both were forecasting the qualifier, Kevin, and 100 Thieves looked good, beating some teams that kind of were unexpected, even NRG, reverse sweeping MIBR, and they went 13-11 against Fnatic, where people maybe thought that score was going to be quite different, and even, I'll bring the cope, if 100 Thieves would have had a better half, that could have been even winnable against Fnatic.
My storyline really is about the story of the underdogs at this tournament. Teams that did not qualify to Toronto doing well right now, already qualified through to the top 8 in EWC. I'm talking about the BBL, I'm talking about the NRG squads right here. These are the two teams that had a lot more to show in their respective domestic regions. BBL themselves missed out only barely against Team Liquid, got their revenge against Team Liquid in the qualifier to make it to this event, and then two back-to-back games that you could consider upsets on paper, certainly versus Sentinels, current top NA team, given that G2 does have some roster issues, and then beating DRX 2-0 as well, proving that their win against Sentinels was no fluke.
Yeah, I think BBL was definitely the narrative of the day. They won me over. We had 4 Pacific teams in qualification position, and only one of them came through, and it's of course the current Masters winners in Paper Rex. You can't go past them. They're undeniably one of the favorites for this tournament. But we've had some of the other favorites for this tournament, or some of the other very, very good teams in this tournament, either not turn up. If you talk about maybe Heretics, for example, in their opening game, although some of these are best of one, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. Maybe Fnatic struggling a little bit more than some might expect against 100 Thieves to get that one across the line. But I will also say, particularly, even Paper X pushed by Billy. There were plenty of best of ones where teams that were kind of underdogs did actually step up and do some serious damage.
Yeah, this format is pretty cutthroat, from starting with the best of one, and kind of reminder to everybody, you have to win 2 before you lose 2, or you're out of groups. Only 2 teams out of the 4 teams in each group can move on to that top 8, where we've already thrown some teams into playoffs yesterday. So anything can happen in a BO1, Kevin, because you're banning just every map. You're maybe not going to get your strongest one, and that's your first match of the day. So if you could create that buffer by winning that BO1, that was incredible to go into the BO3 with.
Which is why then I think, talking through, talked about BBL already before NRG yesterday as well. Okay, they win their first best of one. Heretics on the receiving end of that loss, 4-13, pretty crushing defeat. We'll give Heretics a little bit of benefit of the doubt, saying maybe was an off day for them, could have just been a tough matchup for them. Maybe they'll bounce back a lot stronger today, as you would expect for a team of their caliber. However, then you see NRG going against RRQ, first seed, winning Pacific just in stage 1.
That was such a good match.
And NRG come through 2-0 that one as well. Not a good look for RRQ being what you would imagine to be top representatives from Pacific, given that, okay, well, Paper X did win Masters, so they're probably a little bit higher in terms of rankings at this current stage. But NRG, just like BBL, a team that didn't make it to Masters, coming through with a lot to prove, changed up their roster a little bit, changed up the coaching position a little bit, and now they're looking like a real contender.
I think we were fighting on the desk about the NRG RRQ match, where, we were kind of impressed with NRG. Yeah. At least I was really excited about Scuba, and a lot of these challengers players kind of rising up to the occasion in just one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And I know Pacific, I think, has a lot of hype just based on the achievements that Paper X has done, of course, at Masters Toronto.
I mean, we are the best region, so...
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
It's still true until Pacific lose an event. So, I think that's just the default in the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I would totally agree with that. No arguments from me. Look, I think RRQ not really showing up yesterday. There was a couple of questionable games, I would say, from the Pacific teams. The initial game between DRX and BBL, very close. I thought that could have gone either way. The Ascent game was a little bit more lackluster for me. I thought, honestly, a bit of an underperformance for DRX. The RRQ series up against NRG, they really did not show up to that series, and NRG was by far and away the better team, and we're watching the highlights of it here. I mean, initially, on that attacking side with the double duelist, it was kind of closer. RRQ was doing some stuff, but I think overall, watching that whole series, I never got the sense that NRG was going to lose it. I always felt like they were front-running.
A lot of waylay, surprisingly, from that team, and, we were like, okay, let Jemkin cook, one of the best players in the world. If he brings out the waylay, I'll respect it. I'll not hate it until it loses, and it eventually did. They took their BO1 with the solo waylay, and then when they went to the BO3, they had the double duelist, but then Jemkin went to the Yoru, Monyet went to the waylay, and eventually that got figured out. I like to call it the budget jet, because I think Jet's just better.
Also, this is a bit of a story. The rookies coming in as well, very impressed with Scuba. Obviously, Mata, we see some good clips in here, and that very nice 4K clutch coming in one of the particular rounds. Very solid player overall, but it's about changing up this roster, bringing Bonker back in, having Scuba coming in as well. He looked good in the qualifiers. He's looking good yesterday. Will probably look good today as well as one of those new players that people are saying, you know, this guy's been spending too much time in Tier 2. He's been ready for Tier 1 for a long time.
Yeah.
But it's also rookies on the other teams as well. DRX, we look at Flicker, really impressive opening debut. Yesterday was his debut game with the main DRX squad, and it's at an international stage against international competition. That is a tough position to be in as a brand new rookie coming into a top Pacific team, to be able to do that and not only win, but win, top scoring, looking absolutely fantastic in terms of his own personal mechanics, and fitting where the team needs him to be as well as a very flexible player.
Totally agree with you. I mean, I think Flicker surpassed expectations. There are a lot of great storylines for yesterday. We had a lot of great games, but at least for today, we've got some new matches on offer, and the SNB match of the day today that we picked is going to be Team Heretics up against Titan Esports Club. Jen, you did not agree with this. You were like, you guys are cooked. Me and Kev outvoted you. You preferred the first game, Sentinels versus Gili. But let's touch on Heretics and Titan and why we picked this game. For me personally, I wanted it because I felt like this was going to be the closer match today. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Kev.
I think so as well. Given how Heretics played yesterday, I think this is a Heretics squad that needs to do a lot of work overnight between yesterday's match and today.
Yeah.
It was a pretty brutal loss versus Energy. Yes, we can say, oh, but it's just a BO1, but even though it's a BO1, that scoreline is not impressive. We've seen situations where it's just a BO1 narrative kind of works in some cases where it's a very close match. Fnatic nearly lost their BO1. That's what, like, that kind of, it's a BO1 narrative. I think that's where that kind of stands a little bit. But Fnatic is still a good enough team with fundamentals that they can break through and they can make that comeback happen. Well, or rather not a comeback, but just make sure they're solidified to make sure that they can beat 100 Thieves. But for Heretics, yeah, they kind of got rolled out by NRG, and Titan Esports didn't look too good yesterday either.
Maybe I'm just really hyped about Heretics. I think that was just an off day. That's why I think that's going to be a more one-sided affair. I'm more about the narratives, okay? That's what just like casting's all about. We have the script. That's why we have our notebooks here. And Sentinels XLG, it's the rematch from Masters Toronto. And yes, Sentinels match up very well against Chinese teams. We saw that at that international, but they're right behind us and they're going to smack talk, and that's my match of the day.
I do agree with that though. From a narrative sense, the Gili Gaming versus Sentinels game probably is more important given that it is the rematch. It is the fact that, you know, you have two very highly seeded teams given Gili Gaming is still first seed from China. It's just the fact that Gili does come into this event without, you know, their initiator player. They've been swapping that role in and out for a while now. Now they have Havoya, the coach, standing in for that position, which just causes a little bit of problems, even though we did look at that game yesterday and said, okay, it's probably not his fault or anything. He played well enough. His own personal mechanics are there. He did play professionally even just a year ago, but it's still not the same as having like a dedicated player that is meant to be in that team, meant to be in that role, and also for the coach to be with the rest of the coaching staff doing the coaching role, which is going to be a lot more difficult to do if you're also playing at the same time. So I think given that sort of case, seeing where Gili was yesterday and seeing Sentinels yesterday, despite losing, Sentinels are still looking like one of, if not the best NA team. Despite NRG's resurgence, Sentinels, you just can't count them out. They're a very strong team. So I think this could be a one-sided series, which is why, given our little back and forth, the other series might be closer, which is why we thought that could be matches there instead.
Yeah, XLG though, they picked to go up against Sentinels at Masters Toronto, thinking that it was going to be easy. They had a lot to say about Sentinels, and then Zelsis had a big bite back. He said, we own your region, defeating XLG, PLG, and Wolves. It was awesome to see out of the Sentinels, and Jean Cutie, the IGL, talked about from before Masters Bangkok to Toronto, they spent months and months trying to fix the problems that they had, build the synergy, and not dwell on mistakes. But XLG is a team that I think learned a lot from Toronto, and it's going to be hard to beat this team again.
I want to see Raga step up today. You know, looking at XLG here, the team's all lined up in the shots that we see from the content, and this team, yeah, we can talk a lot about the fact that they do have a coach standing in for them, but beyond that, the rest of the game as well, I just didn't feel like that was the real XLG that we've seen previously, and they've had to move through from Ascension with YOU on the team, play through the entire stage with this guy, move to Masters, play with Midi, having no man join the roster, and then leaving the roster before we even get to this event. It's just been a very shaky team. Raga, we've seen great things from him in previous games. Didn't really show up yesterday at all on the Euro. Very disappointing performance. Whereas for Sentinels, you look at that game that they played very close versus BBL, and that was when you start to really believe, okay, BBL is a team to look out for. Seeing what Levin was able to do up against Zekin, but at the same time, Sentinels nearly made the comeback and won that game anyway.
I just want to say that XLG, as soon as they have a 5-man core that stays together for more than one event, this is going to be so exciting. I mean, I was hyped about No Man coming in, but now we're not going to see him. Havoya, you know, not his fault, but Rarga also didn't pop off. It's a lot of eggs in the Rarga basket.
Yeah, Rarga has to hard carry. I don't think this series is going to be particularly close, to be honest. It wasn't particularly close in Toronto. It was pretty cut and dry, straightforward series over there. So look, we do have the Veto back from Toronto that is out there in the public realm. Let's see how this Veto here at EWC does go with a slightly different roster for Gilai and a few lessons learned from both teams.
This is a repeat of Masters Toronto, Lotus and Sunset, but the picks are swapped. This is the crown jewel of Sentinel Sunset, one of their best maps. XLG with Lotus, one of their most played maps. Different decider than Masters Toronto, where they had Pearl. This time it'll be Haven. But will we even see that decider? Because this is now an even more nerfed XLG, because once again, swapping out that 5th man last second while Sentinels have been building up and are on a good trajectory.
Haven is also a map that Sentinels have banned a decent amount in the past. I don't know if I would call it a permaban, but certainly I've just seen it out of the pool from them. They do typically like to remove that one, so that's kind of made it through this time around, so not the exact same in terms of finishing off. As you mentioned, it was Pearl last time, but we never got to see Pearl. But the fact that we're going back to Lotus and Sunset, both teams happy to run back the entire same draft, almost exactly, just switching which teams picks which, I think is exciting for this type of rematch. But yeah, it's the only real difference here, once again, is the fact that we are looking at a different XLG squad. So questions will come into being, what does Havoya do? Does he just simply split into where Midi was playing, where Midi was just on Breach the entire time? Is that what Havoya is going to do?
Yeah.
Or are they going to try something different based on what Havoya can play?
I mean, we are looking at a different third map decider as well. Like last time, this series was 2-0 on these same maps, so it's interesting to see XLG run this back and back themselves on Lotus. You're going to have Havoya going to be able to... Look, it is a different perspective being in the coaching booth versus being in the server. There are some advantages and disadvantages to both. He's going to be able to have more input actively in the game rather than having to wait for those timeouts and be able to discuss the reads because, look, they already just played them. They should know how Sentinels plays on this map. They should have some good footage. So I'm really wondering why they picked this Lotus and Sunset's gone straight through. Sentinels has basically seen the Lotus pick and gone, sure, let's go for it again. Last time it went great for us, so let's play the first 2 maps the exact same.
Yeah, XLG are just going through a growth spurt. Kind of like awkward at times. You go from a tier 2 team to winning Ascension, to winning a stage, to trying to find the perfect 5th man core. And then you had Midi, then there was language barrier issues. You bring in No Man, then you kind of question the role, and then you have Havoya in. So trying to kind of pull together a roster that can win against one of North America's best and how good Sentinels have looked, it's going to be such a feat for XLG. But having the same map pool, you can build off of what you saw out of Toronto.
It's going to need to be a big game as, once again, on the duelist side, because talk about the fact that Zekin in that previous series dropped a plus 21, 41 and 20 overall over those 2 maps in Toronto.
Sure.
And, you know, looking at a decent amount. First kills 8 coming through from Zekin as well. Just a gigantic game from one of our MVPs here in this tournament. And so if Rarga has a quiet one again, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Do feel for him a little bit because he's having to play with a new initiator seemingly every single tournament. But Happy Way as well. He was on the ISO in our previous game. He had that double duelist look. This time around, maybe just looking at him staying on the Sentinel side for the entire way through, given how this map pool has been drafted through.
I think Happy Way had to pull a lot of weight yesterday as kind of the closest person to a equal or positive KD for that team, and Rarga going 8-16 I think is very surprising considering he's a top player in China and you wanted to see...
He's the best duelist in China. The dude's insane.
Yeah, and you need to see that version of Rarga to get today or this team is not making it out of groups.
Totally agree with you. I think, look, this Lotus pick in particular, we're going to have to see why Gilai has picked this, Kev, because I'm looking at Sentinels. They're 4-0 in the last 4 on it, and over at Toronto, they played a Chinese team on it every single time there was a game against one, and they've won every single time quite concisely with the same comp. They're playing the most standard comp, the most flexible comp, where you can adapt quite easily to any kind of approach. So I want to see, does Gilai change things up? What is that going to look like? And I'm going to leave it to the casters to answer all of those questions. It's going to be Lemon, Kiwi, and Avril.
All right, Mr. Avril, we got our first best of 3 of the day. Sentinels, Sen City, I hope you've shown up. Actually, I have no idea what time it is in America right now. We're in a different dimension, but XLG, they will not go out the same way they did in Toronto. Very familiar maps.
A little bit of a change up in terms of what we're going to see on the XLC side already. No Cypher coming through, heavyweight on the Viper this time around. And question marks of what Havoya is going to play. Guess what? It's going to be duelist day for him. He's going to come through on the Raze. It does look like XLG want to stick towards this double duelist look that they showed yesterday, which we were expecting a little bit more out of them. Havoya, though, wants more big shoes to step into, particularly if he's going to be on a duelist position for a coach player that hasn't been in the game for at least a year.
Yeah, Havoya played a little bit of duelist, mostly the Jet, but a lot of explosivity from XLG, but you're going to have to stay calm for now on the defense. So Sen City just trying to see if XLG are going to take the initiative of trying to maybe poke out of C and have a walk-up, something that Sen City have studied and have seen in the past. And Sen City are also putting some baits out there. Of course, opening the door with that Viper wall up. It's going to cause some paranoia for XLG.
Playing very safely in the back is going to be Raga here, and he will be falling off. This is going to end up being a retake scenario for XLG to begin things. Should be able to get a default plant here as well. Just going to rush their way directly into Hall. Traded, though, is Raga for 1, so keeping numbers still reasonable for XLG's retake.
Sen City were like, is anybody home? Like, they just got the site for free. They got immediate first blood. It was traded. And Zekin just needs to lock in. That looked like something he could have won against Havoya, but it's an opening that XLG could work with. Now, Sen City, their backs are against the wall, trying to keep the spike planted. But it's a united army of XLG that dismantle the Sentinels on pistol.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
3 up as well. Sentinels, at least get the plant off of that one. XLG, initial trade, Raga 1-to-1, helping numbers out a little bit, and coming back for a strong retake, showing why XLG want to play this map. Let's take a look at how this one runs through, and always good to see that Havoya. There's, again, question mark of how he was going to look, but able to walk straight through for that first kill on that retake, as well as we head into our first eco for Sentinels. And
Let's choke them.
I saw 2K for Viva there as well. See if we can get a timing on this Nightfall a little bit later.
Well, Sen City, okay. XLG have been playing things pretty passive, pretty conservative, and Happy Way will try to anchor this one as the Prowler almost caught him, but with the orb back up, Sen City will be granted closer to their ultimates. Now opening that door, seeing if XLG are there. Not having any B presence from Sentinels, they do have to watch their back, but now checking that out, they feel confident going forward as Raga is trying to escape. You're gonna have some waterfall reinforcements from XLG soon, but Happy Way is just different on the anti-eco, looking nearly flawless until that anchor falls, but still 4 weapons into the bonus.
Really nice. Nearly a flawless, as you say. Raga come up with 3. Already stepping up. Big frags every single round. First gun round now for Sentinels. 2 away is going to be Narrate, though, having done a reasonable amount. It's the only player that's actually gotten kills on the Sentinel side. Haven't really had too much exploration over towards B either for this team. And XLG is still happy to... Actually, no, they're going to be playing a few more members over towards C this time around. Once again, Raga, he'll be up first. He looks like he wants to get aggressive straight away.
Time to jump.
Yeah, just not having a real Sentinel for XLG. You're going to have good delay with the double controller, but not the full stoppage. So Sentinels have already realized that. They haven't really hesitated. Just really playing off the Prowler that Narrate has put out before, and it's been now multiple C hits, but you do have a lurk activating from John Cutie, and with that Viper wall down, he could exchange some blows with XLG, but realizing the number disadvantage John Cutie is at, he's going to back away.
XLG is actually going to play reasonably far back as well for most of their members. Expecting some of these refreshes on Utah to come through momentarily, as well as we have the rotation from Sentinel over towards Rubble. Not too much exploration from John Cuda so far either, but he did show presence there a little bit earlier. That's going to be first blood, bang. Straight on to Coconut. Wall comes up a little bit too late to save Coconut. XLG were hoping we're going to be able to win that duel. Now straight through into tree, onto site, nobody's home.
Yeah, this will be pretty easy for Sentinels, but it's the retake that you have to worry about for XLG. They're going to wait to be united while XLG still wait for their Viper, but you know, with the Sheriffs, it's fine. Now dropping down from the low ground soon. Out the smokes dissipate. Zekin is front and center as the bodyguard, and John Cutie has the right lane. Now Raga will be next, and no utility to try and surprise Sentinels with. They just walk down one by one, and it'll be a Sentinels flawless very soon on their first rifle round.
That's going to be Nightfall earned by Narrate as well. Slowly played that one. XLG gave it a lot of space there. Sentinels. Late rotation over towards A. Early kill onto Coconut. A drop away. A lot of the Omen utility, which would have been good for XLG. And then just a clean plant into Flawless. Everything you'd want. Entire site for free. We'll see potentially a larger setup now for XLG on the A side of things. This one could get spicy right away. Watch for the early C's paint shells.
Waiting for this Nightfall, but Sen have to fully commit, and they've had success at C, and XLG has changed things up, but it's really the hit towards A and trying to punish the two-stack that XLG have had in the past over there, using the paranoia, suppression, just shots, spam through XLG, forcing them into cover through tree. Good headshot from Zekin, and Sentinels will trade and still have the number advantage with the Prowler clearing through stairs. It will be a plant, and Nightfall to try and be proactive against what Sentinels thought was going to be an anchor, and XLG will peek through stairs.
Coconut just left on an island there. TP's all the way onto rubble, but the wall cuts him off from the rest of the help that XLG could have given him. And the Sentinels complete disrespect to the coach of XLG, running him down a tree. At least he trades 1-for-1. And Nightfall will clear the site. Not that anyone was really home in the first place, but these two members from XLG coming through tree could be the X factor. Raga shut down early though.
Oh, just the Prowler was on the left side when the rest of Sentinels were on the right. So the timing a bit off from XLG, trying to fully get value out of their initiator. So Vivo will hope to hold the Vandal while Sentinels soon to match the score.
Would have liked to imagine that the 1v2 could have potentially still been winnable. Haunt not online for another 20 seconds. That would have been really useful. Viva's going to walk away from this one. He didn't have full health anyway. Not too sure that would have helped him a lot, even if he did have full health, given it's just going to be full Vandals across the board for everybody. But very healthy looking Sentinels. We'll keep two guns up. We'll get that nice round. Another A finish. On an empty side, as you can see, once more, Coconut. Left down in the open there. At least he was on the high ground to potentially get an off angle, but he was paranoid as well. It's too easy.
Yeah, I think just the two-stack coming from tree and Viva at an angle, they had to try and get back together in the grouping. You just had to flip a coin and pick what side you want to play Ring Around the Rosie on A. So Sentinels with a big clapback and a stronger post plant, withstanding the XLG retake. That started off so well, but with the save from XLG, they're hoping to do as much damage and have a surprise with these walk-ups towards spawn that Sentinels are expecting.
Well, they put the hero rifle onto Raga. That was the rifle saved by Viva that he'll reclaim into his own hands once again. And the unfortunate thing is they didn't consider that Zekin was going to bring an outlaw into this round, so nobody came with full armor, not Raga either. At least Viva will trade and retrieve his own rifle back to keep things a little bit more competitive. But we're not expecting much yet. Just seeing what kind of damage they can do to the Sentinels' economy before it's all said and done. And once more, just looking at the players alive here, all within one-shot range for Zekin. He'll upgrade to the Vandal anyway, so.
Like that Sen have already been adapting to expecting the presence from XLG at A long, and Viva gets a surprise, and Sen get a little split up from the smokes, so pivoting towards B after seeing that fade fall back to A.
Well, they see that the fade of Viva was on A, but also Coconut. They saw him over on stairs as well, which means that, could he be in top mid, be upper? It's possible, but they'll beat his timing in any case. Prowler's going to spot him now. Easy shots from Zekin.
Yeah, being proactive. I love that center getting aggressive, and that's to stop the XLG retake before it gets too spicy, and Viva will be forced to save once again. So XLG had a fun flank going on. It just takes a bit of time for that to really happen. This is a big map to rotate on, especially on the A side. So Sentinels made the right choice of seeing the presence from A and then pivoting to B. Really,
the round was kind of lost already on that initial Pillars play. Trying to get aggressive with Raga. Didn't have full armor, even though he died to the Vandal. I think it might have been Havoyo or someone else that got one shot by Zekin's Outlaw. And the lack of numbers there was just going to end up being quite costly, and didn't really see too much out of this hero rifle that Viva brought through. Only two members on Sentinels did go down. I think Viva actually did kill John Cutie, who used his own body to check over towards A site. Let's see what we can get done with some real weapons on board finally for XLG, and also some ultimates that are very close to being earned. 3 of those members, 1 away here.
Sentinel's just looking so cohesive, just everyone watching different angles, no kind of mix-ups. Zekin being forward as that raise and being ready for when these smokes drop, where really always having good reads on where XLG will be retaking from. And Viva has been the X factor after a quieter day one at EWC. He's really stepping up to the table, and you love to see that, but it will be Sentinels on a 3-round win streak with XLG having a 3 front-facing defense in a one-and-done position, and despite the paranoia, it's not been something XLG have been able to benefit from.
It's open shooting season for Sentinels. They completely dismantle every player that XLG show up with on C, on Mound. A complete flawless, even on the opposite side of the map. John Cuda gets his revenge on Viva, so there is not a single kill to be found, not a single opportunity for Viva to be the last player alive to save the rifle once more. Just a complete washout of that XLG defense. Not enough work done over on that Mound side at all. XLG didn't even get a single pick.
Hey, the saving grace would be, okay, if XLG save here, Sentinels use a bunch of their ultimates, it'd be great for XLG to kind of utilize, get rid of those resources and to try and mount a comeback later on, but I don't know if XLG want to use your ultimates. I don't think this would be a good round for it.
Well, we have a couple upgrades here, grouped up, ready to go. From the A side, of course, expecting that John Cuda is always going to be defaulting in this position. That could be on for a potential free kill into upgrade. They could catch a timing here. They'll just back themselves off. It'll be Happyweight solo on Mound, looking for a shot, but he didn't really bring. I think he had the Marshall here, but yeah, no shots.
I just like the smokes from XLG. First in a lobby, of course, their Viper wall there too allows that Sentinels can't really scale up to A as confidently as they did before, especially around the rubble side. So now trying to explore the opposite side of the map, it is going to be just pivots back and forth from Sentinels to try and find that weaker side.
Those are the two guns that were brought in, the Marshall and the Guardian, are dropped. So now XLG basically have not really anything left to say in this particular round. Showstop would be the only tool. Expecting Sentinels to go up 5 pretty cleanly here. Just need to make sure that this is clean and then they'll be able to drop any members in silly situations. Coconut spotted, Coconut down.
Yeah, Zekin's playing well, and he knows it too, and he's just satcheling up on the high ground like that. And against the save, you just want to farm XLG when you can. Out of the last 5 rounds that Sentinels have won, from 0 to 5, 2 of them have been flawless. So XLG really got to try and hit hard against this armor.
Now, we expected Sentinels to be good today, and we talked about on the desk that this was probably going to be a one-sided game. It looks like it will be the case, at least until the possibility for XLG to do something a little bit more special comes through, but not looking like the case at the moment. Another round decided extremely early on, really just in the first 15 seconds. An opening play aggressively coming through for an XLG that gets completely shut down. Previously it was over towards the pillar side. This time it was on Mound. And none of those have worked out for XLG as we get our first tactical timeout. This is the first gun round they've had in quite some time as well. They've barely had money to play through. A lot of ultimates. They've actually got guns, expecting this will be when you want to start looking towards the dimensional drift if you want to be a little bit more proactive, but some really nice retaking tools as well if they get into that situation.
Now on the XLG side, they're really lacking the information when they're running the double duelist. I mean, Havoya played Sova yesterday, I believe, and just known for his initiators, and having, I think, a Sova or even a Fade would have just allowed XLG to swing into an area where they can kind of know what's coming. And they're trying to group up, and well, if they don't know what's coming, they'll at least try to outnumber Sentinels, but unfortunately are just losing those duels. So, and you're not seeing the firepower from utilizing that raise, or at least that second duelist quite yet.
They really haven't had a lot of money to play through for most of the rounds, and well, Havoya, he's been able to get a couple of kills in there largely. It'll be a pleasant surprise to see the coach be able to mechanically perform up against some of North America's absolute best in the server. And so here it is, XLG, they've been wanting to get aggressive towards A a couple times. John spots it, well, he'll just smell it out and he'll back away.
I'm wondering if he even wanted to early pit here if you're a Happyway. I mean, Seaside has been hit, and now the Steel Garden. Happyway will try to escape. Of course, you got the teleport in. Sentinels established. Retake. Trying to be a little bit quicker this time. It is the pit to try and retake some of the space. Pit v pit. This is just a no man's land, and Sentinels happy to be hidden from all of this while the spike is being planted. It's going to allow them to defend, but on off angle you have the Nightfall from Waterfall as XLG have to send their double duelists to clean up what they started, but they just can't seem to unite with just all the vision being obscured. Sentinels trade blow for blow, and Sentinels get the last laugh.
Just not too sure what happened to the comms there. You have the dimensional drift, as mentioned, walking through, getting all the information. You want to talk about scouting information, you're not going to get too much better than that. And of course, Avoya pulls out the showstopper, really pings onto members, run past by Raga here, throw your rocket into this exact position, and you will get the kill. And Avoya just dies, doesn't even get to shoot at the end of the day. And XLG, they threw everything they had into that round. Tactical timeout into their first full buy in quite some time, into 4 ultimates being played through. Yeah, they got a decent amount of the Sentinels ultimates out of there, but I think it says a lot that you have Zekin confident enough to not even throw in the showstopper, which would have been super nice versus the pit, but they're just such a good team. They're so far ahead. Zekin's already got Coconut down again.
Yeah, XLG just playing a lot more forward this time, expecting Sentinels to drop the wall and just XLG being able to get the orbs to hopefully getting more impact out of those two. But the double pit, I mean, I don't blame both of these duelists having a really hard time. So Sentinels with the number disadvantage will be trying to get a plane up.
So this is a big swing around them. This is the XLG opportunity. They actually get these really nice opening picks. They've been failing to get these time and time again, multiple rounds, early face up, early failures, and Happy Way. Sheriff only takes down Zekin, dodges the outlaw shot.
Happy Way is just warming up, and Havoya has his back, and okay, some signs of life from XLG, yeah.
Really nice stuff. I think they brought in a rifle or two potentially, but largely they still had a bunch of members on pistols here. They just needed to have the success early on. And here it is once again, Havoya, they trust him as one of the members, and Raga, the 2 duelists on the squad, but of course, one of them being China's best, the other one being a coach, to have that level of confidence that, you know what, he's still on raise, we can still trust him, put the gun into his hands, and he did in fact deliver there. Well played.
Still, I think it's a must-win for XLG to go forward to build off of this, or you're just going to continue to drown against Sentinels. And now you got a showstopper from Zekin. He's 12-5. He's having a field day. And once again, Sentinels match up so well against Chinese teams. But XLG, they've cooked up something better for their A hold. Now 4 on that side of the map. And Sentinels are just not going to mess with it this time.
It's the first time we're really seeing Sentinels explore B. They've been mostly going into extremities, double satchel. The showstopper to clear. That'll be a free side.
As soon as you see that Prowler, where is that fade hidden? Zekin blinds. Could at least be a threat. But XLG coming through the top of the site. The smoke obscures and Neri with the Nightfall. As soon as he senses XLG around the corner, there it is, the Nightfall. XLG can just stay hidden, but time is of the essence, and XLG just frag, all thanks to this sort of flank from Coconut coming through the A-link door. And it's just beautiful timing out of XLG.
There's just no information. Sentinels, we're not too sure exactly where the retake was going to come on through from, so you see the Nightfall being sent into B up, unfortunately, it was only Havoya there. And the bulk of the members on the retake was actually coming through from the left side, the C link, and that's where the success was found. All those triple-facing players eventually working their way through, angling in for that Sentinels post-plant, largely entirely on the site itself. Not a single member off-site. Would have maybe have expected that 1 or 2 players could have been playing more towards B main, closer to the pillars or closer to the door. XLG. Reasonable retake and got the 2 ultimates out of Zekin and a rate that they had been holding on to. Starting to see more signs of life from XLG now, which is nice. Final 2 rounds though, still opportunity for XLG to close the gap a little bit more.
Yeah, Sen may just want to go to the opposite side of the map if they're going to be met with this much contention from XLG at A lobby, but this time, Sentinels, they're just so stubborn with it. They're losing the duel. Beautiful 2K from Viva, and Sentinels will trail, but they open up the vision. Of course, XLG do as well, but they stay as hidden as they can, and Sentinels have to figure out what is next.
XLG finding more and more value now over on this Rebel side. 1 around through here just previously. The pseudo-thrifty. Voya on the line, he's ready. In fact, he knows, he sees the rifle, he sees the barrel, and that's going to cost John QD's life.
It's just not ideal when you just had a controller and a Sentinel trying to clutch and still scale through and clear towards A. So Sentinels, I think, did the right move last round to just kind of abandon A and out-rotate XLG, but this time they just try to fight fire with fire, and unfortunately Sentinels don't have the same blaze as before. Now trying to come through the backside of B. Like this idea to Zelsis in a 1v3, has time to go to C.
It's just a tough 2 versus 3 situation if you don't possibly trade or at least have John go 1-to-1 there, which wasn't going to be possible given peeked a little, his body was rifle, peeked a little further than he would have wanted to.
Oh,
Okay, whoa. Oof.
had good initial damage. Like the idea from Zelsis to just have as much space between him and the retake as possible, so that he had time to set up his thorns, and almost Zelsis could have pulled that off.
The Arc Bros nearly gave it to him, but there was 3 members there. 2 of them were flashed, and Havoya was still able to come through. Finish things off. Even if that wasn't the case, I think the 3rd play you would imagine should be to swing in, but yeah, that was almost got spicy there. You respect what Zelsis was able to do. Got enough done that he's actually farmed up another Steel Garden here into our final round of the half. Got a couple more that could get interesting here. A couple of double kills. You start to see Dimensional Drift come through, but really it was the opening play on the A side again that just cost too many numbers. Didn't help then. Another freebie coming through around the A site. Near stairs. John dying, forcing the 1v3.
There.
First op and Odin. Oh, double op. Look at this.
Odin is loud and proud through the tree side, and finally Sentinels are just going to abandon the mission. But is it B or is it a C pivot? You're going to watch, of course, Happyway with the op, and he could get that opening pick for XLG.
Odin actually did reasonable damage, and then right down to 66. Bang down to, what is that, 111 or something like that?
Prowler, oh, it is just going to get a bite out of that op and force Happyway out of position. Could still get a good peek, especially on the high ground, and Sentinels are still going to want to push this despite hearing that op. Okay.
Poison's off.
It's going to end up being a slower round for Sentinels, having to work their way and navigate through. At least one of the operators was 2, just 1 now. Havoya taking down Zelsis. Steel Garden offline now. John's still there though.
But Sentinels also heard that there's 2 ops, 1 at C and 1 through the opposite side of the map, so it's not going to be a good site to hit.
John's also revealing positioning here a little bit, open the door, hoping to get some rotators out from C, but not going to be the case.
Zekin does cross the road before getting cut off, and I wonder if we saw that number on that lower path. Doesn't matter. Sentinels support each other so well. It is still a 3 versus 3. Now with that nade, it is gonna delay the plant, and there is the showstopper through the fire and the flames. Havoya, an amazing start, traded by Sentinels. Time running out. The plant goes
There's no
through,
plant.
and XLG may have just prevented it. John Cutie has to do it here and now, and just can't with the pressure coming through Waterfall. It's a 6-6 half.
Maybe this was going to be the match of the day. Maybe you are right, XLG want that revenge match. 6-6, it was the end of the half, and look, various moments there, it wasn't looking pretty at all. Was it Sentinels, I believe, got 6 in a row on that particular first half as well? At least 5 in a row. Havoya's popping off, you can tell. He's happy about his performance, and he should be. Picks up the Operator, gets that kill, gets a hero rifle, wins a very pivotal semi-thrifty round, a couple of hero rifles in there, restaurant pistols, and Raga stepping aside a little bit, giving the limelight over to Coach Havoya on the other duelist. In a surprising fashion, we kind of saw some of the mechanics were reasonably sharp yesterday from Havoya, but now up against NA's finest, up against Zekin and the rest, Zelsis, who's been very solid yesterday is included, Havoya is somehow on this race come through in a big way, and that is a huge surprise.
Better late than never for Havoya. Definitely had a slower start, starting like 2-6, a big showstopper through the smoke, and now it's a real duel between him and Zekin, which I guess you wouldn't have expected to say. But XLG, you could tell just with how loud they're being behind us. These are just loud personalities. And Sentinels have to think through this halftime how they're going to try and withstand the double duelist of XLG now that they're going to be on offense.
Might still have a playing career ahead of him if this continues, if this performance continues. Obviously, plenty of rounds in the middle there where it just looked completely over for XLG. Sen in full control. At least 5 rounds in a row to memory that they got, possibly even 6. But beyond that, you had that tactical timeout coming through from XLG into a full gun round, into a lot of ultimates, and it was a complete wipeout. They got nothing done. You're seeing these situations where the Viper's Pit on Viper's Pit post-plant, retake coming on through, just completely mismanaged ultimates in various cases, Dimensional Drift, Havoya not even getting to shoot his rocket down. But then a massive recovery from round 9 onwards, and really that round 9 was the double hero rifle round, and they suddenly win a lot of these opening duels on a rubble, which they were not winning previously, certainly were not winning on mound.
And previously, XLG just depended so much on the raw, I would say raw carry, because Happyway, I think, has shown really good performances, but this is a well-rounded XLG where everyone is having their pop-off moments, from Viva and Havoya yesterday having quieter moments to now everyone pretty much has 9 kills on that team. So Sentinels have to cook something up special for the Pistols, and they won a lot of those pistol rounds against XLG in the past. But it was XLG that kicked off our first pistol. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, and thankfully they got those, because otherwise the scoreline would have been a lot more favored for Sentinels. You can only imagine how things would have been. See what happens with this 5-man look from XLG all the way through. Rubble quiet so far. No signs from Sentinels as they'll just walk through, door closed.
No one going to go through that B-Link door from Sentinels. Kind of surprised they wouldn't want to try and cut off those rotations or have multiple angles, just trying to play this from front to back. And now Sentinel's trying to back away against the Prowler. But it is going to be Neri kind of by himself, not linking up with Second, but Zelsis is still punching hard against XLG, who have lost a lot of that real estate, a lot of that manpower. It's all up to Happyway to keep stairs on lock, and it's traded 1-for-1, leaving Viva to do all the hard work, and while blinded, it's not going to be easy. He does stay safe against John Cutie, and Bang gets some damage into Bang, now trading back and forth. This is winnable for Viva! Bang chooses this moment carefully and takes it for Sentinels.
Sole survivor again. Viva seems to usually be the one for XLG, still up when the rest of the team falls. What a fast rotate from Sentinels. You can see that Zelsis was solo on A for quite some time. That would have been nasty for him to face into 5 players from XLG, but very quickly start to see the rotations coming in. Zekin is there. Now right backs up Zelsis as well, and suddenly things start to swing in the favor for Sentinels, leaving it into a 2 versus 1, which should get spicy towards the end in a 1v1 that could have gone either way. But numbers still barely in advantage for Sentinels as they'll pick up the pistol. Denying that one away from XLG, who got the previous pistol.
And in previous interviews, Bang has talked so much about his teammates and how incredible they are. And he's like, yeah, I had an okay career. Yeah, I won a stage. And you know, he doesn't consider himself as awesome after what we saw. I think he should be. But he's working so hard to get to the point where he can be just as incredible as everyone else. And just all of the work that this team has had to do to be on a good trajectory, to be on a good path, to be at a top 3 spot one day, their goal is a championship. And it's taken a toll on this team, and they've had really to balance between working as hard as you can, but also finding time to relax, because you don't want to burn out, you don't want to retire early. And Sentinels have talked about being on a path where they are just getting better and better every single day.
Well, they don't have G2 to stand in the way this time, who they lost to domestically in VCT Americas. Paper X and Fnatic are still in this tournament. I mean, so is G2, but G2 looking a little bit worse for wear compared to Sentinel's roster. Paper X, they've already qualified through. Fnatic, they've already qualified through. The 2 teams that Sentinel's lost to the Masters not that long ago, who ended up being the finalists as well. So it's a bit of a rough one for Sentinels, considering, you know, as a top team, does it feel better that you lost to the 2 eventual finalists? I think for a team like this, it will still be a bit bitter instead, as it's not a fun pill to swallow. They have a lot more to prove this time around as a team that know that they have the capability to be the best in the world. They've shown that they've been the best in the world as Sentinels, one of the most crowned franchises in Valorant history, across the ages, various rosters, but still to date in 2025, a good-looking roster that has the potential to take it all the way.
And Sentinels recruited these players, and they had big shoes to fill when Tens and Saucy left, and it wasn't about trying to fill anybody's shoes or to be like anyone else, but to have the drive and the readiness to succeed. And this is a Sentinels team that are looking very, very good at this EWC, and they're only in this position because of an overtime loss to BBL, whether you expected that or not. They fought very hard in that BO1, and now they have more work to do to try and get out of groups.
The last time we had a non-Pacific, non-Chinese champion at a major event was Masters Madrid 2024, and that was Sentinels. That was before the dominance of Pacific started to take over. The Sentinels would like to restore their former glory, as would the rest of NA in general, as they're one of the leading candidates that has the region on its shoulders. Of course, NRG have already qualified, and so Sentinels want to make sure that they are backing themselves in with NRG in that top 8. But for XLG, it's been a rough run. Royal Roading, straight out of Ascension into China. First place right away, but immediately into roster issues. However, This first half so far of this rematch, 6-6, brilliant recovery. Can they get into a leading position though? Here's the problem is, we're sorting through, I think it was maybe Zekin having some computer issues here. An opening pistol win for Sentinels that'll likely turn into an 8-round to 6 lead. At what point do XLG have the capability to actually take a lead in the series instead of being trailing in the map?
They won that round. Imagine if they didn't have tech issues. Is this going to be Sentinels just taking over now? I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm just really excited for this game because, like I said before, this was my match of the day just because of the narrative. It's just oozing from Masters Toronto and how these teams met up, and mostly just what they had to say about each other. And it's also saying, oh, we own this region. Yeah. And then XLG having their, I mean, they kind of started it, not to be like that, but they're the ones that chose Sentinels thinking they could beat them, and that was not the case.
Well, for the first 8 rounds, I think I totally agreed. Sentinels owning Shilai Gaming, but then the bounce back started to happen. We'll see just how much bounce back there can be, as no doubt here in anyone's mind that Shilai should be the underdog up against Sentinels, but Sentinels have already tasted what it's like to lose to an underdog a little bit earlier in this tournament. Just yesterday, BBL unexpectedly took them down. I know the EMEA BBL believers was saying the whole time, this is the team that you have to look out for. We had some BBL believers even among the talent. And now I think people do believe, but also that was a winnable game for Sentinels. Sentinels could have been in the upper bracket instead. They could have been the ones yesterday to move through, potentially already qualifying in. Could have been the team to take down DRX, which BBL has done. So really setting the stage now for what can be possible.
I think you just can't underestimate Chinese teams at all. Whether you, I know we could argue till the cows come home about which region is the best or whatever, but Wolves surprised us all at Masters Toronto. So you don't want to take day one too seriously. This is now what I'm really focusing on after you had a whole 24 hours or probably less. I don't know, the matches went really late yesterday, but you had a whole day to try and bounce back mentally, talk about what the mistakes were and what you're looking forward to today as you know what your matchup is. And you're in a best of 3 where you can maybe go towards more of those strengths and it's less fluky as a best of 1. So we really got to see everyone hit their peak form today.
Well, both Shilai and Sentinels ended their days fairly early yesterday, so they had more time than most to talk about what they needed to. Pretty sure Shilai would have had plenty more to talk through, given they have more to work through as a roster with the changes, but also they had a more rough game versus DRX. It was not pretty at all, at least for Sentinels. I think they can still be confident that they knew they were good enough to win that series. They knew that really it was just that 5-round lead that BBL got in that second half that kind of got away from Sentinels, requiring them to make their comeback. That was a bit of a problem. The man on your screen really started to show himself a lot more in that second half of Icebox after Levin essentially took over the entire server for the majority of it. But really what we're trying to say here is that, yeah, I mean, Sentinels probably could have won that game. Sentinels is still a team that we expect to go far here, but right now, XLG putting up an immense fight against them.
And just to kind of remind everyone of who's in Group B, it's XLG, Sentinels, BBL, and DRX, which I think is kind of up for grabs. I'm really not sure who to predict is going to get out of this group because everyone's had their good moments, everyone's had their bad moments. It's been some close matches. And of course, at Group A, we have G2, BLG, Paper X, and K-Corp, where that one's kind of been back and forth. It's giving more BLG and Paper X, though, after G2's roster thing. K-Corp beat them. Group C is RQ, Heretics, NRG, Titans Esports Club. Let us know who you think is going to get out of each group. Of course, after this match, we're going to be featuring Heretics versus Titan Esports Club for an elimination match to see who's going to continue living on. And then the big group of death, Group D, Fnatic, Gen G, EDG, and 100 Thieves.
So there's a bit of an update here on what's happening on the other stream, because we are talking about some of the groups here. BLG versus G2. The G2 woes have continued here. As map 1 of Sunset, BLG up 12-3, likely to win this round, and they now officially have.
12-3?
So it's 13-3 for map 1 Sunset between BLG and G2. And where G2 having their issues again, this has just been so far a tough tournament for them, and likely will continue to be through BLG, who played Paper X so close yesterday, showing that they are going to be the Chinese team to look out for if the other 3 Chinese teams do not show up.
At least G2 are chilling, you know, because they got, what is it, the prize pool is like 15, 16K just for being here, top 16, like everyone gets a piece of that prize pool. It's a nice little trip, whether And then they don't have to worry too much about stage 2 because they're already qualified for champs. So hopefully they find some time to have a break. And is that map 1 of that series, or was
It
that?
is map 1,
Okay,
yeah.
so, you know, it's not over. Cope. it's
There's
not over,
the
guys.
NA Cope I like.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy.
I don't know how you bounce back after
That being said, you know, you still got some good NA teams out here, so hoping for the best for, obviously we saw NRG, we saw Sentinels, a bounce back from Shiloh be extreme as well. We'll see if that's going to happen because we're straight back into the game, round 2 of the second half to catch you in. Sentinels, pretty damn good opening on the pistols, did come down to short numbers, however, they do retain the lead.
They come down to a big clutch, or at least a closeout from Bang, and now they buy up on the anti-eco. And it's just Narrate having to hold this back as best as he can. The numbers stacked for XLG, but with the smoke, they're not just getting spammed through, and they kind of hesitate whether they wanted to retreat or not. And, well, at least this round is going to be over quickly, Kevin.
We've had plenty of these go through. Coconut's usually the first one dead, and now he's going to be the sole survivor, no longer Beaver. And near flawless coming through once again. We'll see where XLG look once they finally get the rifles. Looking once again at Coach Havoya on this race to see what he can do. He's already starting to put up some numbers, and it is the day in the tournament for coaches to be putting up numbers as to sort of round out that conversation we're having about G2 as well. Finishing up that first map of Sunset versus BLG, despite losing 3 and 13, it was actually Shaq, assistant coach at G2, step into Leaf's position that top fragged in that game. So can't say Shaq didn't at least do something in this tournament. He was able to put up the numbers for G2, despite losing that first map. But in this map, we continue with XLG's gun round. A couple of retained items from Sentinels in the previous as well.
And we can maybe finally see the impact of having a Sentinel for Sentinels. That was going to hurt my brain there for a second, but Celsius will have his wall sort of further back, Thorns into tree, ready to flash and assist himself if he gets pushed in that area. Sentinels have a 1-2-2 setup as XLG hope to storm into C very soon.
Going to be playing for retake on C here. Checking through the box, plenty of presence shown, instant poison all to come through, and fast rotations expected.
I like the preemptive escape from John Cutie. Just not wanting to give a chance as Waterfall is being smoked off, so XLG are just not immediately getting in. They were delayed by John Cutie's orb, so XLG are gonna have to re-clear with the Sentinels team that are more ready for it this time as the haunt is thrown from Mary, getting vision in. Sentinels hoping to prevent the plant, but this corner should be safe for now, especially with Zekin getting smoked off. Still has a nade, of course, and double satchels if he wants to get freaky. And Sentinels are just really suppressing them and waiting to hear that spike get planted. But now it is a rotation from Zekin to join through the front lines. Waterfall not going to be another angle to get through. Sentinels are going to just flood in all together. Now getting some shots in. XLG just hold the back. Sentinels trickle in and really not backing each other up as well. Just all coming through the same angle. XLG hold it down, and it's only just Celsius.
Waiting for the plant to come on through before the retake comes in, and everyone making their way into holes and falling down to the firing squad of XLG, all on site together, holding strong. And they even want to clean up Zelsis here as well. Happyway finding him over towards Pillar for the flawless, and now XLG start to feel a little bit more confident. They get their own flawless back in, and this is going a lot differently to how we see that first half. If you sort of remember that one, round 3, gun round, going over towards Sentinels, and then 6 in a row. Straight away, here comes the timeout from Sentinels as they are starting to see momentum building for XLG, considering how the last 4 rounds of the first half went. Now, instantly on the first gun round, a flawless. That is quite a statement from XLG.
Yeah, because what really hurt XLG in that first half was the economy. You let Sentinels get on a win streak, so very, very good that XLG won that first rifle round and could build momentum off of that. And this is gonna be a close game. I said it's one thing to beat a team once. Sentinels do match up against Chinese teams well, allegedly. I mean, they beat 3 of them at Masters Toronto, but going up against XLG on these same maps again, there's a lot of prep work to do. XLG had all the time trying to figure this out, and they're not running a Sentinel. They have the double duelist. It's sort of a different look, and now XLG are getting warmed up.
Scary look for Sentinels. Given we'd had fairly low expectations for Sheelight Gaming, considering how they went up against DRX. But now, overnight, starting to land on something that really works for XLG. And look, despite the double duelist here, you do have Happyway on the Viper, who will be your pseudo-sentinel, given that Coconut still has his controller there.
And there's very different vibes from both these teams. Like, XLG have a lot of good vibes. They're yapping. They're loud behind me. Sentinels trying to be as meticulous, play some clean Valorant, and stay locked in. They know the job's not done. And it's the Prowler that leads the way for Havoya and the Boom Bot that could have marked someone close. Now you got an Odin. As Zelsis tries to read where this push is. XLG now playing chicken against bullets, and that's a deadly game, and Havoya will still put the red carpet down, but there is a pivot of the spike going towards B to the loving arms of Sentinels, but the push from Happyway was unexpected. It caught Sentinels watching that B-Link door off guard. Now you could get a good plant, but now it's just pivots back and forth.
They can rotate now. Havoya's got full control over towards A. He's winning his duels over there. You already start to see Coconut pivoting. It might just be Happyway chilling over towards B to keep things interesting. Finally, the decision going to be made. B is looking a little bit safer. Coconut will eventually place here. But still, though, on the big flank, Havoya can get a lot done. You can still see that Sentinels are very considerate of the fact that this flank is active.
Spike planted.
Just Happyway just getting that initial clear through the top site. And they focus on that A-Link door where the last saw some defenders, and this is important. Both Vipers about to face, and it's Happyway that has to shut it down. But John Cutie's been dealt with, and it's just up to Zelsis, who's gonna have to get rid of this Odin. He does, and maybe just wants to save the Vandal, but a 1v2 is certainly possible for a guy like him, but the high-low, too strong, and XLG will tie.
Needed to be able to arc roast through there to be able to flash in if possible, but two players, too strong. Havoya again getting work done. I mean, this coach has really been stepping through. It's Happyway at the top of the leaderboard. And XLG even things up 8-8 after losing Pistol and Anti-Eco. That Flawless has now given them another gun round win. Tactical pause for Sentinels, not delivering as much as they would have liked to. And this is considering that Havoya kind of missed out on his timing on, I believe it was John QT over on the top side of the map, but still paint shells into a free kill. Means numbers in advantage for XLG. So we start to look towards the potential with Viva ultimate. Baraga, yeah, he'll get his own ult off that kill.
Yeah, his story has been put to an end. For now, XLG happy with that pick, as Sentinels will have to fill the gap that was left behind, and you got a three-man walk up from Sentinels towards A lobby, taking advantage. The one that has to hold this back is Rarga. Meanwhile, the rest of XLG will get the objective done, and Zelsis will be called back. Of course, they just have pistols and this stinger from Bang. Gotta hope it does exactly that, but they're just not gonna be running into Rarga until they clear through B. They're maybe gonna go through that B-Link door instead. That's all about timing between Zelsis and the other two joining him very soon, but the spike is ticking. Now, the orb out of the way. Zelsis hopes to make contact soon. It's taking way too long for Sentinels to rotate.
Well, Endo just playing for exits here. Their weaponry is a little bit too low. Hard to flank anyway. They were considering going all the way through attacker spawn. Raga's got that one cut off, and will just be a little bit of exploration from Zelsis to see what he finds. We'll find a shot from Coconut, a little bit of assistance here from Happyway as well, as the round will end, and a couple players will walk into these last remaining members of Sentinels, and there'll be at least one gun. Bang should be the walk away with this one easily.
Going down with it, and the Vandal is always nice. A 3-round win streak from XLG, block by block. The comeback begins from a 2-6 deficit in favor, of course, Sentinels. XLG in the lead. And this is the power of the double duelist, especially Havoya, who is finally now at an equal KD after having a quieter Lotus at the beginning. Has really stepped up.
He stepped up big. You started to see from round 9 onwards, there's been a lot of Havoya in the kill feed. Of course, everyone in XLG was kind of having a hard game. And those 6 rounds in a row that Sentinels got in the first half, and XLG speeding things up over towards the A side of things now. Could just be showing presence as they're waiting to see what Happyway can get done over in mid as well. Look at the long rotation though. There's a lot of Sentinels members just kind of abandoning over on A and trying to meet Happyway instead.
Cover going out. Who's next?
Drifting.
Dimensional drift, yeah. As now it's XLG, which is good protocols, clearing the box with the Prowler, now converging into B, and it's happy way through B main. You had the paranoia from Sentinels coming through the tree, and XLG are just sandwiched, and it's quite painful, and they have to pick a side to push through. XLG have their attention split, but it's about winning these individual duels if they can, and this time XLG have decided to go towards A. Getting the right read, they could outnumber Bang, and it'll be up to him now that the smoke dissipates. But not getting pushed quite yet. It allows Sentinels to push out of B, and XLG have taken too long to decide where to go.
Well, they finally get banged down. That allows them to finally get on top of A as well. Just got to check through a couple of decent corners, and then should be the plant. Planting for tree. The 3 alive on Sentinels is good. Steel Garden, that'll be the guns gone. Showstopper though. Havoya needs to show up here.
Great Steel Garden. Havoya with a showstopper, and just unfortunate timing. Sentinels just sandwiched at multiple moments from B to A and not waiting for XLG. Sentinels bring the party to them, and it's just such a back and forth affair now. We'll be tied 9-9.
There's a big kill from Zekin from mid, all the way onto Baby Door that started to whittle the numbers down from XLG. You could tell they wanted to lean over towards A, but just showing some presence on B, pulled rotators on towards B, and then those B members from Sentinels made the lives of XLG really difficult to play through. It was really not until Bang goes down that the opportunity opened up for XLG to walk on in, but also this mid play as well. Dimensional Drift coming on through, which largely was a bit of a fake, although they could still pivot the spike from A main over towards B, you would imagine. Raga was good for one there. Good setup also coming from Coconut on the Paranoia, but didn't get too much more after that.
I want to see XLG be able to tempo up in those crucial moments. And learning exactly that when you send Havoya satcheling into Rubble, kind of trying to sell the fake, which you can do playing that double duelist, and you can play solo on that side and play off the showstopper. Hey, and it's good for Sentinels to get the one. The Nightfall will try to get the chase down on that Omen. With, of course, Narrate able to fire back with his own Nightfall here in a second. And he does. XLG now hesitate whether to go in. The Prowler is going to bite down on Happyway, who's isolated. At least he has a smoke to play off of, but it's not going to be a good spot with the Vulnerable and the Decay. But XLG just seems to shoot better. And Sentinels just have John Cutie while Zelsis is still rotating from A. Really good clutch out of XLG.
Man, that was a really curious round coming on through. The initial Nightfall being ripped open from Viva. Very low chance was going to catch anybody, hoping maybe somebody on site, but bang, easily just TPs, double TPs away from that one. So kind of weird from Viva. They were hoping to be able to catch the last member, but then the counter Nightfall comes on through and doesn't deliver enough for Sentinels at all.
And I think you could just pit here to try and get this plant safer, and they're just baiting out these shots from Sentinels. And now the pit will go down to protect this. How Sentinels can approach this is going around the perimeter. Both of XLG tried to stay within, but Viva caught on the outside to prevent the retake from Sentinels. And now going for both angles. Happyway caught between a rock and a hard place, and it's John Cutie that'll get it in the end with the defuse, and Sentinels back in the lead.
It's a close game though. It's been very tight so far, coming down to minimal numbers alive. Sentinels first hit double digits here. And that round, again, looking like it was going to go really poorly for Sentinels. After the Nightfalls are dissipated, it's the Sentinels members at the back of C. You can see the couple of blue X's in the top right corner of the C site going down as the guns get traded. Odin now, once again, online for the Sentinel side of things, see what kind of damage we get done. But this is the opening play here. Raga 1-for-1, and then massive double TP away. It comes down to Viper's pet, John Cutie getting a bit better of Happyway as we head into number 20 here. All right, easy spam through on a couple members that are already in position to take damage. Coconut's already ripped off. Look at the 20 HP, and just a ton of spam damage on his face.
Yeah, it's just easy for a second with the lock-in, and there's not going to be a punish. And Sentinels just the back-to-back rounds where they're able to converge from multiple angles and have the time to rotate and surround XLG. And it's XLG that'll find themselves behind a duelist, but Havoya could lead that with just a showstopper. It's a little bit awkward to try and go through all these angles, all these corners, hoping to still get that ult off.
See if Viva gets interested a little bit further on to test the smoke wall or test out the door as well, but as he falls off, it's Havoya first on site. walking through, and he's going to be able to walk all the way nearly into spawn. 1 versus 1. Does he check the right corner? Nope. Not going to be able to get John Cutie down in time.
Still XLG.
Nice.
Seeing if they can have any advantages. What is going to be the weaker site, the less defenders? You had ears from Viva hearing at least 2 defenders getting a win over at A. But XLG just don't want to waste any more time. It's up. Happy Way versus Bang. Even though Bang had a high ground and a nice angle, gotta respect Happy Way. We'll back away, and Viva has full util to help keep this site for XLG.
It's just too many members down from XLG untraded. At least Viva got Zelsis, but that's all that XLG have for the time being. They will get the plant down, but 4 versus 2. Plenty of ultimates in hand. Showstopper there as well. Really not expecting Happy Way and Viva to get it done. It's not planted offside either, so.
Second as a showstopper, this is how you break in off the paranoia. Say goodbye to Viva. And it's Sentinels in the 3 versus 1. Now it's hide and seek, and it's deadly for Happy Way. And Sentinels start to create that gap.
Starting to swing back in momentum that we found in that first half as XLG, 1 by 1, laid down, peeled away. Only Viva showing up for that singular earlier on to relieve pressure onto the A side, and the rest of XLG falling 1 by 1. Really unfortunate time for Havoya there. Checked the wrong angle, gets taken down by John Cutie. Could have been a good one for Havoya. Would have been in a nasty angle. 4 Sentinels to deal with if he won that 1 versus 1. It'll take a bit of time here for Havoya to have a chat with his team. Well, really, I mean, you know, he's in the team as well. They'll all have a bit of a group chat as he's coaching and playing, but also the assistant coach behind the scenes dropping him some words as this is getting tight enough that XLG can still get the opportunity to swing this into a map win. But 11 on board for Sentinels means that window is closing fast.
And this is XLG's map pick. And then you're going into Sunset, which is one of Sentinel's best maps. This timeout has to provide the solution, the key to victory to XLG, because it's going to hurt more losing when it's been this close, this neck and neck. But you got to respect the XLG comeback from, like I said, starting off this game at a 2-6 deficit to the duelists really providing the firepower, the crucial frags that XLG have needed on this offense, to now Sentinels starting to run away and get close to that finish line.
As a reminder as well, in the rematch, the previous time that we did see these two teams play in Masters on Lotus, 13-6 in Sentinel's favor. Most of those rounds won on the defensive side, 8-4 in Sentinel's favor. That's exactly the side they're on currently.
Now it's Havoya's turn to be explosive with the showstopper, but he's not someone who likes to be hyper-aggressive, very explosive. He's mainly initiator after all, and he has to play his life when he can. Then they send the clone in to keep, of course, Zekin busy at B. With the pit at C, XLG are having their options limited. You got your lurk shut down at A, so XLG are not having a good start to this round.
It's typically been Viva on that side of the map, being the late lurk. This time around, be Happy Way. Viva has had some success over there in previous rounds, including the last one, but and C's will slow things down considerably. Pretty confident this is not going to end over towards C. In fact, you could even see the potential for Zelsis to fall off this side as well.
2 Prowlers, too, from Neri. He could check things out. Once he gets a good sense, he could lay it all down with an Odin and do some critical damage to XLG, just really dwindling their chances already for this round. Sentinels have had time to rotate. Nobody at B. XLG still have a 2-stack with the pit at C. So it is a pivot, a great read from XLG, realizing this site is open. There will be a flash, though, placed by Zelsis once Sentinels do want to fight for this.
Good structure to be able to still pull through the showstopper despite no one being there. Need to make sure that it is clean. You have lost rounds from there before. It's Viva up first, though. Needs to have shots ready to go. Does he know there's 2 players, though? He knows he's definitely one.
Just needing to buy time, play your life. If you're XLG, start off getting first blooded. Now it's about protecting the objective, and you have Coconut playing through B main. He's about to meet where this Viper is going to push from, but John Cutie's better. Neri's Odin screams louder than XLG, and it's Sentinels on match point.
Yeah, map point being found for Sentinels here in this BO3. And Coconut activating so late, hiding in smoke, doesn't even realize until too late. as his team falls apart around him. John Cutie walks past. I'm sure that eventually the footsteps were heard by Coconut, but yeah, he needed to be able to come and get that kill, instantly assist if possible, but the rest of the members on XLG falling very quickly from all angles on that Sentinels retake. And as I mentioned, it was the defensive side that was stronger for Sentinels in that previous Lotus between these two teams in Masters. And now as we head into the potential final round here, Zekin on the op, Odin being brought up by Narrate, did huge damage to Coconut on a previous round, just on the spam.
Zekin with an op too, he's not gonna get any juicy prey, not yet. It's XLG, not the best buy, but a Nightfall, that could be good. It is gonna get this fade, but no, Nary just spams through, blinded. No care in the world. What is Raga looking at? Trusted his teammate too much. And XLG fumbled despite such a good ultimate. Nary just wills this win into existence. And it's Havoya left for XLG, now buried 6 feet under, 13-9 for Sentinels. They do it again.
What a huge round coming through from Narrate. I mean, how does XLG not even see him? They have the Nightfall there. They should have had the info off the Nightfall, but also you lost a member to this Odin straight on entry through into tree, and 2 more members failed to get that trade. Like, that is a little sloppy coming through from XLG, and we looked at Sentinels coming in strong for this map. First half, mostly under control. Start to lose a bit of the momentum in the final 4 rounds the first half, but then on the defensive side, a couple of rounds going XLG, but largely it's all Sentinels all day, particularly in the final few rounds. And that last round, just a little too scrappy coming through from the side of XLG. Yeah,
XLG, 1 map away from elimination here at the Esports World Cup. It's a lot of pressure to be under. Look, honestly, got to give credit where credit's due to Zeli Gaming, though. They played a pretty good game of Lotus there. Look, first half felt like Sentinels was really front running it, but I was starting to feel a little bit once they moved over to their attacking side. I was liking the way that the Raze and the Yoru were bursting the sides quite well. I felt like they were quite in control of their attacking side, and I felt like Havoya, he did his role. He had a couple of moments there. He did well enough, and I think the team as a whole did well enough. And once again, I feel like I'm left asking for more from Raga, Jen.
That was gonna be my thing. This is supposed to be the statistical leader of China, and it's Havoya sort of who's had limited time on the duelist, who had to really step up to the plate to add some kind of fragging potential when you don't have as much utility playing the double duelist and you're not playing a Sentinel. So you weren't able to delay the Sentinel. You did delay, but you weren't able to stop Sentinels when they were on that offense. Still an extremely back and forth affair, but Sentinels just ran away with it at the end.
Yeah, last couple of rounds, some good adjustments and some, you know, the kind of plays that you expect from Sentinels, Kev, you know, Zekin playing off angles, you know, these little things. Overall, the macro play is great, but I think a lot of the NA teams are great at some of the individuals being able to express themselves, being able to be a little bit more aggressive, and it really just felt like they were starting to adapt to the small little timings that you did get from XLG, the way that they were working the map, and those things were getting disrupted just enough to make a difference. That pistol clutch, by the way, that could have been a big difference maker as well. Like, I really think for XLG, you know, maybe I would say extra pistol win, although we went 1-1 in pistols, so fair's fair there, and maybe a little bit more out of Raga. Could have been a different story, but a little bit more in the tank there for Sentinels at the end of the day.
A little bit more in every single area for XLG, maybe. Just a few too many sloppy moments. At the double pit round as well, in my opinion, very sloppy. Dimensional Drift Showstopper should give you a lot of info there to win that.
For sure.
Then you have that final round as well, which I'm really not pleased about how XLG handled that situation in Tree. Narrate popped off, no question about it. However, it's just ridiculous. I mean, this is the play he's flashed out to, and look at these guys just completely being Odin down. I mean, you should just know he's there. So a couple of those moments, a couple of those sloppy rounds, that ends up building momentum for Sentinels. And then no surprise that XLG, did they have some good looks? Yes. But when it really mattered, these are the types of rounds that will let them down.
Totally agree with you. Look, maybe disappointing. Oh, we're getting the scoreboard here. Good game from Zekin. Look, very well-rounded performance from all of Sentinels there. For XLG, I mean, Happy Way has been the standout at this tournament. Raga, again, maybe not lifting his weight, going missing a little bit in a couple of important rounds, but overall, kind of a similar performance from most of XLG there, Jen.
I think Zekin had such a strong first half. I mean, the Sentinels had 2 flawless rounds just in the first quarter, I guess, of the game. And it was Zekin just really having to step up when they took the site. They needed just to be more forward. And Zekin built that confidence very, very quickly and was able to be the duelist to fear in this lobby. And you didn't have that from the two of the other side until Havoya. I mean, he started off like 2-6. I hate to keep reminding that, but I just want to speak to, in a glass half full kind of sense, of Havoya improved so fast when the rest of the team lacked.
Yeah, I think, look, Zekin is just that kind of duelist that, like I said, on defense, that it's got to be very frustrating to attack into him because you're trying to work your default, you're trying to run this, you know, protocols that you've run time and time again, and then he's just disrupting you, you're getting picked before you can even really get going, and you're playing every round from a disadvantage, Kev.
You also had Zekin in the previous showing in between these two teams at Masters, plus 21 overall in that BO3.
And look at this, look, 8 first kills for Zeli Gaming, 8 first kills for Zekin. So he's done, he's taken as many first bloods as the entire enemy team and really has been a bit of a difference maker there.
Those 8 first kills really only came through in those 4 rounds, 9 to 12 that you can see at the bottom of your screen there, because that's when XLG started to take a little bit more of that, well, they took aggression early on also, but they just lost. The difference is they took the aggression over towards Rubble for those last 4 rounds and started to win those early duels, whittled down the numbers of Sentinels. That's largely where those first 8 came from, because otherwise, the rest of the map, that's where those plus 14s came from for Sentinels.
And the Sentinels post-play actually lacked in that first quarter. XLG's like retakes were crazy. That's how you start off with the pistol, the anti-eco, but once the rifles and the good buy-ups came from Sentinels, you had Zekin, who, I mean, is going to play a lot better with a better weapon, and that's where those post-plants got a lot more solid out of Sentinels.
I mean, that's a side effect of the kind of comp that XLG is playing at the end of the day. You do have a very bursty comp with the Raze Yoru. You can be retaking those sites with a lot of force. Can be quite hard to defend in the post-plant for the attackers. Look, that's Lotus done and dusted. That was XLG's pick. They opted to go straight back to what they played in Toronto. And to be honest, even with the coach stand-in, maybe a better foray, to be honest, this time around for XLG. But I don't know how optimistic I'm feeling about Sunset. Look, we'll touch on that in a little bit. The other thing that happened over there on the A stream, Billy 13-3 in G2. Oh, yeah,
So
that is a schlappen.
I said this, and speaking of slacking, he actually top frag. No, but that's what I'm defending.
I wasn't even trying to make that fun.
Well,
but
I am, because I want to bring it to the guy, because I know the fans are going to be like, yeah, well, they got a coach in. Obviously, the assistant coach ain't going to do too much here. He actually top fragged on Cypher for that map, so he's putting up numbers at least.
That makes it worse for me.
We didn't get to watch the map, so we don't know what else happened, but at least on the numbers side, he held up.
Look, if you want to watch that game, that is over on the A stream, and at least here on the B stream, we will take a break, but XLG 1 game away from getting eliminated and having their key crushed here in EWC. Don't go too far.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We are dead in the middle of a series between XLG and Sentinels, and it's not looking too hot for XLG. I'm a little bit nervous heading into Sunset. The numbers are not looking too great, and Sentinels, they are pretty confident in this matchup, right?
Yeah, 13-9.
Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't tell the whole story because it was tied. I mean, Sentinels had a way stronger of a lead. XLG caught up, and then the finish line, all of a sudden, Sentinels started sprinting, and they ramped up. And Zealous did say in the past, oh, we own your region. Feels a more shared partnership. XLG did improve from Masters Toronto, but it's still a Sentinels win.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? They actually ironically performed better here in this Lotus than what we saw in Toronto. It was a 13-6 in Toronto. Here we got a 13-9. They have a stand-in with the coach, and somehow that's better than actually having a play that was playing with the team, although Midi only really joined for Masters, but it is interesting that they've, at least the scoreline-wise, improved since then, although still losing.
Look, at the end of the day, still 0-3 overall in maps versus Sentinels are XLG in recent history, and if they lose this, well, have once again been crushed by Sentinels, eliminated from this tournament, and they will have their key crushed after this series, so
I can't wait. I know that sounds really messed up, but I can't wait. This will be our first time seeing a key crush.
The thing is, yeah, I can't wait to see it because it's going to be my first time seeing it as well, and that's very exciting. But I'm waiting for the moment where we see a team get revenge and crush the key. This is going to be a very sad moment, Kev. This is going to be a moment of, oh, they crushed us again, and we will now have to exit the tournament while Sentinels move on.
The team that wins the whole thing gets to take 3 crushed keys of fallen opponents, and while some of the rivalries here would tell you that there will be definitely some teams willing to take the keys of various opponents that they beat, and maybe this one, I don't know if GLI Gaming have enough to win the entire event, but they'll definitely take Sentinels key if they can do that.
Can you imagine if Sentinels, after beating all of the Chinese teams in Toronto, then put all of the crush keys of the Chinese team into their trophy here at EWC, and then instead of, I believe they have a quote that they put inside of the trophy. You can't change that, but imagine if you change that to "We own your region." And all of the Chinese crush keys.
You know what? Once it's your trophy, you can just do whatever you like with it. Take that to an engraver, write what you like on that one, and just like 3 Chinese crush keys in there. We own your region, Sentinels trophy if they can win the whole thing. And look, current former Sentinels not looking too bad, maybe a little bit shaky in the end of that first half, but largely expecting Sentinels to win here. Is it possible that they can come through as a potential winner of this entire event? That is on the cards, but the competition is looking pretty rough.
Well, not only the Sunset game that we saw over in Toronto, but overall the Sunset games that XLG have had in recent history, Jen, look pretty miserable. They have been getting slapped by everyone on this map, even the Chinese competition.
You don't have to say all that. We can just have a bit of dementia and just forget all about that.
No, we don't do that. And look, you're going to have to think a lot more about that because you are about to cast this game. It is Levin, Kiwi, and Avril to bring you through all of the action here on Sunset.
I'm stoked. Rarga versus Zekin, all on this map to see if XLG live on in this group. And as a Neon, you gotta be the fragging power behind this Chinese team.
No changes for Sentinels compared to when they last played for XLG. Of course, having Havoya in, he'll be playing the Deadlock. A breach coming through. That was Midi's choice previously. Raga now on a Neon, expecting a lot more out of this position now, but it's Zekin up first. And Zekin down first.
And he's down first. Yeah, what the heck? XLG, just great retaliation from Viva and Market, and he continues to slap around Sentinels who even try to come his way. Well, Sentinels will use that distraction of their fellow teammates' corpses to get the spike down, but that's all they're going to get this round. Another XLG pistol to kick off a map.
Happy about Happy Way coming in large and in charge for opening round here. Pistol, once more, as mentioned. Split the pistols 1-on-1 on the previous map. A little bit deciding on who's going to end up taking that defuse and just accelerating Hathaway into a potential early neural theft here. But we start out with Zekin down early, and when the star player of Sen is gone, XLG start to take control.
What a start from Happy Way. He's just had an incredible EWC, like not just kind of like, okay, it was the one BO1 map where he really popped off and carried, but bringing that into day 2, so important to have a strong Sentinel when you're often going to be maybe holding solo, although Viva was by his side in Market. They can play off of that information a lot better because XLG didn't play a Sentinel on Lotus, and you see how this is already so much better.
It's a double Senti as well. I mean, we've obviously seen some of these Deadlocks come through as a solo Sentinel, which is a little bit rough. You're kind of missing out on being able to have a Cypher on board with the extra cams, but it should be a good defensive half for XLG, given it's Cypher and Deadlock together. And Deadlock would be a 2-week on her own.
It's kind of a lot on Coconut to be the one that really
Oh, he's trapped in
blinds and
Baron.
limits this duelist. And the barrier was insane from Havoya, limiting the exit of Sentinels. So far, the Sentinels are doing exactly what their role is. And Sentinels, as soon as they get into position, they can explode into the site with that breach, but haven't been able to develop to that point. XLG's proactivity has been huge, and so has Havoya.
Well, just one more to come through here. Havoya can get another kill here to end things out with. He will, baiting his teammate Raga, of course, who was going to allow Havoya to get one to accelerate this annihilation early. And you just have so many counters for Neon. This could potentially be a rough game for Zek, and you have sensors you could walk into. You have trap wires, of course, always going to be the hard counter to Neon in various cases. And then the fact that that particular round, throwing the barrier mesh down, Zekin got caught in the middle, had no exit available, and so dead to rights entirely. Unfortunate first death twice in a row. Yet to see anyone on Sentinel's shop yet, except for Zelstis in those first 2 rounds. And
you hear that? Pow, pow, pow from XLG. Like, yeah, that's kind of what happened.
They're definitely getting, well, they're getting excited. They're getting off to a good start.
Oh, and the mesh, but Sentinels this time were ready for it. They react, they bite back, but it's Viva with a huge 3K that nullifies this round for Sentinels, and it's Neri that has to think of another plan.
Solid from Viva, also in the previous map as well. Gonna bring that momentum through, but already looking in dire straits for Sentinel's first gun round. Not looking too pretty here. Viva collecting a bit of an upgrade. Good news here is Raga doesn't have the one shot. In fact, he is just gonna die here. That might actually rescue the round for Celsius and the rest of Sentinels.
We're gonna see this coming. Sentinels 2 versus 2. Viva on his last leg, and to stop this, a good surprise from Happy Way, but it was traded. Viva has to make his way to A, and Sentinels will know exactly where his last location was, and the tripwire will reveal Viva.
Cam's gonna get info here as well in just a hot minute. And Viva has no clue. At least the regen shield allows him to get back onto a little bit more HP, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Zelstis now has full information. He knows exactly what this is going to come through. You'd imagine this round is entirely over, and it is. Viva doesn't even know which way to look.
Too many angles to check, nothing off that recon, and Zelstis just doing his due diligence on the post plan. That earns him a neural theft going forward. And Sentinels have already adapted so quickly to the XLG setup that has stopped Sentinels at A before. Yeah,
well, this time, you know, the quick walk up from Havoya instantly punished. Havoya wanted to get another trap with a barrier mesh early again, giving more numbers for Sentinels, but really it was the 3v2 that turned into a 2v2, allowing the rotation on to be, and then the plant that really gives Sentinels the ability to win that one, because they started that round in pretty rough order.
Right, a bit of a bait from Zekin after he got caught by Havoya, once with the mesh and the other with the barrier. Sentinels playing with their food, and it's a chess match now with the paranoia. Very critical to know that Coconut is on this side of the map. It's going to be the biggest threat to the duelist on the Sentinels side, as long as Sentinels swing together. To be a much cleaner round. But a neural theft nonetheless from Zelstis will reveal the rotations are on the way for XLG.
Coconut would have wanted more there. If he gets a single extra kill, a 2 versus 2 retake feels a lot better, considering Raga also doesn't have another gun to use. Op on the retake is going to be a little bit rough here. Happy Way also one away from neural theft. Would love to get some information on positioning here. Raga's up against 2, and he might get traded even if he does get a kill. And
Raga could do it. Oh wait, he slipped by, and John Cutie puts him to bed, and we're tied 2-2.
It's just too hard. I mean, slide, and then you have to scope in as well. He's really hoping the relay belt was going to get the concuss, that he can get that shot in, but just too hard to get that retake from the position of Raga. Needed a little bit more help from the single other teammate that was available there, but really, if Coconut was able to get a single more there, stay alive, delay a bit longer, get some more rotations over, could have been a different game there, as Havoya and Viva were able to get themselves the one each, and Havoya now a couple times in a row, not scared to play aggressively and dry peeking into that choke. However, a couple rounds now as well, 2 in a row that he has been taken out early because of it.
Game plan's been pretty solid from Sentinels, just heading into A first. Things go awry, you end up at B. And just now knowing that Coconut's on that left A link area, you know that duelist from Sentinels has just been very careful on how much he wants to commit and whether he wants to immediately do that, using the speed to the full advantage. And Rarga did what he could. He had that great initial shot with the op, but like you kind of pointed out earlier, it's not your favorite weapon to try and retake with.
It's like, how do you get the second shot? He needed a collat on the first one, unfortunately, and that's probably the only real way he gets in. Let's talk about the fact that the last time they met, 13-6 was Lotus, but also the same score on Sunset. Zekin went absolutely large. This was back when Sheila obviously still had midi. They were playing more of a breach look, kind of the same comp as we're seeing here, just with the Sova on Viva instead of the Fade that in the right plays. But largely would have been the same comp otherwise. This time playing the double Senti for XLG instead, which so far, of course, they should be getting a lot more done in these early defensive rounds, or just on the entire defensive side. But when you look back at previous results, it was 8 and 4 in the opening attacking half for Sentinels, and then 5 in a row in the defense for Sentinels to really clean through with a 27-10 finish for Zekin, a plus 17 on Sunset alone in that particular map.
Definitely a way for Sentinels to keep punishing XLG, especially knowing this deadlock is on that right side. Because you got to really step up to throw that barrier. That thing is heavy. And the mesh too is still not enough to deter Sentinels until XLG cook up a better combo. And I think paired up with the paranoia, if that just syncs up even better for XLG, kind of saw Sentinels not all swing together. There's moments where you can maybe catch Sentinels staggering. So it's still a pretty back and forth A approach.
It's also really tough for the Sentinels lineup to be able to get rid of some of this utility at range, given that you don't have the Sova here. You want to play the Fade, which is very good, very acceptable, but lacking the shock darts to be able to get the easy clears on trips and Sonics and all that kind of stuff. So it will cause a few more additional headaches that they have to consider. Harder as well to be able to follow up on things like you want John Cutie on this breach to flash you through, fault line you through into certain plays, but then you run into a piece of utility from one of the Sentinels and things just get a little bit rough in terms of timing, particularly if you're Zek and you really want to get those fast entries. We already saw him being punished earlier on. That will continue in this series unless Sentinels can sort of find a way to work their way across utility. If they can get these early kills on Havoya, that's one way to shut it down. But at some point, I expect Havoya, he'll need to rein in that aggression a little bit to make sure he can at least live a little bit longer in these rounds, to make sure he has more to play through.
Yeah, because if you let Sentinels get close to the site, John Cutie's going to explode in with all the breach util, so XLG have to either play forward and prevent that take, or out of the site and out of mind. Because it's not even just the fault lines and the flashes, it's Narrate as well, who's one away from the Nightfall. So fighting for that A orb is going to be quite important.
Ultimate's online, this time for XLG. Still a couple short on the side of Sentinels. One more kill required for Narrate. Or mid control to come on through. A lot of melee trading over towards A main. Not going to be the case this particular rounds. And the Prowler to just take a look that Havoya is not to be seen. In fact, a lot of Havoya's utility hasn't even been deployed yet. He's waiting.
Oh, Coconut, come on! You had the heads up. It's in your name. You're all up there like a Coconut. You just couldn't get that first blood, but it is just
Instead, he got cracked open.
Yeah, he got cracked for sure. An XLG on Sheriffs, that would have been the one surprise, something to get a rifle. I mean, I'm just hard coping at this point. Happy way, that is nice. Neural, that being invested too. XLG believe. I don't know if the rest of us do, because Narrate is pulling out shots like that.
God.
To put the ball back into Sentinel's court. And Havoya is blinded.
Right there.
Or somebody was blinded, and Havoya is still kicking.
I mean, this has been a lot of damage done. No matter which way you slice it, Happy Way is showing up. He's had a couple of clean rounds so far, but Havoya isn't going to be the walkthrough at all. Bang, shut him down. He had the first, he'll take the last as well here. Bringing through 2 rifles, but I mean, yeah. Economy damage, you'll say that was a decent round for XLG despite losing, but Sentinels now starting to build a pretty good lead.
And Havoya had a real chance at the 1 versus 2 because he picked up a rifle from mid, so still.
He would need to play the Annihilation too, I think, and then maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we're coming up with, you know, hindsight 2020, but now it's 3 in a row for Sentinels, and then you got Nightfall. Could always, you know, with how Sentinels have been pivoting back and forth, you could have that Omen be part of that with Bang, so now some mid patrolling.
Also, Narrate got a couple of kills over on the B side A side rather last time as well, which was causing a few problems. Let's look over towards Market one more time though. That was where Coconut fell early. He's posted up, ready to control this break trip into mid. Havoya, he dropped off.
Don't want that smoke. Oh, second did not kill. there.
Wait,
And the Annihilation
Zekin,
will
I think
still
dies.
be grabbed by that Annihilation, and Zelsis will have to avenge him. As now the spawn is open, and XLG get hit by a Nightfall. So there's so many problems that Happyway is facing, and he won't have to worry about them anymore. Coconut and Viva have to also re-clear through their own spawn. They have no idea where Zelsis is lurking about, so saving your weapons, including that op.
Well, that's the
is
thing,
key.
right? They brought the op in. Raga played a glass cannon op that will be recovered by Viva now. The Sentinels feel like they have enough to chase here. Money's actually not too bad, so they're going to go for this one. If they take away the op, that'll be a very expensive loss for XLG. I mean, just losing these guns in general will be a very expensive loss. Zekin being the only death here that was due to the annihilation from Havoya. Everything else going very wrong for XLG.
I don't know, you're going to be able to keep these rifles, XLG. Coconut has to be locked. Here's the swing. Remaining. Beautiful setup from John Cutie.
The
and now you're just watching your own win, and the op is dropped at least, and Sentinels are rich enough, so who cares?
Zelsis will drop the selfie cam there just for fun, and then Sentinels, that's fine. The rest of the members will come in and clean up. We have nearly a hero rifle into Havoya. That will be the Guardian. We'll see what the buys are a little bit later on, but yeah, this is the one kill that came through posthumously as well via Annihilation, but then of course the ending that we saw. But yeah, a large number of kills that happened in the middle of the round after Zekin trades himself with Havoya that kind of goes awry for them, and it's not going to end up being the full purchase through for Havoya, but he's still only got 500 credits left, so it's like he has essentially spent most of his bank here, hoping to get something done with the Guardian.
If XLG get info, they could Hunter's Fury, but this is too forward from Viva.
Wow.
Just the swing is so good from XLG. Viva, he lives and he kills. And Zelsis just catching Coconut on a bit of a hot skip and a jump, and a clean round out of XLG.
Viva came out of nowhere. That was incredible stuff. Didn't even really have what was that, a Bulldog as well? That is an extremely good one for XLG and a momentum stopper for Sentinels, and don't XLG need it. You wouldn't want from the XLG POV to see another 6 in a row from Sentinels in the opening half, and XLG shut it down early to keep this one nice and tight, one round between them. And that could have gone so poorly, but this early aggression on A, a couple times it hasn't worked out, but when it has worked out, it's led to big round wins that will now swing things back momentum-wise potentially for XLG.
It looks like this Hunter's Fury could just be used for the retake after all, especially when you have John Cutie or reading he has a Rolling Thunder. Sentinels could get any sight they want. And off the camera info that Zelsis provided, feel confident trying to push into Coconut, into Market. The last time they've read that he was there, but it's a different setup from XLG. You got the teleport from Bang to come assist, and the spike is down. The Hunter's Fury cuts Sentinels at the heel. And it's now Bang that has to lurk around after the ult, and he gets a surprise, but not enough manpower from Sentinels to muscle that round.
Good looking flick coming through from Bang, but it's not going to be able to save himself from the secondary player from XLG. 2 in a row, complete market control. Sentinels want to get a lot more work done, but just quite couldn't get that through. And now as we look towards Sentinels' timeout, we're still seeing potential buy-ups here, just barely enough money on a couple of players. Some more smiles on the faces of XLG as they start to feel better about their chances. No matter which way you kind of slice it here, this is a better look for XLG versus Sentinels than the last time they played, which wasn't particularly good for XLG at all. So, is it the case that, yeah, it's a little annoying that they're consistently having to come in with new members? It's been 3 players in this one initiator spot, moving from YOU to Midi to No Man to Havoya, the coach. Consistent inconsistency, you could say, in terms of that position. However, it's led to this event being a reasonable good look for XLG, but can it be good enough to take us to a map 3? Can it be good enough for XLG to knock out Sentinels, a tournament favorite?
I think that round could have just been simplified from Sentinels, just having the Rolling Thunder, have your Neon glide in and call it a day, but that rotate over was really tough, and what a beautiful Hunter's Fury. Viva having such a good impact at 11 and 4, back-to-back round wins for XLG off of his effort. Again, Rolling Thunder, Overdrive, Neural Theft. Surely this is the round for Sentinels.
Some low armors though, 125 across the board. John QT, Bulldog in hand. No early aggression this time from XLG. Could be another market play for Sentinels. Walking this time into 2.
Oh, Coconut still is being dismantled on that top high ground, so Sentinels are definitely finding the weaker entry point to get into B with, and it's a 2-3 split from Sentinels to attack and dislodge this anchor of Happyway, who's going to remain within the site, and he gets his one and dances around cover. A second! And now revealed from the neural theft. No, Celsius, he takes advantage and evens up the odds as best as he can. Sentinels back in the driver's seat after the effort from that Sentinel from XLG. It's up to Rarga, but I think maybe just keeping the op would be
He
better.
actually can play this, so this is the thing. How confident are you if you're Rarga? You can swap over to the overdrive at any point in time. The real difficulty is eventually you're going to have to play into some of this John QT utility. Haunts back on a line. Fault line is there again. Most importantly, though, it is looking over towards that ultimate, swapping over towards the weapon. This is so doable for Rarga.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder's invested, and Rarga not able to clutch this one up, especially how important that weapon was. Of course, they're able to buy up again, but that was a big risk for Rarga to take, and it's so tough to push into that when you have the 2 corners to get through. The wall was a great isolation, but a better Rolling Thunder out of Sentinels.
I'll trade an operator for an old Rolling Thunder. That is far easier for you to get an op back than it is for the Rolling Thunder to come through. Taking that item off board. A utility gone now from Sentinels. It's a good trade for Rarga. Would have been even better if he got the kill, but overdrive he saved as well. So yeah, he had the opportunity to trade his operator for a rifle. And now Rarga wants to get something done over towards B main.
I'm looking at the overdrive from Zekin. Of course, the drone from Viva reveals that Sentinels do just like to kick off their rounds over at A main. But XLG are not going to immediately unleash that paranoia and be as aggressive and active as they have before. They're letting the ball be in Sentinels' court.
Sentinels are really curious to see if there's going to be early movements out of XLG, and we did at least see a couple members push down B. That's where the barrier mesh is going to be deployed late. So just going to let the first 40 seconds pass on through. Barrier mesh will fade away. Full mid control for Sentinels so far. They've had success over in towards market. Just a sonic sensor there. Prowler's going to get past and check everything out, but no members here to defend.
Sonic sensor at B is going to make things sketchy for Zekin if he crosses that path, especially when you have to try and get to that high ground, and there's a sonic sensor stun, the swing out of Favoria, but the support is better out of the Sentinels to back up their duelist. And it's Coconut from the top rope now being obscured. They'll have to take a market approach if XLG hope to retake this, and they'll leave Coconut to wait for that cage to expire.
You have members playing offsite here as well, which is going to be very difficult for XLG to be able to navigate multiple angles here. At least if you come through Boba for 1 member on Coconut, could be interesting. But no paranoia. It's already been spent now. But can they react in time to get these kills?
You don't even have time to use the neural theft. You just have to go and frag now just to confirm the big win for Happyway, who claims with joy, and XLG will tie.
It's just like Pilski said earlier on, it's been Happyway's day in his tournament so far. When XLG look like they are in a struggling position, Happyway delivers. Losing yesterday to DRX as ISO at least was able to get something done. Now today on the Sentinel, Happyway leading the way. Giving all the smiles across the face for XLG to bring this one again to a tied up 5-5, forcing bad economy now on the Sentinel side. That could have gone so poorly, but Happyway just able to get these shots in there. Neural Theft came in, but he didn't even get the info. He just swings before the Neural Theft comes through, and he wins these duels.
It's been a big conversation about the impact of these Sentinels. Happyway and Zels is providing so much, whether on the defense or the post plane. It's not even been about a big duelist matchup between Zekin and Rarga. I believe they're even bottom fragging, but all that matters is how you pull together these rounds as a team. And it's another Sentinels cut into market, the sonic sensors to try and strengthen that side of the map for XLG. The barrier is only going to delay Sentinels for so long. The paranoia thrown into the mix, and Sentinels have to wait. Now they swing out. Narrate with the stinger, and now the Nightfall at 5 HP. Just trying to keep XLG in his place, and it sets up the overdrive for Zekin, but Rarga knows his place. And Sentinels 2 versus 2, and one of them with a pistol, open to change that up, and Zekin at the top site wants to get ahead of the game, but it's XLG converging through the market side, and it's Raga that leads that, loud and proud, around the corner. This is the fight to win the round, and it's Viva once again, the strikes to the heart of John Cutie, 1v1, and the better Neon is Raga.
Raga with just 30 HP left to play through, but information gained from Viva, who falls. Lots of utility still in there. Recon forces action through from Sentinels, and Raga responds. You see him sliding in all the way through mid into market, catching a timing. And it's the relief squad from XLG to come in to save the day, to give them the lead now on Sunset. Final round for Sen to be able to try and close this one out with a minimum 6-6, which is what we got in our opening map. Still though, decent damage done, considering this was just a big sting around coming through from Sentinels. If the objective was to, obviously if you can't quite get the round, to at least deal significant damage, you've done that. But have you taken enough money away? Because there still is enough money for this final round for XLG.
Big round out of Raga. Needed to see him activate and come alive for potentially one of the final times for XLG at EWC, and Coconut could have maybe been hurt at that corner, and Zekin is still caught off guard, just weave, dive, and dodging around his own wall, and Happyway has been the ultimate anchor for XLG to keep B as big of a challenge as possible against the Sentinels.
Here's the info off the Neural Theft. Knowing that A is a little bit compromised is going to be narrate now. They drop off Zelsis to try and sell this fake a little bit further. Havoya not interested in moving out, waiting for the barrier mesh, being patient here. Narrate doesn't want to reveal his positioning. Now finally it's going to be the full rotation. This will be an A finish. Does Raga smell this one? He's starting to lean over, and eventually XLG need to be ready. Surely that's footsteps heard. Has to be, surely.
Yeah, he can prowler through that corner box, so Havoya has a lot. Maybe could even throw this Annihilation preemptively, and he claims the breach, and there tries to unleash him. And Havoya, he just giggles at his own team. What a clutch from Havoya to hold it down.
Got a golf clap coming out from me on that one. Just shoots through the Cocoon player to find the one behind. Dirty stuff coming through from Havoya for XLG now to lead 7 and 5. And well, XLG won the first pistol as well. If they get the second pistol, you're looking at 9 and 5, and Sentinels a bit struggling on here. We might end up going to Haven, a map that we haven't seen out of Sentinels for a reasonable while, given that they have banned that one a number of times. And XLG, my goodness, Happyway once again delivers so huge over on the opposite side of the map, over on B. I'll tell you what, G2 Leaf might not be here, but the Chinese Leaf certainly is.
You see the pressure, Sentinels really feeling it. They also just seem like a more quiet, locked-in team, at least my impression of them, seeing them for the first time in person. And XLG, they're yappers, man. They're loud, and just every time someone steps up, they're just encouraging each other, and this is a team that could really scale up. But it was Sentinels that closed it out on Lotus after that big back and forth. So XLG have to keep up this level of performance, and it's all going to come down to this pistol.
A team that is mixed language here. Majority Chinese speakers, Russian coach, meaning that they do have to comm in English. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get some information across, particularly in very rough situations when a lot is happening at the same time, which is why sometimes you do see sloppy runs that we did get on Lotus, double pit situation and various others. But beyond all of that, getting past all those issues, 7 and 5 on the second map, and not a terrible opening map on Lotus either, despite that one eventually getting away from them. You can see Havoya is the one that, as I even just take a look at the team, but if you could even hear them, the main one yelling out the comms, leading the team. At this stage, I mean, he might even just be the IGL for the team. He's basically able to just relay all the coaching information he would have been able to give to the team during tack pauses and between games, all of that, but doing it live in the game itself.
Sentinels are also just such a good team at being able to come back. Not that there's like they're at a major deficit, it is just 7-5, but Sentinels have such a good read on the game. They know how to download and adapt and do so quite quickly before the game gets away with them. That's how Lotus went Sentinel's way in the end, and they can expose those cracks in XLG and get in their heads. But now XLG know it's going to be a mental game, and they're trying to get themselves hyped up as best as possible, especially when there's a tech timeout.
These moments are good for XLG, I'm not going to lie to you, because this is giving a lot of time for Havoya to, again, send the marching orders down. Of course, I'm not able to exactly hear what the comms are and exactly what the tactics are, but very easily you can see that he's able to just give so much info over, using a bit of time to explain things, again, in English comms to a Chinese team that would otherwise maybe take a bit more time to settle in. This is giving the opportunity for XLG to really come through and find their openings, find their advantages, and work together as a team, because that some of those team moments on Lotus was what let them down. But we can see they have the fragging power, we can see they have the talent, we can see that even if you have your coach in, if you can actually perform, that you don't have that normal downside of having a stand-in that's just going to get farmed and that's just going to get run over in a lot of these fights. Voya's putting up numbers, and then on top of that, he's adding the comm structure, he's adding the leadership into the team that maybe the team didn't get enough of in previous showings with previous members in previous tournaments. It's starting to reveal itself into the 7-5 lead, which could definitely progress even further.
Yeah, Sentinels have done a lot of maturing over the past couple of Masters and all the time they spent as a team since these new additions from last year. It's about, there's so much more to VALORANT than obviously just shooting and being in the game. It's the aspect outside of it of not dwelling on the mistakes, no matter how stupid they are, no matter how silly they are. And this is a Sentinels team that beat down XLG pretty recently. And you go into this expecting the same result if you're on that team, and you're expecting much more of a challenge in an XLG that are starting to get real hyped up and looking real good, and it's not even coming from the duelist. A lot of people, when they look at XLG, it's the Rarga show, it's Happy Way, a big hero, but everyone now is firing on all cylinders from XLG, including the coach.
So again, previous meeting, 8-4 opening half. Toronto, Sentinels attacking side with 8. Only 4 on the defense for XLG. And this time around, 7-5 going the opposite direction, changing their comp up from double Enid to double Sentinel. Havoya leading way on the deadlock. He also did play Cypher yesterday versus DRX and looked okay on that one. Played Raze in our previous map and honestly performed pretty damn good. Now at the moment, with 7-5, a good enough lead with a double Sentinel rather, defense for them to have the buffer required to close out this map now as they have to play double Senti on offense. Surely if they can get into some of these post plants, you can imagine the setup would be pretty nasty.
Ideally, XLG would, I mean, they obviously want to go to the third map, although Haven would not be their favorite. They obviously floated it because they feel capable, but they went to Haven just recently against DRX, which is a 13-6 loss. XLG, it wasn't a good showing, and it was the Yoru ISO, which everyone's pulling out all types of different comps and things they've especially cooked up for this international. And now you're starting to think about the factor of this tech pause and how it's really iced out the momentum of XLG.
Here's a fun fact for you as well. In that previous Sunset game, it was Happy Way that top frag 18-17 despite losing 6-13 in the scoreline. Fun stat line here is also 5-1 in terms of first kills to first deaths in that last showing. So Happy Way on that Cypher performed immaculately despite losing on Sunset, and now he's winning Sunset, performing just as well, continuing that trend on that Sentinel defensive side. And yeah, he's kind of getting everything. He's getting late kills, winning difficult situations, also getting some first kills in there as well, although decent amount of first kills have also come through from other members like Havoya that we saw in a couple of those earlier rounds. Deadlock peeking through early, finding opportunities.
I wonder if you guys can hear the Dota hype coming from the opposite stage. It's been funny to think about just all the different esports and who's been the loudest. And VALORANT yesterday, Avril, I was getting jump scared by how much the players were screaming after every round. And it's been cool to just see all the esports kind of be together side by side over at this B stage. I don't know, all the games.
The Dota players said Can the Valorant players pipe down a little bit? It's so loud that it's coming through the Dota comms apparently. So
that's really funny.
the neighbors
now the neighbors are
they just want to farm their gold, you know, and they're hearing too much pop off from aces and clutches, and they're getting jump scared. Like, hey, I'm just here jungling at the moment. I don't know what's going on the other side of the stage.
Well, I know one person that's farming, and that's Viva. I've been really proud of him today. Just stepping up as that Sova. Beautiful Hunter's Fury from the opposite sides of the map to just multi-kills, holding down on the A side. Just these underdog players that have stepped up in the biggest moment. Hey, I love to see smiles on the Sentinel side. They were very much RBF, but I just call it locked in. But hey, at least the vibes are good despite whatever we're waiting for.
There's a PC issue somewhere that needs to be sorted out. Don't think it's Zekin this time, but it is what it is. Last time it was Zekin. We'll just see where that ends up, but still fun vibes over the XLG side, no matter which way you slice it. They're happy to just vibe for now. Having their back and forth chatter.
Hearing 2 minutes until we're back into game, at least. Unless I just caster curse that one.
I think it's Narrate's PC down the end there.
Can I caster curse production? Is that a thing?
If that was possible, if that was possible, I'd be curious what extent you could start doing that. That would be a superpower.
I'll work my voodoo magic for sure. Because me and Schiff were cursing yesterday. Not like that way, but we were cursing our broadcast because I don't know if we keep summoning the tech issues.
You'd have a that basically like a superpower. You have like a Timu Death Note kind of style going. I was like, no, I can't write somebody's name and cause their demise, but you know, I can just make things annoying with curses. So
if I could spell anybody's names, that would be great. Timu Death Note. What is it? Like your pen doesn't work? Did the pages?
No,
the
it's
ink
just
bleed?
you just curse things instead of actually having the power over life and death. That's what that is about.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of life and death, we are in the lower bracket, of course. And I think we are getting back into
we're getting back in. Okay.
Map. Okay. Again, 7-5. Pistol, important here. Could be a decent lead being gained by XLG if they clean up the pistol again. Of course, double Senti on the attacking side could be problematic. And if they can start bringing together some rounds, especially in these post-plants successfully, XLG would be in a great spot.
See XLG just trying to keep the energy up. You just can't look at the series score. Don't even look at the map score. Just focus on the half. Of course, Cypher trips are going to be the obstacle course that Varga has to get through, but that's the joy of having Viva and just, you know, eyeballs in your head, too.
All right, we waited a long time. We're going to start things out. Big stack over towards the B side. Solo trip to be able to hold off for some time, and the shock will just place that one, leading to a fast lane hit onto B. Nobody's home. This will be a full retake.
I like that Rarga's inserted deep too to kind of watch for any potential retake, and that'll be all led by Narrate with a Prowler. In which corner he decides to check with, and someone has to swing right in there, and I think a breach for a retake is going to be a lot more solid.
And again, very little ways to be able to stop this utility from range with no shock darts available. So you're just going to have to try to run into some of these. At least there'll be some information on Viva.
Oh boy, you're doing what you can. You get blinded, you get breach utiled, and Sentinels have found their way in. There's a Sonic Sensor, a good concuss that Rarga is able to benefit from. And it's a 2 versus 1, all up to Narrate.
One enemy
and he gets the finishing blow on Coconut, not expecting Narrate to get that close, and XLG have that pistol too.
Honestly, Sentinels did a pretty good job there coming through, despite having to run into all of this util from the double Sentinels. But the flashes, the stuns are good, instantly working off of those, the breach util coming through. So, despite losing that round, came within very close margins, but it is the pistol going the way of XLG in the hands of Havoya, the last surviving member, led by their coach here, looking across the stage. As it's going to be, do you want a keyboard? Is this a keyboard issue? I can help you out. I got a spare one ready to go. As got a bit more time now, plenty of time, maybe too much time to talk about the fact that this is potentially going to be another anti-eco win. Obviously, we're going to look towards a 9-5, and then suddenly you're looking at a situation where Sentinels are going to start sweating a little bit. It should be looking pretty good on this attack, or rather on the defense side, considering attacking double senties could be a little rough. But again, if you can actually get on these sites, it's just really, really rough.
It's rough, but we hope you guys have time to go get a snack, and we're going to make sure the Sentinels are all okay. And we'll check in with Sen City 2 after this break.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, out of sight, yeah. never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy, crazy. Trying to lose myself on the night shift. Outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift. Outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift. Outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift. Outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself.
Sen City, you guys still with us? Because we're still here in our half. The pistol went XLG's way, so trying to hope you're nice and awake, because Rarga sure is.
As a reminder, 8 and 5, first pistol of the half, going the way of XLG. They also won the previous 2 pistols on Lotus as well. I hope the plays are still warm because that was quite a lengthy one, but welcome back, of course. Sentinels still trailing by 3. This is an elimination game. Sentinels didn't win the previous map, and they'll need to look for a bit of a bounce back on this half to get that 2-0.
Now it's about just locking in after that extended pause. Another factor to consider. Oh, the arm! That Faye just barely hanging on after Happyway got lucky, and even while stunned, he gets at least 1 for the road. And Happyway has been such an impactful play for XLG.
It was just a fake. Of course, Happyway is a lurk over towards A. Just going to pull over plenty of members from Sen. However, that being the case, Marshall is going to be the upgrade over for Narrate. A post plant now set up with at least one of your Sentinels utility. It's going to be pretty tough to enter. You've lost second as well, your entry player.
Got flashes from John Cutie, Narrate with nothing. Hoping to dream at 2 HP. I love this post plant, and this is going to be the beauty of XLG's double Sentinel. There only 1 remains, but Happyway did some initial work taking care of the big entry point of Sentinels being Zekin.
This is the exit play coming through now. Zelsis looking for a few here. Stun to set him up. And it will at least allow them to take the Havoya, but largely it's still XLG cleaning up strong here, retaining that rifle onto Raga as well. The Sentinels will have to just be happy to remove 2 players from XLG in that, but that's the 2 rounds that we had alluded to quite some time ago to put XLG 9-5 on this map, potentially taking us to a haven.
This first rifle round from Sentinels is going to be everything, though, to have a chance to stay composed after the extended pause and to try and catch up a little bit to XLG having a strong second half and obviously a strong first half when it went 7-5 XLG's way. They got really, really hyped. So if anything, the pause kind of helps Sentinels keep XLG calmed down.
Okay, that's a pretty rough beginning. Bang onto Viva, Zekin onto Raga. Both sides of the map finding success for Sentinels. There's also the lurk side being dealt with as well on A. Really, for XLG now, mid is where their advantage is, but 2 traps will be in the way for Havoya.
And you kind of lose 2 important people to try and get through these choke points of the Sova, of Rarga, and the only chance is Coconut's Paranoia, and that just hasn't developed. This round was cooked from the start from these early peaks from Sentinels, so that first rifle round, huge for them. And to potentially be able to bring all 5 of them would be even better.
Should be. Narrate on the angle, sees the shoulder. Team Ace coming through, everyone participated, and then of course we saw across the entire map, nothing from XLG really able to convert in that round at all. So Sentinels, good to be able to take their actual rifle round and bring it to a victory. XLG now. Let's see what they can buy up here. Coconut, by the way, is going to be 1 away from the Shadow's ultimate, 1 away from the rate as well as we head into the 4th round of the half.
When I heard Sentinels try to get hype and bring that energy back, you look towards the IGL, the leadership of John Cutie, even Zelsis as a veteran on this team to kick back Sentinels into gear.
Where are we?
Now Neri playing further back with the Haunt. That is going to get some information with a Paranoia that could have came out at a bang, or even just the breach. A lot of utility from the Sentinels side, but not utilizing it. XLG, they battle so well when nothing affects them, but it's only Happyway left, and he's on the opposite side of the world just lurking. XLG end up taking a big ol' L at the end.
This has gone so poorly for XLG, but a 1 versus 2 Happyway has so far been the massive fragging power for the team. You can see the respect coming through. Sentinels want to make sure they can mark him, take him down, take no risks against Happyway, who's been sharp. The good news for Happyway is that there is time, and he can isolate a 1 versus 1 against Zelsis here on B.
Just a good nightfall from Neri. If Zelsis was in position, a little bit closer from mid, so a slight desync from the Sentinels. As XLG did, of course, hear Zelsis cross from mid. You know that nightfall came from A, so some information for Happyway to work with.
30
but now
seconds
the
left.
unknown in front of him. And it's Happyway around the corner, but just thought he checked in. Zelsis just blends in a little too much, and Sentinels have not given up.
Very stable there. Losing that trade, losing that deal would have eventuated into a plant, which then could get tricky for Narrate. In a 1 versus 1, of course, we've seen Happyway in such good position, but Zelsis will shut down straight away. Speaking of Narrate, large this round. All 3 shutting down that entire A pressure. And then Zelsis with the finish to keep Sentinels competitive in this half so far, reducing the gap to 2.
You have to go on mostly a save for XLG, so this is as close as this series getting. This is why this was my match of the day, y'all. It's so difficult to beat a team twice, and now to do it on the same maps. Sentinels are starting to form that comeback, though. But how clean can they do it against the Sheriffs? XLG were deadly on Lotus at times with these. Not as thrifty per se, but being able to do a lot of damage with it.
Show some good presence over in towards mid. Refreshing one-ways. Bang has control on A. And now it's up to Zelsis for first contact. Decent one-way cage, rather. Should be able to allow Zelsis to get some good advantage here.
Like that one way, Zelsis is gonna get pinged and gets punished. At least takes one down with them. And Zekin just pokes and prods at the choke as XLG flood in. And it's Sentinels out to play this from front to back. And doing it without John Cutie, without your IGL. It's gonna be pain, and that neural theft is gonna give Happyway all the answers. But Zekin slips by their defenses. It doesn't matter, because Neri is all that's left for Sentinels in a 1 versus 3. And Navoya is walking by. Viva, of course, cleans it up, and I guess I said XLG haven't thrifty before, and this is their first one.
It's another big round from Happyway. He just converts, gets the first upgrade, dies to the shorty of Zekin, but Zekin's then instantly traded. XLG on an unexpected round. I do think, however, Zelsis stayed over a little too long. Overstayed his welcome for sure. He wanted to get more value spamming through in the one-way, but just didn't expect that he was going to get tapped in the face. This was really huge from Zekin, though, to take Happyway down, but unfortunately not enough to convert further as Happyway getting in that position, dropping the neural theft in there as well, and then getting kills on top of that. Man, what a sick round for XLG to be able to come back and get that lead back one more time.
And Lotus was so win streaky, and XLG are not going to let that form for Sentinels. Annihilation doesn't. The Warrior goes fishing, gets no one. A big double kill from Bang, but an answer from XLG. They recover the spike, and they already have Coconut within the site. No Paranoia. all the util from Viva and even a Hunter's Fury, but to even have the space to operate around that, it's going to be tough. Zekin could activate.
Speaking of operate, right? What's he going to do about this situation? Should be able to get a free kill here. Doesn't need to use the overdrive just yet. A single player left to play through, and Viva, if we get more teammates in this post-hunt, could use this Hunter's Fury, but Viva will be good for one, but can he get more? Absolutely not. Zelsus with the backstab, and the round goes back the way of Sentinels.
Spang did a lot to cut down the forces of XLG and cost them a lot. Although at least XLG didn't waste too much time, but then Zekin just gets to walk up with the op and get a free pick there too. If XLG could have shut that down earlier, maybe the round could have swung a different way, but Sentinels remain in the XLG shadow.
And a missed Annihilation as well. Doesn't help that situation. If that catches onto Bang, you don't have those 2 deaths. And suddenly the round is a little bit different. As you can see here, Bang just really came up large. I mean, yeah, the trades were there from XLG, but when the numbers start to get dry and the rest of the defenders start to flood on in, Zelsus will find his kill. Operator retained, drop back into Zekin's hands. As we move into number 19, and Zekin is hungry for an opening.
And he's got pinged, and the Sentinels have gotten first and second blood in one of these previous rounds from just these early peaks, and XLG are going to try to mark that a bit better. It's good conditioning from Sentinels. They are going to get stunned and fall back into market. Some space for XLG to work with, but the retake is already there. John Beauty front and center, a big pick as Sentinels spread themselves thin on both sides of the pillar, and it's Bang left to pick up the pieces. 1 versus 3, Spike going down. And Bang has Paranoia, and there's so many corners to check. At least Coconut won't be in this equation. Bang has the 1v2 ahead of him, and that's a good trade from Viva with 3 that round.
And a trust from XLG as well. Happyway was the only one that didn't actually have a gun. He's been the top performer in this map. Drops his rifle over to another member. They'll be able to push on through, get that one done. A number of players on that Sentinels defense where they're actually on site. You get Zelsus over towards Marcazar, who couldn't quite get the cleanup he needed, even on that off angle. And I feel like ever since we got that Thrifty coming through from XLG, momentum is looking decent for this team, and it's still Sentinels trying to claw their way back to an even score count in this map to give them the opportunity to close out the series 2-0 and move on.
Yeah, Sentinels tried the same early round approach of just kind of saying hello and not getting greeted the way they like this time, but this time not kind of waiting for a whole retake to form and kind of letting them plant. Sentinels are trying to be on prevention duty, and I think trying to find their way through that chaos is what Sentinels have to talk about. Also just composing themselves, because this has been very close, very back and forth rounds. No one really win streaking in this half too much. And it's 11-8. XLG so close to forcing Haven.
Zekin, of course, he saw the operator this round, so tried his best coming in with the overdrive, but only so much you can do there. As we come back from that attack pause, 11-8, as mentioned. Not great weaponry on board for Sentinels either, but they've essentially bought themselves out, and they want to prevent this XLG 12. Very important for Sentinels to win this round now.
Sentinels can try kind of unite again with the initiator of Narrate. You got Prowlers, you got a Paranoia, and it's him with a double kill. Could have saved this round. Narrate has been huge in these rounds at times, and still dwindles XLG down to only 2 rifles.
Solid from Narrate, and now there's guns on the floor as well. So what do you do in this situation for XLG? You're down to minimal numbers. You're starting to pass over the potential of gun upgrades if Sentinels are allowed map control here. And so for XLG, retain position, push back over into A. Sensing that Bang is going to be nearby, but you called it. Narrate's been huge so far on this defensive side. Does Viva have what it takes to take down Bang here?
Yeah, Bang makes first contact. John Cutie could swing. He has full util, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. John Cutie up next. Viva's just quicker to the trigger. Look at that teamwork with him and Happyway. Viva, it's not always about the numbers, but the importance of these kills. And now the plant goes down. Speed activated. Zekin in position to drone out. Nace has spotted this neon.
Tag.
As Zekin plays with his food. The spike in front of XLG to defend, and Happyway puts 1 down. And it's 1 to go. Getting XLG up to match point.
One crouched, one standing, and Viva will be the one standing alone now as the round ends there. Just no utility left to play through Zekin, no fast lane, no relay bolts available. And really it was the play in elbow. John Cutie not finding that kill with the Stinger, and then the conversion onto Bang, who was watching over towards main. Careful about the fact that he can get flanked himself, but it was the double move. Both players from XLG coming through in elbow, getting the cleanup, and then converting into narrow theft to find the positioning of the last two players, and it's just another gorgeous, happy way round that allows XLG now to push this into map point.
Gotta be able to cycle these ults well for Sentinels, but invest what you need because you're on your last life for this map. Or Haven comes up, and it wasn't a good map for XLG on their last visit, I believe, against DRX, but this kind of momentum they've built up and how they've been able to be resilient even after the tech pause says a lot to XLG's work. From winning Ascension to getting to this point, stage champions, to going up against one of North America's best. That's a XLG with a 2-3 split at the moment. Could activate Rarga with the overdrive.
Good news for Sentinels, plenty of ultimates. That's what they have to work through. Find some decent value there, find some gun upgrades, and suddenly you're in business, and there is the first. Narrow theft as well to confirm the position. You're going to be understanding the Coconut's right there. Can Zelsus get this cleanup? That will be huge.
Making sure that breaches on the opposite side of the map could be huge for XLG. They are just going to outnumber Narrate and even get the hunt down. Viva once again stealing away these rounds as XLG could get one of the final plants going. John Cutie with the Rolling Thunder is coming up for Sentinels.
Yeah, can these two players on XLG do it again in these clutch scenarios? It would be insane for them to just consistently win. However, for Sentinels, they have the ultimates to play through. They have utility for Zekin as well, and he's got a gun.
He slips and slides, and there's only one place XLG can win. But this Lord, no way! Oh, it's joyous for XLG. They get themselves another chance, and it ends on Haven.
I said this at the start, it's a happy day for Happy Way. Unreal 3K there. 2 versus 3. Can you call that one a clutch? I guess in some ways, absolutely. You had to play into a Rolling Thunder. You had to play into full util from Zekin as well, who, credit to Sentinels, played that round as well as they could. They got some gun upgrades. They took down 2 XLG members early, put the gun into the hands of their duels of Zekin to be able to carry in the late stages of the round. And still, XLG, I mean, what an unreal turnaround after losing Lotus to then get this cleanup more confidently and more comfortably as well.
Yeah, more than that, I would say like a turnaround in terms of the expectations going into this map. 3 out of 4 picked up by Sentinels the last few times they played Sunset, and they played Paper X extremely close the last time they played them over in Toronto. So I'm looking at a 2-loss streak at least for XLG, playing with their full roster, not only against Sentinels in Toronto, but also they even lost to all of the gamers. All of the gamers in China, pretty one-sidedly over in VCTCN recently. So the fact that they've been able to pull this together is very impressive. This is the second time they've swapped comps as well. They swapped their Lotus comp and had a better result. Again, they've mixed in the Deadlock here and it's gone a lot better. So they've really been prepping for this tournament, it seems here.
Absolutely, and as I kind of was expecting the big Zekin versus Rarga duel, but I don't think this was about the duelist. It was a lot of the carry, a lot of the work from the Sentinels, not the team, but the role, and also the initiators, and the impact that the double Sentinels have had for XLG to make Zekin's life such a living hell.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a bit of a rougher start on the Neon there for Zekin after he was pretty dominant on the Raze over on Lotus, but you got to give credit where credit's due to XLG. I totally agree. I think Happy Way and Viva definitely taking the cake there, Kev.
Player of the match, unbelievable performance. I mean, just ending that one with a perfect 3K as well.
Dude.
Taking the game into his own hands.
How many times did he take a Sheriff into that B site and just snap 2 people's heads off? It was ridiculous.
And still selfless enough. I mean, look at this 2v2 as well, but still selfless enough in one of these rounds. I think it was the one of the last 3 rounds that we saw. He didn't bring in a rifle. Yeah. He gave his rifle to another player. He's the top fragger on the team.
Right, he doesn't need it. He just needs a Sheriff.
This guy should be the guy taking all the best equipment. You gotta get this guy going. But he's selfless enough to give his gun to a teammate and say, maybe I'll just use a Sheriff and still be good enough on that. and they end up winning that round anyway. He ends up upgrading, and I think making the impact to win that particular round. And obvious MVP. It's just no contest.
I mean, yeah, 300 ACS for Vivo, though, as well. Those two really dragging XLG, kicking and screaming through this series, avoiding elimination here at EWC. I think fantastic performance for them. Narrate, very noteworthy there as well, though. A pretty great performance in his own right there on the fade for Sentinels. But look, something kind of didn't click there for Sentinels, unfortunately, there on Sunset, despite the fact that this has been a pretty good map for them, even playing some of the better teams in the world. So I don't know if that's external factors. We did have a couple of little lulls there during that map that can kind of throw some people off from time to time, or whether it's just XLG being more hyped for this and making some better adjustments going into this game of Sunset.
Yeah, I think this was just a cleaner Valorant game out of XLG. I don't even think Sentinels played badly. It's just the level of syncing, the tempo that XLG played at, and for Happyway to be as consistent as he was, he's not only the MVP for me like this series, but really this whole tournament and even before. And I think Viva also had some very critical kills. And the fact that XLG, it's not the Rarga show anymore. This is a well-rounded roster.
Yeah, I think honestly, even going back to watching Chinese Ascension when they won China Ascension, Happyway, you know, I remember watching him in that tournament. He was able to pull off these lurks multiple times. He was able to have a lot of impact. I think he really turned a lot of heads back then, and since then he's continued to deliver impact, and it's great to see him bring that level of form onto the international stage as well.
It's like I said during the cast as well, G2 Leaf might not be here, but Chinese Leaf is. And if he continues performing like this, hey, look, he won VCT Pacific China, so I mean, he's on a top team. Arguably, even though it was a bit of a shaky run through Toronto and also here, but right now that shaky run is going straight and narrow because they just want a map.
Look, we're breaking a lot of narratives here at EWC 2025. It was 2-0 last time for Sentinels against XLG, but this time we head through to a third map, and it's going to be a different third map in the Veto process from what you got over in Toronto. We'll have Haven right up after this break. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We are here in the Group B elimination match that was supposed to be a bit more cut and dry, but things are definitely heating up at this point. We've headed through to a third map between XLG as well as Team Sentinels, and I don't know which one this way is going to go. I mean, which way this one is going to go. I'm a bit cooked. Haven is going to be an interesting one, Jen.
Yeah, and he says wasn't so cut and dry, but someone's about to get cut after this map, whether we like it or not.
Yikes.
And after just Sentinels battling their way through in that best of one, going to overtime, to like going to the exact same maps that you beat XLG on, this was a series to win for Sentinels. But you go to Haven, and it's the double duelist Yoru ISO from XLG that they got beat down on by DRX in that best of one. Not a fun map to revisit.
To be fair, DRX though are probably very sick of playing against that. T1 popularized this comp with their Bangkok run, and a lot of teams did kind of copy that comp, and that was popularized in Pacific, so they're going to be quite comfortable playing against that, I would say. But we have seen in the past Gilai play some different comps, so I want to see if they are going to go towards that, because I remember Happyway on Haven playing Cypher like he just did on Sunset, and I have good memories, Kev.
Yeah, I think there's the opportunity for change to happen. It feels like this is a different looking Gilai than what we saw yesterday versus DRX. That Gilai Gaming didn't have a lot of faith in what they could achieve, and we kind of exited from that game thinking, well, this match might be an early exit for Gilai Gaming in the lower bracket. It still may be if Sentinels can really rock up now and come through large on Haven. But looking at the end of Sunset, suddenly you're having a lot more faith in XLG. 13-8, particularly in that second half. Really massive stuff as well. It's not like Sentinels were that quiet. 12 first kills, pretty nice coming on through. They won a decent amount of rounds. But that second half, man, XLG started to really lock in. Even in that first half as well, they were able to string through in those last 4 rounds between 10 and 12. It started to get really good for XLG.
I feel like XLG just looked cleaner almost after the tech pause. Like, it was kind of a moment to calm down, lock in, and Happyway is especially shooting like way better. Just laser focused. That 3K on the last round was insane. I'm wondering about Happyway though, and what he's going to be playing on Haven, because he was the ISO player and Havoya went to the Cypher.
Yes.
And we just saw how good Happyway was on the Cypher, so I kind of want to see him back on that.
Yeah, look, Havoya does have experience though playing the Senti previously when he he was a bit more of an active player. So it's definitely not something that's not within his wheelhouse. At the same time, though, I could see them flex towards something else. We'll see if they do opt for that kind of T1S style of the ISO Yoru double duelist, or whether they're going to switch back to something else. At the end of the day, though, I think the fact remains the same, although they did just get it done, to be honest, without Raga having a big game. They had Viva and Happyway doing a ton of heavy lifting right there for XLG. I still do look at Raga here in this third map to step up, because where has this guy been?
Maybe it's time for the Jet to come back for this guy as well. That could be a possibility. I think maybe he looked a little bit better on the Neon, but still, this is a game that largely was controlled from the defensive players, the Enets as well.
But that's the thing, his Yoru is famous. Like, his Yoru is insane usually. Like, well, I'm wondering what's going on.
So far, it's just been not quite there. We'll speak to Sentinels a bit as well, but if you had something to add in about...
I think we just saw the double duelist out of XLG on Lotus, where Havoya was on that secondary duelist, the Rays, primary, whatever you want to think. Havoya was honestly the primary for me, and it's less about Raga playing back. You know, the last round kind of wasn't Brara's brightest moment, but Havoya stepped up, and that's what is key about XLG. People are stepping up when other people are lacking, and they're pulling out wins.
I do think, you know, looking over to the Sentinel side of things, we are going to a Haven, which their last performance on Haven was against G2 in the NA finals for Stage 1. They haven't played this in a while. Well, I say in a while, it wasn't that long ago, but at the same time, there's been an entire Masters event since then. Largely at that event, this map was avoided by Sentinels. A decent number of Haven bans did come on through, so they didn't really want to play through here, which is why maybe it surprised me a little bit that they let this one slip through the Vetos, but happy to maybe pick this one up, and more concerned about playing that Icebox, which, you know, they did lose to BBL yesterday, so that might have been a higher priority for Sentinels to ban away. And we are looking at, if we're going to look at some of those comps from NA finals, despite that one being in the Teo meta, they didn't play Teo on that map. It's the exact same comp that we just saw in Sunset, just swapping the raid out from his fade over to Tova.
It's the most stock standard Haven comp that you can play, and that is not what XLG had to play against with DRX, who is very flexible with their comps. They played the Genji style of the Viper with the Neon, which is very flood heavy. This one is going to be a bit more like execution based, slower moving, rather than throwing up the Viper wall and just sending it from all angles.
I think it's who is going to have the pop-off player. And so far, XLG are having that occur more often, at least on the most recent map. Narrate had some pop-off moments on Sunset more frequently. Bang had a couple 2Ks, but it's about Sentinels really making sure Zekin is peaking, and he had that. That's what Sentinels had such strong post plans at the beginning of Lotus. They need to have stronger offensive rounds because they've only been pulling 5 or 6 offensive rounds wins.
Well, look, we've had some promise from some of the NA teams already here at EWC 2025, but we have had G2 eliminated by a Chinese team. Let's see if another Chinese team can find some more success here, or whether Sentinels will keep the narrative the same. Over to you, Lemon Kiwi and Avril.
Can Zelsis still say that that they own the Chinese region? We have to settle the score here on Haven.
And look at this, different comps all the way around. It's like we swapped sides entirely. XLG are going to be the ones running the tried and true Raga now onto the Jet. Something I was thinking about if he was going to look towards an early on, straight onto C main. Massive face-up, both teams contacting each other. Waiting for the utility though, it's not going to come through. Oh yeah, it's just going to swing for it and die.
Second Juicy, and XLG now just trying to escape, but also get their spike back. The double swing. This is the way that we want to see Sentinels synchronize from here on out. Just tightening that up. Would have, I think, had Sunset go the distance. This is already a better map for Sentinels.
This is essentially, as we watch the possibility for Happyway to do something. I mean, look, he's been legendary on Sunset, but a 1 versus 4 would have to be ridiculous. So he'll get backstabbed by Zelsis, speaking of which, on the Killjoy for this map. We see probably more teams play towards a Cypher. Certainly in Sentinel's last performance on Haven, they were playing that Cypher, basically the exact same comp that XLG are running, minus the Jet over towards the Neon. But what's interesting about the Sentinel comp is they're essentially playing a similar style with the Viper as DRX did versus XLG. So Sentinels are trying to basically replicate some of that DRX success that shut down XLG in yesterday's game.
It's going to be good surveillance from Zelsis, but at least I'm happy to see Happyway on the Cypher. And this was not to shade Havoya. Now he can frag and enable his other duelist without necessarily needing to be one. Although the double duelist would have been sick. But XLG hoped to explode in off of this breach, but it's the anti-eco obviously in favor of Sentinels. The very loud and proud sniper from Zekin, who is going to be smoked off. A B approach from XLG, but having 5 on the retake, it's going to be difficult for XLG to hold back.
They need to be able to close these distances as well. They want to do that over towards A, but it just flashed up beautiful paranoia onto all members. And here comes Zekin provides.
One enemy
This
remaining.
takes too long to reload, but Sentinels pinch from all angles, and it's the pain sandwich that XLG did not want to be part of. So beautiful retake and bringing all of those into the bonus.
It's perfectly well played by the Omen of Sentinels. Bang, and it's all over. Paranoia setting up Zekin for success, sliding on in. Despite it only being a Marshall, it's good enough for Sentinels to cleanly walk away from that. He'll pass the Marshall on to John. And now the operator's online for Zekin. Insane timings coming on through, as this is going to end up being a very critical round where XLG might not be ready to walk into an operator this quick on round 3.
You know, we almost got into Zekin's YouTube video if he would have just kept hitting headshot to headshot, and even unscoped, that would have been sick. And he's having such a fiery start. It's only been 2 rounds, but I'm excited to see how this is going to end. Now the first rifle round for XLG, to not let Sentinels get too much momentum off of this as the A approach looms.
And yesterday as well, Human Jet player for DRX was finding a lot of success earlier on against XLG. A lot of first bloods. Jump peeking his Bang. Gets a spot out. Not. Okay, no, it is going to be a cancel for XLG. Just thinking about how far Raga really wants to take this one. He's going to respect the fact that util has been played in. Multiple members are now on site. Happyway being spotted out here as well. Yeah, Spike's already gone at this point. XLG know that A is cooked.
And John Cutie just acting as a semi-sentinel with really good delays with the orbs, the mollies on the floor, and XLG now can make it look like they went elsewhere, but this lurk from Zelsis is what matters. He's got, of course, ears and eyes on C with the turret there, and he tries to keep his eyes peeled on mid, so Sentinel's still confident in their read.
Are they going to see Narrate though? They need to get Narrate down early. Viper Walk is still coming to slow this down a little bit more.
There's nothing more than what the Sentinels defenders could do. Of course, using a lot of those bonus weapons, and Zekin wants to keep the op, so XLG will show face on their first rifle round.
Huge from the getting Narrate down, checking that angle, and then bursting past the Viper Wall. Cleaning up a couple plays with lesser weaponry. It really was the op from Zekin that could have been the game changer, but XLG unwilling to walk in towards C, steadfast in their confidence to push their way through A, knowing that utility had been spent, Snakebite was gone. Zelsis really hoping that somebody's going to walk through towards the end. The scans are going to come through just to make sure it's not going to be the case. Already have advanced movement for Voya to scout out that they can safely retreat back over towards A main. And you'd imagine Zelsis should probably die to Spike here so that he can drop his Judge, because do you really want to be bringing a Judge in the next round is the question.
They are
And he is.
We can do this.
Probably not the worst. You can still play within smokes and stuff like that, so we'll see.
Yeah, and XLG just being able to bring all 5 of those rifles into the next, building up your economy is just the whole other battle that they have to face against Sentinels, because I'm thinking back to that first map, it was so win streaky from both teams, and Sentinels just ended up draining the bank accounts of XLG, forcing them on so many saves and building up so many rounds because of that. So Sentinels, though, haven't been able to create too much insurance in terms of a gap in the score.
See them already smoking out. See, concerned about the fact that that sightline could be dangerous. Zekin didn't fire a shot in the last round, so the operator could still be a surprise, but XLG wise to it. They are still going to try and break through out of the smoke, just be the turret there to see everything else, and Sentinel's playing for retake on C as Zekin walked off.
Nobody home. No eyes on garage or back sight. Smoke for coconut available. Just kind of delay things. Sentinels have a recon, of course, no drone, and Sean Cutie with an op, but it'll be difficult for Sentinels to break through, and it's actually a proactive paranoia from XLG, thinking they had the timing on the Sentinels entry, even an early fault line too, so XLG hold the door, now racing in off the paranoia is Zekin, big opener against Viva, now shooting through the boxes, it's Toe, just going toe for toe, punch for punch, and it's the XLG multi-kills that thrive at the end, another 3K for Happyway.
It's the players that are playing offside a little bit further back that will find the success here. Happyway and Havoya as the insurance policy even further back into C long.
That goes
Maybe a little concerning that Coconut dropped in Paranoia that early, but they still had Util to play through defensively to prevent Sentinels from finding too much more. Brilliant entry from Zekin, to say the least, to at least get Viva down early, but beyond that, they just couldn't quite handle the last couple of members. Good scan, as we saw, onto the Jet of Raga. The Happyweight continues his sharp streak that we saw in Sunset, now in Taven.
I like that XLG went away from the Yoru and ISO as much as Mitch would be hyped to see the Raga Yoru once again. But they had such a weak defensive half because of that. I think it was 3-9. This is a much more suitable comp for XLG. Going well so far with back-to-back rounds. Looking for a Corpse for Happyweight at the neural theft advantage. And Raga makes that space and somehow loses that.
Zelsis, wow!
Zelsis with what?
Spike down,
A Sheriff 4K to turn it all around to reestablish the Sentinels?
They did not check the double box to their right. That is very basic, and unfortunately that may cost them, and it will. Happyweight not going to be able to clean up so many members. We've seen him at a 1v4 before, and it's just too many members of Sentinels to break through. Zelsis, when things were getting awkward in that BBL game, Zelsis still held strong. And the first customer was Raga. Zelsis popping in, but you have to be concerned. Like, at this point, how are you not turning around? How are you not considering where Zelsis is standing from? By the time that Havoya noticed things, far too late. A very common box for players to hide in, particularly on an eco that just wasn't checked.
Out of all the weapons that round, it's a Sheriff that almost gets an ace. Jeez. Sentinels got ults to work with, just mainly the overdrive and narrate one off the Hunter's Fury, but Sentinels haven't been aggro for A orb, especially with the smoked off. Despite Sentinels having a deeper smoke, they're countered by the XLGs. So Garage will be explored for the first time for XLG, and with the breach, you're happy to break in.
Yeah, they haven't really played towards this angle. Seeing Zelsis hold this position. One round prior, but nothing really came through. Zelsis, the big hero of the last round, now has to be the player to hold on as long as possible. Rifle in hand. A little bit of support coming through John Cutie, and Zelsis is down first.
Was found an XLG of evicted Sentinels. There is a flank from Bang, but it will be sussed out by the Happyweight Trip. So XLG have their attention quite split, and Havoya gets to explore. Does lose it to Bang, but the info that Bang is there is half the battle, with Neri coming through the top site. XLG have time on their side too. The Paranoia clears out Garage, but isn't going to get the targets Bang was looking for.
And look at the instant smoke up as well coming through from Coconut. 1 HP, by the way. Happyweight, nice and easy. 2-piece, doesn't even need the rest of the teammates. Could have just handled that one all by himself. Maybe not, actually, given the fact that I did mention Coconut instantly smoking off connector. So a response from XLG. Insane round from Sentinels to be able to win a Thrifty, and XLG not to be deterred.
Sentinels timeout now. Still the op around. A little frustration there. I want to see Sentinels, whatever happens here, go out kicking and screaming in the best form that they can. But losing to XLG would
They're
not
the
be on my
favorites.
bingo card.
They shouldn't really be kicking and screaming at all. They should be the ones piling themselves into a qualification for top 8. It's XLG that had the lowest of expectations from everyone watching, considering the circumstance with their roster, considering the circumstance with how they ended up playing in their opening match versus DRX, not giving a lot of confidence. And we just saw G2 get knocked out. They did win in one map versus Billy, and they fought hard for it, but again, roster circumstances can often really come around and bite you, and it certainly did for G2, but for XLG, it's somehow empowered them. Havoya has improved this team by being on this team now.
Just a really high pressure environment in terms of how high the stakes are when the prize pool is this big. We're back into game. Good ults, but also just a stinger for John Cutie. One away from the pit. Viva, Hunter's Fury. Another B approach from XLG. Dash in off the smoke from Raga. He can always make the space, and holding it is a whole different story.
This is slow though. Snakebite would slow things down considerably. They do beat the timing on the smoke. Here comes Zekin. He wants to dive on in off the information that Narrate gets, but it's more than info. It's kills.
Season. Oh, the 2-for-1. Disgusting.
Last player
And
standing.
XLG down for the count. They haven't had a lot of luck at B. This will go Sen's way to try and help their economy going forward.
I mean, they were playing into a real potential trap there. And as soon as you see the snake bite come through, you have to start thinking, do we really want to continue or not? But it was a full commitment from Raga, which means everyone else is going to follow through. And then a situation where, yeah, Zek in full confidence swings on and slides through, following the rate, laying down the carpet for him, and the Hunter Sphere could not have done better. Full scans, actually a double kill, and then the third shot then finds damage again. Couldn't have had a better situation than that, and obviously we knew there were Stingers coming on in. XLG, I don't know if they were considering the possibility that Sentinels weren't going to have the best weaponry. You don't want to be walking into a place like B when you know Stingers could be a possibility, but it was a Hunter Sphere that obviously closed things out.
Narrate, still one of my favorite players on Sentinels in terms of what they've been able to do at EWC, from big clutch moments on Sunset to a round-winning Hunter's Fury. Completely drown out the wraths of XLG from the B site.
And look who XLG trusts to have the hero rifle here. It's going to be Viva, with Raga pulling out Bladestorm. Once more, Happyway is more than okay with coming through on a Sheriff, despite probably being the most consistent player on the team so far, looking to see if Raga can really make magic happen on this Bladestorm. However, only on 81 HP for the time being. That's info spotted by Narrate now.
And because you have pistols, you have to play this no lurk activated, no other option for XLG except Raga with the one, with the smoke separated from the rest. And Narrate and Bang keep it locked for Sentinels.
And Bang was stunned as well, and still he goes down. First kill onto Raga. And then it all falls apart for XLG, and Raga could have gone large. His opening pick was certainly giving confidence that XLG might be able to get their way onto this fight, find themselves another thrifty win. Bang and Narrate hold on so powerfully, and Bang now leading the charge for Sentinels 9-3.
Flawless 2 rounds from Sentinels post timeout, just needing to calm down and lock in. Of course, you are against pistols, so now let's see what XLG have up their sleeve now that they're able to buy up. Hunter's Fury from Viva could do that Narrate impression. Maybe more for the post plant.
Got pushed up. Several members of the Sentinels are in short. It's going to be Happyway taken down super early. Not what you want to see for your XLG.
Oh, the swing from Raga. He's always good for one, but Sen are good at trading him out, so it's always been super close rounds between these two teams. A map 3 that many would not have expected.
Voya has a position here, and he's well found his target in Bang. Coconut as well on the opposite side of the map. But suddenly, XLG have bought their way back in 3-2 here. But what can Coconut do? Oh, terrible.
Oh, that would have been everything for Coconut to save. I mean, he just put the red carpet down for XLG to maybe get a plant down at C. And now Viva has to reconsider.
They got time though, but XLG don't know where to go. They're gonna move onto the site where Coconut died. And it's gonna end up working out for them. Havoya making the calls here. Where is the Viva? Do not take that trade, please, Viva. That would be terrible. You need to get grouped up with Havoya right now and play for a plant. Cannot afford to die in mid.
Scanning ahead.
Right, plant should be good. Zekin and Narrate recon 2 to help Zekin get eyes and ears as best as he can. Zekin adjusts carefully left side, and actually a quiet approach as Viva plays through main. Of course, you have Havoya through garage. As XLG don't want to get multi-killed.
He's flanking.
Sen just within the site. And yes, Havoya could be on the flank coming from behind, and Zekin doesn't know what to expect. And Hunter's Fury gets the attention from one side and Havoya from the other.
What? He
Was it the fuse?
He defused? What? What? You are kidding me. You are kidding me. XLG had the 2 versus 1 of the Hunter's Fury. Havoya even earned the Rolling Thunder off of that backstab. And yet, the defuse comes through, the ninja defuse. How on earth XLG have just allowed this one to slip through their fingers? Oh my God. Oh, that is terrible day of eyes to watch that round unfold. But for Sentinels, it's what they needed.
Okay, the early pit, and actually a deep one over at the A for the defense, and no Hunter's Fury from Viva to kind of counteract that. XLG could just walk away from the center, so packed in, but Coconut, because he teleported in, they're committed. XLG with the rolling thunder, which just haven't been able to get any opening. Second comes alive, and Sentinels unite for a 7-3.
What a weird position, Coconut. I mean, he reveals his spot over into heaven. Of course, he was considered that maybe he was revealed anyway. It was just good shooting from Sentinels to just throw in some shorty shots. But there's a world where Coconut just plays a little bit more patiently, finds a better timing there, but as soon as he started shooting, his position was gone, and then the rest of XLG, not a lot to say on that A side of things, and they'll take their own tactical timeout, man. I just, again, that Ninja defuse round at number 9, kind of shaking the team up here a little bit, and now they're just dropping more and more rounds. See a little bit of frustration of Voye there, communicating with the rest of his team, and this is the problem. You have a situation where mixed language rosters could be some miscommunication in terms of what the game plan is, and certainly team play issues is where I've had the largest criticism of the Shilai Gaming team. We saw on Lotus several moments where that cost them extremely good situations that they probably should have won in, and no better is a position where they allowed that Ninja defuse to happen on 2 rounds ago. So yeah, Shilai Gaming, where they've been strong, but where they've been weak, it's been very bad.
Yeah, I wish we had a replay of that Ninja defuse, because the Hunter's Fury is there. You had the flank from the breach on the other side. Like, how do you get away with that? That's got to be frustrating. But the thing that XLG have to hope for is an 8-4 half. It's currently 7-3. You're on a save. I guess a hero rifle, or gonna buy up what you can if you're XLG, but not the half they were hoping for.
I'll tell you what, they put the hero rifle in the right place hands this time. Happy way, he's been solid so far. Let's see if he can make it work, although he did lose his life very early on over towards A, and that may happen again. Yeah, he's in a rough spot. Look at this, and I respect it. You know what? Absolutely. You definitely throw the Hunter's Fury out for just this guy. He is worth pulling it in whole ultimate just for 1 kill. Sentinels, well played.
Out of the picture. So XLG can go forward, droning up through Garage, wanting to tempo up. They've smoked off B, so they don't get flanked. Now Coconut has to be the lurk and check out KU.
He wants the gun. Coconut would like to see if he can maybe retrieve a rifle that'll give them a bit of help.
Yeah, now you're
Good
missing
flash.
someone important, no paranoia, but Rarga at least keeps himself safe. Oh, trades!
One
it's
enemy
Bang!
remaining.
Once again, and XLG, well, they didn't even get the rifle from that. Coconut's like, what did I miss? Well, the
Everything.
whole round.
Missed everything and more. That round,
Last
again,
round before
not
the
pretty
fifth.
at all from the side of XLG. They are going to have full guns to come on through. Hero rifle dropped immediately. I'm not too pleased about how aggro Happy Way is getting in some of these rounds. You need him available late, but look at this from Raga as well. Just, okay, instantly falls off the angle for some reason. Just doesn't consider that Bang could swing on through. So I'm not too sure if they needed that many members looking over towards C-Link. Yeah, man, it's weird. It's like he didn't even smoke it off or anything, so Bang just comes on through and just deletes everyone, cleans it up.
So like I said, you're hoping for an 8-4 half if you're XLG. Your final buy-up of the half.
Good Bang
and
again.
neural theft would be critical if, of course, Happy Way can win that 1v1 against Bang if they ever encounter each other.
It's not going to be Happy Way walking up, but it will be a situation where this round goes a little bit later. You have a large flank capability for Bang, but also a trap setup where XLG want to walk up C-Long. Guess what? Bang can close around again. He's done so multiple times. However, look over towards the left side here. John QD in good position.
Good headshot. And this is XLG being synchronized and better for trades. Something that was really lacking in that last round. And a 5 versus 3 within B has been a difficult sight for them to hold, but only when there's 5 left of Sentinels and the overdrive tries to kick things into gear. And Zekin does what he can. And it's all up to Nary to 1 versus 2. Or 1 versus 3. Happy Way still has HP somehow, and the job gets easier, but it's not done for Nary. He's even pre-shooting, but one from main. Gonna get tagged by the recon, and that's the timing for the swing for Happy Way. And an 8-4 half, the best you could hope for XLG.
Yeah, play that one a little bit more patiently if you're Happy Way. Don't fall into obvious traps. Come through late in the round for the cleanup. You know your aim's sharp enough to do it. But the entry coming through from XLG was where the money was made. John QD down nice and early, and he was in a good one and done spot where minimum could have potentially have traded for 1. But the structure there from XLG to check both sides, both corners, and they win both as well as Zelsis falls on the opposite side of John Cutie, and suddenly numbers advantage looking strong. Zekin only sliding in with 1 kill on the overdrive, and then Happy Way with the coup de grace over the end. So a minor recovery here, but some sloppy rounds in the middle for XLG that Sentinels are all too happy to take advantage of.
Sentinels have been really strong on the defensive pistols, but overall, XLG have won more pistol rounds throughout this series. But Sentinels got really lucky, just not lucky, but they really did surprise XLG when they just walked up through C and just farmed XLG off the pistols. So XLG will be expecting something special cooked up on this pistol from Sentinels. And this will determine, I think, whether XLG have a chance to come back, make this series close, or this map close, I should say. This series has been close, or if Sentinels are going to run away with it like they did on Lotus.
Yes, this should do.
It's time to get serious here. The Sentinels 5 away from closing this one out. And if they would, they'd be the expected team to have won. Not without taking some scratches and bruises along the way. But for XLG, they're not happy about that. 5 in a row from 7 to 11 that were very costly for XLG to lose. But a strong finish on 12 will at least give them some confidence left that they still have the capability to play up against and maybe beat Sentinels. But when you have Bang and Zekin together, particularly Bang winning the types of rounds that he's been winning, his impact has been unreal in this Haven so far.
Yeah, Zekin has pulled all the punches this map and throughout the series. I look towards Coconut to set up Rarga for more than 1 kill, which is more than I would get, but I still want to see Rarga have his pop-off moment, one that we expected. But Sentinels have a fake that they're trying to sell towards B, maybe even fully committed, but after losing Zelsis, that plan to go A has been maybe ruined.
So they lurk down, and actually off the back of that one, sometimes is the case. XL, hang on, contact will be found again. That's going to be info. Coconut spotted. John QT. I was going to say, typically, sometimes you kill the ganker and then you just rotate off because you're considering, well, that wasn't the team coming through onto this side of the map. And so Sentinel's trying to play the mind game, saying, well, maybe we'll just abuse that and walk over towards A. But once that info was spotted against John Cutie, Sentinels have to back out, looking like the potential for a B finish here. They could also be walking into Happy Way in a short moment as well.
Eva still has a recon too, but is trying to watch for a garage flank potentially from Sentinels, and also just trusting into the Cypher trip to give him info from Happy Way.
My eyes are down.
Now, something is suspicious. Happy Way is going to call for reinforcement. Here's the push from Sentinels being slowed by the cage, and Happy Way hopes to get his one and done, gets nothing for his efforts, and Sentinels trying to even up the numbers, but it's Viva coming alive, and with the third one in the corner, he kicks back against the Sentinels.
Of course, we saw in Sunset when Happy Way wasn't there. Viva certainly was to collect and deliver for XLG, a 4K to start things out. A pistol going the way of XLG. 4K accelerating the Hunter's Fury charge rate. You can see the team was also more than willing to believe in Viva's own personal mechanics, giving him the hero rifle a couple of times there as well. But yeah, Happy Way wanted to play within his own cage, and there's always a risk involved there because you can get double-faced very easy. He loses that deal, but Viva just cleans up. My goodness, that was required for XLG.
No force from Sentinels, so XLG need have a clean anti-eco to bring as much into the bonus and have more of a marathon than a sprint. Try and catch up is the biggest gap we've seen between the two teams. Setting up camp now at B. It's the breach from Pavoya. Still flashes in hand.
Whoa,
and Zekin, who hunts down Coconut. Narrate takes care of business. And Sentinels facing some trouble, but at least time is on their side, and it's Happy Way saying hello, and does what he can. XLG, they bought up. They find themselves behind in numbers. And it's Viva. Okay, John Cutie got to finish on what you started. Kind of a choke. Wait a minute, Viva Rarga. They clutch.
Well, they still got good guns in their hands. Rarga can still get the one shot, of course. And Happy Way coming through late will also contribute to the fight. And well played by Sentinels first and foremost. They got into site cleanly, got a couple of kills. 3 versus 5 is what XLG had to work through there, but XLG actually end up getting it done. Look at this opening from Zekin, beautiful stuff. The Happy Way cleans up Bang, turns it into a 2 versus 3, and Raga and Viva combined, just so sharp. And Viva, as we said, in that opening pistol, good for it. If the rest of the team is down, now you've got 2 clutch masters on the team. If Happyway can't do it, Viva can.
From a 3K into the pistol by himself with the Ghost to another multi-kill for Viva. We want to see more of this guy.
He's got the Hunter's Fury now, off the back of that.
That's so quick.
Round 3, Hunter's Fury, 4K into a 3K. Into, did he get the defuse as well? Must have.
He's getting pressured back while Happyway is smoked up, but could be ready to swing at a moment's notice. And it's Viva that shows face, and Happyway don't want that smoke, especially with the better bio from Sentinels.
Could have played off Havoya there. I'm a little surprised. He just dry swings it. Happyway as well will be punished. That's your 2 top players potentially down. Raga's in the mix, but XLG, they've been winning rounds off Happyway and Viva. If you want to swing that one, if you're Viva, surely Havoya does something to help you through the wall, but just didn't see the team play. And team play has been, again, I think the biggest issue for XLG, just not connected, and Zelsis will find the time at a coconut. This round is over.
Every single time XLG have won a pistol and an anti-eco, they have not been able to convert that bonus. The first rifle round from Sentinels, it's usually good for it, but let's see how this finishes at the end. You're just going to take that, save that rifle if you're Voya, and Raga's going to go far away. That was a clean way. That was really nice shots. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, he's sharp, and at this stage, I mean, you could tell that XLG have kind of abandoned the round because Havoya is just trying to take the rifle and run, but given how sharp Raga there was, it was a real possibility as you start thinking back, and I was like, wait a minute, should Havoya actually just made the play happen? Because that looked suddenly clutchable, but you never know. You never know if Raga is going to have those moments or not, and so far in this tournament, it's been quiet business for Raga, but right now on this map, he's starting to heat up a little bit himself. So there will still be some licks taken in terms of damage done to economy against Sentinels, but it will be Sentinels taking the round.
3-round gap between the two. No ults to really worry about.
It means there's 4 members not on full armor for Sentinels, by the way, with that kind of damage done.
True. Still waiting for that Hunter's Fury from Viva, too. I think this could be the round to pull it out now that you have a good buy-up and even an op in this picture.
Yeah, ready to punish Zelsis, who has been the lurk over on the A side, supported by Viva, also in long. But Happyway, holy.
Mid.
Yep, just threading the needle through double doors.
Happyway has been more conservative around C and now hoping to help out Viva, who's usually been at that double door, but this time it's Coconut. Some swaps in positions for XLG.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Sentinel's just hoping to play off contact, now avoiding the drone, but presence in mid, that's what XLG have to work off of.
It's going to be difficult without Narrate, no recon, no drone to get them in. Going to have to be some setup from Bang here to do it. Zekin's caught in the trap and will eat the stun.
Okay, good punish from Bang after Zekin got caught by a trip and some damage taken. Nonetheless, Zekin and friends are not looking so hot because of the work that was done on the right side of the map.
And how patient was Raga as well, knowing that eventually Zelsis will walk into me, I'm going to get this shot, and he does deliver. And late in the round now, rotation will finally be called. It's Coconut's turn to show up. He doesn't versus Zekin. Zekin and Bang together, 2 top players, and they are proving it right now. This is now winnable. 2 versus 2 in a post plant.
But Raga with the op hopefully can find a different gun once he gets into around the garage area, and Zekin and Bang have much util. It's just going to be the face-off, 2 versus 2. Raga with the slow walk-up. Viva could just bait for him and the shock dart to force some movement if XLG want to try and make Sen uncomfortable. It's Raga with the flash, the dash, gets the focus of Sen.
Oh my word.
Collects both.
Raga, tricky plays coming on through. And would you look at that, both members of Sentinel turn around for him. They forgot about Viva. There's 2 members of XLG alive. And Bang, he hesitated for a moment, kept eyes on CT, and then still turned. Both members, really, that just gives the game away to Viva. Of course, you have to be concerned a little bit about Raga, but you know the play. I mean, you can just see the play in slow motion. You see Raga drop down the cloudburst through the Omen smoke. Obviously, he's dashing into that one. 2020 hindsight says you don't have both players turning your heads to look at that one, and what Viva says, thank you very much for the round.
This forces Sen into a save and chance for XLG to stay within 1. farm up the ultimates they need to get to double digits as well. Now, because of all these Cypher trips, the cameras, Sen just have to scale up slowly. Cool maneuver there, but mostly pistols.
Revealing area.
Zekin did get one trip down, so now B is a little bit of a concern. Zelsis is, rather, Zekin is going to try and sell this one at least a little bit. He did pop ultimate. He's going to transfer that one over towards C.
Oh, let's see if Raga can hold on, and the one shot to rule them all through Garage.
Good flash.
The knives and everything. Now, if only they could connect. Let's go back to the op, and it's dropped, and something the boy wants to pick up, but he's dead too. It's Sen. 2 versus 3, but against Vandals, XLG unite, and Hunter's Fury pierces through the hearts of the Sentinels, and XLG at arm's reach.
Team Ace coming through, team effort coming through. Operator secured as well, you would imagine. Yep, picked up, given back over towards Raga. Really would have liked to have seen a bit more from Raga. Could have been a cleaner round if Raga actually landed shots on his Blade Storm there. Was assisted, of course, by Havoya. We did see the flash coming through, and despite that, just a couple of stray shots. So Raga, he's been sharp at various points in the past, but this tournament, again, has been a bit of a struggle for him mechanically, individually. Thankfully, though, late in the round, secure as always, consistent as always, Happy Way and the rest of the cavalry.
Small tech pause from the Sentinels side. It's a good time to also release all those emotions, because this is as stressful as it gets. Not the way you want to end Riyadh. Good way to bounce back into it if you're Sentinels, because you thought you could have even just closed it out on Sunset. You did so in the past in a lot more convincing of fashion. And I think being able to talk to the coach and have that break between maps allowed Sen to come in firing.
I'll tell you what, the next series is a lot to live up to, because I think I'm going to switch teams here and say that this is match of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative was there already. I just didn't know if I wanted to believe in XLG, but after seeing the Sunset coming on through, start to call me a bit of a believer now. But the original team that I believed in for this tournament is one of the top 3, maybe top 4, is Sentinels. Expectations high for this NA squad with G2 eliminated as the next NA team that needs to hold the mantle for the region. If not, it falls to NRG, who have already qualified through into top 8. And for both Sentinels and G2 to fall would be very heavy pressure onto NRG, although they do look good currently. For Sentinels, though, still opportunity to close this one out. They lead on Haven, but a couple of sharp rounds from XLG keep them in the game. It's really that 5-round Sentinel streak that they got in the first half that XLG are going to be very annoyed with, and more than annoyed with, if they do end up dropping this series and dropping this map, because that would be where they lose this map.
And what's nice about this format is no matter what, you get to play 2 days, so no matter how bad things started out, it's how you ended that matters and what you learned from day to day. And if you win, there's just, can you be consistent throughout the several days that you're in groups and then a single limb playoffs? It doesn't get any more cutthroat than that.
6-day speed run through the tournament. On a condensed down, 16 teams through 6 days, right after Toronto as well. An international into another international. Stakes are high, particularly for the teams that didn't even get to go to Toronto. This is their Toronto right now in Riyadh. Their opportunity to show what they could not show. Why teams like BBL and NRG are so fired up, because it's their time to shine. But for teams like Sentinels and She-Like Gaming as well, who felt like they had more to give in Toronto, what can they give now? Backs against the wall, map 3 in elimination.
And Sentinels have said they've been on a good trajectory to success and just keep on growing from Masters Bangkok to Toronto to now. And you're facing obviously a weakened XLG, one that they're not even playing with the same fifth that they were at Toronto. Keys are going to be crushed very soon. We'll be excited to show that, I think, on the A stream. Either way, that gives kind of this whole other element. And although XLG weren't as lucky at Toronto, they're already really impressing me when it comes to EWC. And just to go to map 3 speaks to this encounter being completely different.
It's been the day for tech pauses. Hopefully we'll get through this one nice and quickly. Obviously, took a hot minute to get through our opening 2 maps of the day. Still another BO3 to play through in elimination. Team Heretics facing Titan Esports.
And that was our match of the day, so it's like we just got back-to-back bangers. I don't know, guys.
Give you an update on how A-Stream is doing while we wait for this one. 100 Thieves currently 8-4 up against EDG on Haven. So another Haven being played on the other stream.
Is that map? What map is
Map
that?
1 so far.
Oh, okay.
And EDG themselves have had some struggles so far this tournament, to say the least. Had some struggles so far this year, to say the least, as coming off their win at Champs last year. Top of the world, best team in the world. Straight into roster issues, straight into, in a similar fashion to Sheila Gaming, actually, this one position on their team they're constantly juggling, trying to find the right member to fill the gap. And it seems like for EDG, those woes do continue for now. And China overall has had a bit of a rough run this tournament, minus Billy, who get their cleanup versus G2 Esports. And even then, not the cleanest game. There was still an insanely one-sided map 2 in there, with G2, despite their issues coming in this one, absolutely clean up Pearl. Left no quarter, 13-4 versus a Billy who took it to OT against Paper Rex. And, well, if Shilai fall and Titan fall and EDG fall, it will just be up to Billy.
This has been such a fun tournament of upsets, and unfortunate to report that G2 have been eliminated. At least they did go to map 3, so it's kind of a good effort, as best as they could without that 5th. And then stage 2 is on the horizon. Some that I think it started in China, but very, very much around the corner for a lot of regions, with Corrode into the mix and then having to prep for that and prep for this and travel back and forth. This is burnout central. But man, the hard work is gonna really pay off, because this prize pool is nice.
Especially for the teams that didn't get to go to Masters, right? This is their major event. This is their version. This is their international. For some of them, it's their first. Talk about BBL, their first international. But for Sheila Gaming and Sentinels, they've had a couple of runs now, including against each other. And what a revenge match it would be for Sheila to win with a coach stand-in of all players. As, again, particularly from yesterday's game versus DRX, many, myself included, would have assumed that this would have been a nice quick 2-0 cleanup from Sentinels.
See, everyone who said that really just cursed it. But some teams are blessed. We, of course, already sent some teams into the top 8. Paper X from Group A with that 2-0. BBL from Group B with a 2-0. NRG from Group C, and Fnatic in Group D. So you are watching, of course, all the action from Group B to get our first eliminations going. We've, of course, already eliminated G2. And still waiting for updates from, of course, the EDG series that Avril just talked to you about. And we're going to be eliminating someone between Titans and Heretics.
Could be a really good run for North America this event as well. 100 Thieves are going to take down Edward Gaming, which currently they are in the lead, at least on map 1. They've got Genji in their way. Tough squad. Genji absolutely cleaned up Edward Gaming in yesterday's BO1. Obviously, Genji would probably be a favorite to walk through and be the second qualified team from Group D. D standing for death, obviously. That's just an unbelievably stacked group. Wouldn't want to be in that one. Genji and Fnatic had an incredible game yesterday. Huge comeback from Fnatic, second place from Toronto. You'd expect them to be one of those top teams. And for NRG, they've already gotten NA's big win so far. Sentinels want to join them there. 100 Thieves would love to join them there. Obviously, G2, just an unfortunate circumstance. For EMEA, they've already got 2 teams. Pacific have got 1. Currently looking like a decent run so far in EWC for EMEA.
Just some surprises of some teams that didn't make it here, from MIBR, EG, even Wolves, who had like such a good Masters Toronto. They lost out in the qualifiers to Titans, and that's why I'm kind of Titans filled. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to do against Heretics, but I think everyone thought that that was going to be match of the day because Heretics have hit a newer low in that BO1.
It's like Mitch said, though. Sometimes domestically, this is maybe speaking more towards Titan Esports, but you know, domestically in China, it's a different story. Some teams can beat other teams, and the power rankings may shift a little bit more, but maybe lack of international experience. Titan come through and kind of just don't do much against RRQ at all. But domestically, yeah, they understand the Chinese teams that they go up against extremely well, so they have the capability. to beat some of those teams. I do think issues are fixed though, Jen, so let's get back in towards the game. Hopefully no more pauses. 9-8, close affair right now. 5 rounds in. It's 4-1 for XLG on the second half.
And Raga gets to keep that off, so that's going to be the X factor. We talked about the patience that he's had to either go into A sewers and kind of use John Cutie's wall against him. But this time he'll position just at the front of B on an angle. See if he can catch Sen walking up through B mid.
Just waiting to see if we've actually corrected the technical issues or not. But again, if you see that 7-11 5-round streak, Sentinels were able to get on the defensive side. That is where it hurts for XLG. And if XLG end up losing this map and overall the series, that's what will have cost to them. They've done well to be able to close the gap on this side so far. 2 pistols in terms of pistol anti-eco. You drop that gun round with the bonus, whatever, but then you get 4 and 5 on that second half. That's what you need.
And the issue is on John Cutie's side, and I mentioned that just because he's already feeling so much pressure from being the IGL and kind of having to have the perfect read on the game against a more troublesome Chinese Titan in XLG, and revisiting the same maps and have to iterate on that. So now having to stay composed when this is obviously not the environment you're used to. And being on your last life in the tournament, kind of unexpected.
This will also be the longest Valorant match in history. So a lot of patience from these players in terms of maybe jumping back a little cold after our previous super long break, but at least we've gone through some rounds and see some great mechanics come through despite that. But yeah, it's going to be another slowdown here as we sort out a couple of issues. As I said, might be John QT this time. We've had a couple of different players that have had some issues, but such is life at LAN sometimes. We're also the first game among a few others at EWC this year, and you know, first week jitters coming on through to sort stuff out. Largely though, we've been able to get through these games and get some incredible results at this tournament.
Yeah, maybe Dota will be kind of stoked that we're having this pause, because we've been kind of getting a little too excited over here. we're loud, we're yapping, and now they get to lock in on their match.
Let me give you an update on how 100 Thieves and EDG are going. 9-7 now. EDG are closing the gap at least a little bit on that second half. Of course, they're also playing Haven. That's their first map of the series. Extreme is already on their second BO3. We're still working our way through our first BO3, of course.
Well, at least XLG are enjoying the break, and I just love their video that they had for No Man when he joined, and unfortunate that he's not playing, but this team looks like it's got a bunch of fun personalities that have gotten together. It's unfortunate they just have to keep swapping their fifth, and surely this is going to be the one who lands, or I mean, maybe this is just a stand-in. But
looking at Havoya so far, maybe it's best for him to just stay on the starting roster. Yeah, right. I don't know if you're going to get better than this. Although who knows, we didn't really get to see much of No Man, as Shilai say no to No Man.
And on the other side, Sentinels have had this roster for quite a while. And that's the big thing in esports, whether you keep the roster and try to improve with kind of the meta that changes, the new patches, a new map, or do you kind of swap out the pieces that are not working? That is the big question. But I think it was mainly a language barrier thing and a big shoes to fill for Midi. It was kind of that last-minute fill at Masters Toronto, and that wasn't obviously the way you wanted to start such an important tournament, having a last-minute player like that. But Havoya has had a really good day too, as you mentioned.
Sentinel's on a bit of a loss streak at the moment. Coming out from Toronto, 0-2 versus PaperX, 1-2 versus Fnatic, and they're hoping to end that loss streak right now. After dropping to BBL yesterday, they want to clean this one up. They're still 1 round ahead. You're starting to see XLG heat up on the second half now. Sentinels, 4 rounds to close it out.
Raga with the sniper, he's at the front, at the top, whiffs the shot, and he just gotta hit those. Raga, it's not his peak, it's not bad. But now that gives up the site completely, as that won't be able to be held by an op. So they'll take the perimeter and Sen will get a plant.
And Happy way down as well. Now it's going to be Viva. Combination of possibly Raga as well. Dropping that operator to Havoya. Now you want Raga on entry with the rifle instead. Viva in first. Just taken down with a high-low setup there.
It's good crossfire from Sen when you have all 5 on the post plan. There's not too much you can do if you're XLG, especially with the Viper wall. Kind of coming up and down on the right side to the reestablished smokes from Bang, and not really having to use any bells and whistles to get here, because Raga just gave that site to you.
Really was the missed shot, unfortunately, and I had some comments made about his Bladestorm usage on that C site as well. They still won that round, but this time that missed shot on the up will cost him a little bit more. Still, you could argue, despite that miss, if he had hit, obviously numbers would be slightly better, but could Sentinels have still just kind of annihilated members on site as they did, killing Hapuway as he's approaching from C. Really critical there. Now Sentinels find double digits.
Neural Theft, still an op. XLG have options, while Narrate has Hunter's Fury. And it's good post-pause that Sentinels have stayed composed, pull out a round win, and hit double digits, 3 away from staying alive.
Need to trust Raga to be able to hold down C this time. We've seen his patience shown before. Previous round, he looked down A long for what felt like the entirety of the round. Eventually, will get
Okay, trying it again.
But it's going to be B once more. Happyway closer this time. It's going to be a cancel from Sentinels.
Zekin with the fake, and like the way he's not always committed, but with the double swing from XLG, Celsius finds a good punish, and Coconut will back away, hoping to get Havoya into a position for a flash to help. The teleport forward from Bang. No, he doesn't commit, he doesn't stick it, especially with the spike. That's a risk when Sentinels didn't have the site fully. Hunter's Fury to guarantee it. Celsius comes from short. And XLG just get peppered down with ults. Not over yet, though. It's 3 versus 2. Sentinels will have the objective on their side on the high ground. It's unsmoked as Havoya still has a fault line. Raga.
2 players left to play through. Given that he dropped the operator, they want to play for this as well. Fault line's going to be huge here. 2 away, Havoya from the Rolling Thunder, probably too far.
Havoya, fault line does hit those below members, but Sentinels quicker to the trigger. 2 away.
XLG now, a couple rounds in a row, have not been able to stop this pressure coming through from Sentinels, from B now over on the A side as well. And as mentioned, Hunter's Fury from Narrate wasn't even required at the end of the tag on towards Coconut, who's unfortunately not looked amazing so far. You really need to see players like Coconut be able to step up in those tight moments to be able to make those kills happen. Viva at least got himself the one, and Viva's been tight so far in terms of getting his mechanics on board, but yeah, losing him early will hurt, and he's on board again. To get something done early in towards short. Calling over some help now is going to be Havoya rotating.
You should run.
All right, lockdown. That's how Sentinels don't have to think too hard. They can just use these ults from the Hunter's Fury last round to now a lockdown, but it doesn't really reach the back of the site, so the high ground's gonna be a threat. It is smoked. Havoya did get some damage. XLG just with 2 hero rifles, gonna do what they can, playing up close and personal. Sentinels are gonna dance, even while blinded. You cannot perturb Zekin like that. With Bang and John Cutie in the equation, they subtract XLG. Series point for Sentinels.
And we come back from the pause, and Sentinels are in command. The early 5 rounds from 13 to 17 looked like it was XLG bouncing back, but from 18 to 20, it's been all Sen all day. And we're about to convert Riyadh to Sen City instead. Sentinels, one of the likely favorites coming through from this group in general for this tournament, now looking to close things out, 1 away from victory.
Winner of this facing DRX for the final spot out of Group B as a 2nd seed. And dodging the op shot. I don't want to dog on Raga, but gotta hit those against the Swifty Neon. Now I don't blame him as much. Now, to the opposite side of the map we go for Sentinels after hearing that op.
This is going to be Coconut once more. Needed to hold on. Smoke down early is good. Paranoia available as well. Holding on to that one as he's about to set up his 2 teammates. However, didn't have sent that one a little bit early. As a rotate will now come through from Sen.
Alarm bot out.
You want to be in a safer position within the site before the Rolling Thunder could emerge from Havoya. It's a very good read out of Sentinels to abandon that.
Big info from Viva, by the way, holding long this entire way through, which is why now the smoke being sent at his face will cause some issues and start to see shifts now. A single smoke will cause rotations and allowing Sentinels to walk over through on towards B. This is going to be a fast Rolling Thunder. Havoya better be ready for it.
All right, splitting in. Oh, early Rolling Thunder,
30
hearing
seconds
Zekin activate. XLG don't get a punish and the smoke's in place, so
Garage.
XLG deny B site, and Havoya
down
with 3
mid.
from Garage completely cancels out that round from the Sentinels.
Still, though, going to attempt to get something done over here, at least put some damage on the Raga. Put that operator away. Zekin even will hold the gun. There's not going to be time to win the round for Sentinels anymore, but Zekin, after this round is over, he's actually going to enter the next round with an op if he doesn't swap a gun right now. Yeah.
It's not over yet. XLG on their last life. What a turnout from Havoya, from a Rolling Thunder that they couldn't fully utilize. Pulling that early, especially after seeing the walls come up from Zekin, to rotating into Garage, getting an insane 3K.
And what a read as well from Havoya to say, okay, pressure on towards A, may have to start the consideration of the rotations, but he's saying, no, let me just stay on B a little bit longer. We can play a retake with the Rolling Thunder if I'm wrong, but he got it right. It was in fact B, and that got value.
Zekin's really good with these fakes. The wall's up, he takes damage. And if John Cutie can get it there with the pit, it's everything. But the kills come through. It's Viva and Raga. The pit is up. Rotations on the way. Call 911, and it's for XLG this time, who forced the map 3. And a 2 versus 4 comeback is what is demanded for XLG to live on before they say goodbye to Group B. And Sentinels, time is on their side. They just have to hold the door. Viva gets stunned around the corner. He lives, but it's taking away
We've
the
seen
last life for XLG. It's Sentinels that hold it down on the corner. Second, and Celsius, they made his own shot after all. 13-9.
We've seen them win this before in various situations. This combo, Raga and Viva, but not this time around. Too much to play into. The pit, everyone on site to play, defend against it, and just the fact that you just have no time left as well. It was a strong look for XLG to bring this one to map number 3. Well played after making roster substitutions, putting their coach in. You can be a little bit disappointed that you couldn't close this one out if you are XLG, but you can't be disappointed that much in the fact that coming into this tournament, we're definitely not going to be favorites, and still prove they had something in there to play through. They had some moments in there that really gave you confidence that China has got the skill to play up against teams like Sentinels. Despite losing to them before, they will lose once more. However, the difference here is they made this one exceptionally close, and they made Sentinels work for it every step of the way.
What a performance out of Zekin. It's the way he plays Neon is so hard to read and so hard to keep up with. And the post plant's so strong when John Cutie's able to lock in after the tech pause that happened, put up the pit, and make the retake impossible in that 2 versus 4 for XLG. And on a different day, XLG were very well rounded, but had some pop-offs to force the map 3, but it's Sentinels just ooze with talent, and I'm looking forward to checking in with them as Pilski's got an interview.
I'm here with John QT from Sentinels. They just took down a very hard-fought victory against XLG. More difficult game than you guys had against XLG last time around. Playing with a little bit of a different roster. They changed a couple of their comps as well. How was the game today?
Definitely a long one with all the pauses and stuff like that. But yeah, they played really well considering they had their coach. They really like pushed us to the edge, and yeah, difficult one for sure.
Yeah, 100%. You guys have got a really good win rate against Chinese teams at this point through Toronto into this tournament as well. You're continuing that. Is there any reason for that in particular, like stylistically, are any of them similar, or you guys just have good prep against most opponents?
I mean, I think we're just a really good team, and like I think we kind of like understand how their playstyle works and kind of like counter it. I think the Chinese teams are really strong and they've improved a lot. I know a lot of people like underrate them, but yeah, they definitely are. Like even when we study them, they definitely have some very good plays, and they're very like they have good structure and mechanically sound for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So 2 more questions for you. I just wanted to ask you quickly about the BBL game as well. That was a very, very tight game as well. And BBL have done quite well in this tournament so far. They're already through into playoffs. You guys played an opening BO1 against them. How did that game go?
Not the best, obviously, but I mean, to be honest, like we lost 2 pistols and a bonus. That's like a 5-6 round swing, and we still took it to overtime. I think the game could have won either way, but they played really well, and I feel like it was just like some details here and there could have made the difference. But yeah, always difficult to play best of ones, but I think we should be better moving forward now. Yeah.
So last question for you. I just ask you about your next match, a team that you haven't played since Bangkok. You're going to be going up against DRX, I believe. So are you looking forward to that game? Any particular thoughts on it right now?
Yeah, definitely excited for the game. Kind of looking for our revenge, even though they kind of have like a little bit of a different roster here and there. But it should be a very competitive game, and we'll make sure to prepare and be ready to win tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll let you go take a rest. John, thank you so much for the interview, mate, and good luck further in the tournament. Back to the desk.
Not the happiest guy after a win, but just such a hard-fought, well-played match from Sentinels. And they stay alive in this group. They're 1-1. They have to face DRX tomorrow to hope to get to top 8.
Oh, it's a tiring game, you know. It was a very long BO3, not just because we went to all 3 maps and it was close and competitive, but just, you know, he sort of mentioned it. Definitely were some extended breaks in there to sort of be able to heat yourself back up after taking a bit of a cool down, an extended bit of a cool down, and now a much needed intentional break for them overnight to work on what they need to get DRX in the bag as well, to try and have another North American team break that into that top 8.
I like to hear from John Cutie that he has a lot of respect towards those Chinese teams. And then, of course, we have Heretics versus Titan Esports Club coming up. And, you know, not the sweep, but still the expected result is Sentinels. But getting out of the group now, being pushed the distance like this, Mitch, well, how did you think that went?
I mean, that was a crazy game. I had hopes for XLG at points. You even saw some great rounds from Foya. Once again, that garage round on the breach was one that I was looking at. It was a really good rolling thunder from him as well. I felt like a lot of XLG were kind of having their moments in this game, but Sentinels, I think it was a similar story from Lotus as well as here on Haven. It was close and it was competitive. You weren't really sure which way it was going to go, and then Sentinels just kind of pulled their socks up and got the last couple of rounds across the line, Kev.
And I sort of mentioned this as well, but in that first half, you get that really nice 5-round streak coming through from Sentinels that I did mention that if XLG end up losing this map, they would have to revisit those sort of moments. And talking about the structure on this team, we've had some good structured moments where having Havoya in the team certainly is going to help you. He's your coach as well. He can sort of lead the team and call in a lot of strats that may be more difficult to do so if he can only do so via the tactical timeouts. But then again, at the same time, language barriers and rounds that kind of go very quickly and things get chaotic, that's when the language barriers may end up causing some issues as well. So some sloppy rounds also coming through. The highs are quite high when Havoya can really have this ability to push the team forward in a structured way, but the lows can be quite low as well in terms of some of the rounds that we saw where just question marks, man. And I mean, what the hell was that ninja defuse on the ground as well?
I wish we had a replay. We got to do a montage at the end of the day of the question marks of the day. But Zekin, no questioning him. He popped off at the most recent Masters, does so again from the raise on Lotus to 6 first kills and muscling through. And it's not just Neon, go kill, go slide, be fast. Like, he really tried to outsmart XLG every step of the way.
Yeah, look, honestly, XLG, it was a better game than what we saw from them in Toronto. They had every excuse to not necessarily turn up at this tournament. They're playing with a coach stand-in. They could have just kind of rolled over and died and not tried to agree, but they're all in this elimination match because Sentinels, I think, on paper, given that G2 was playing as a stand-in, is probably the best North American representative we were meant to have coming into this tournament before, obviously, NRG started popping off. By the way, 100 Thieves right now are playing EDG very, very close. That looks like a banger match over on the A stream. You can probably go take a look at that.
I can tell you right now, score update. 100 Thieves just take out first map Haven against EDG, 13-11. So we talk about North America taking down China. One Chinese team has already fallen in Shilai Gaming. 100 Thieves want to make sure EDG join them.
Yeah, happy with that win, at least for the first map there, Jen.
100 Thieves, I've been gonna say they're cooking. The qualifier, they showed a lot of hope. They defeated some strong teams, MIBR reverse sweeping them to even punching up against NRG in their first encounter. I think everyone should really watch out for 100 Thieves. Getting out of the group though, the odds are stacked against them.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking here at the team performance overall for the game, you can see a little bit of the timeline of the game. Post plans were a little bit cleaner there. You did get a clutch in there for Sen. I think overall, though, the thing that I was looking at to bring it back to good old one-head analysis is Zek can play good, Sentinels win.
Yeah, a lot of the B plants too from Sentinels, they're able to have all 5 on the post plant. So when you have controllers up, you just have a lot of util, and sometimes XLG weren't able to force enough util in the early rounds, so Sentinels had so much to pepper around the site to delay.
I will say, again, it looked like XLG really struggled against the Viper in some of those rounds, particularly. They did change up their comp since the last time that they played against it when they played DRX, so they tried to go for a little bit of a different style. I don't know if they were necessarily expecting Sentinels to be playing the Viper, because as we mentioned, it'd been a while since they did take Haven into the map pool.
I was going to say as well, you know, maybe the composition coming through, DRX obviously played a very similar composition, essentially the same one.
Yeah.
They used that to take down XLG, but it was a different looking XLG squad. Happy Way on the ISO, double duelist coming through.
Yeah.
This time around, you know, I just wanted to play off the fact that you said, okay, Zek can play well equals Sentinels win, but how about Raga play bad equals XLG lose? I don't think he was awful on this map. Still ends 14-17. I mean, 14 was the number for the team. You get Viva, Happy Way, and Raga all finishing off 14.
Yeah.
However, too many critical shots missed on the operator. A Blade Storm that could have gone better for him as well. Thankfully, the rest of his team was able to swing through and win that round. But largely, this entire series today coming off of a lot of Happy Way, some really good plays by Havoya just here or there, and then Viva also showing up as well.
I totally agree, and like, it's not to punch down or anything. At the end of the day, you've seen someone who is exceptional not play at an exceptional level. It's a little bit sad, to be honest, at the end of the day, especially when you do have a very, very close series like that. Could have been a bit of a difference maker. At the end of the day, though, Gila Gaming, they'll have to go back to the drawing board. They'll be bringing a new player back into their roster, but for here at EWC, they are done and dusted. They are eliminated from the tournament along with G2 Esports, and we have some more elimination games to get into as well. Already we do have EDG taking on 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves already up 1-0 over on the A stream, and as we go into the break, you can go and float across to the A stream until we come back with our next match. Don't go too far.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to VALORANT at the Esports World Cup 2025. We're into the Group C elimination match between Team Heretics and Titan Esports Club Going to be a full best of 3 to decide who will move on to the qualification match and who will be eliminated from the tournament. We just did see, unfortunately, XLG get eliminated. So one Chinese team down. However, a little bit more success there for Bilibili Gaming. They will at least move on and have an opportunity to qualify. And we're going to welcome back a friendly face back to the desk. It is going to be iHoldShift joining myself and Lemon Kiwi for this series. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I mean, fiery start to the day today. Some things on fire, but for the most part, a fiery series to start the day. 3-map series on the main broadcast. G2 not able to quite get things done. Sentinels just barely able to get over the line, but without comfort. So it does feel like today anyone could be eliminated.
Absolutely. Look, honestly, I am a big Team Heretics stan. I was in awe of their run last year. Did come second at Champs. Insane rookie year from a lot of their players. That was a big narrative last year. This year, maybe been a little bit rougher of a year, you would say, although they still did go to Toronto, just maybe didn't have quite the results that they would have wanted there.
I just got some cope, you know? Like, they are facing teams, or they did face teams at Masters who went Super Saiyan. Like a Peking Wolves and then the Masters champs with Paper X. So this is a Heretics time to, you know, give some rep to the European region. I know everyone's fighting. Is it Pacific that's the best? Is it NA? Is it EU? That throne is up for grabs.
Yeah, it is. And I think the thing about it was, after a slow start at Toronto, not a lot of inspiration regained after what was happening yesterday. Only fighting 4 rounds, not what you would expect. Kind of bouncing off of a very tough loss, couple of losses against, granted, great teams, but not being able to put it together in their first best of 1 leaves a lot to be desired. And so now it's just a situation of you don't want to overestimate who you're playing or underestimate who you're playing, because TEC is a solid squad. They had kind of a similar result yesterday playing up against a good RRQ team, but if you're Heretics, you need to start to build your identity back because it's been missing the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, look, at the end of the day, 2 very different trajectories for both of these teams as far as I'm concerned. Heretics have kind of been there, done that. Maybe they missed out on Bangkok, but that was only by 1 series overall in EMEA. They kind of slapped in the EMEA group stage. I believe they went 5-0 in their group in stage 1, so at least domestically they've done quite well. They have at least hit the mark qualifying for 1 international tournament. For Titan Esports Club, they haven't really been around the block as much, Jen, but at least recently they did play EVO and get into the grand final against EDG, and that's one of their more promising results that I've seen from them.
Yeah, I think Titans, you gotta watch out for what they're able to do, because you're like, where are Wolves? All thanks to Titans. They beat them down in the qualifier. Heretics, they have generational talent of their own. Thinking about the Turkish talent of Wu and Riyadh. You have Benji that's kind of got the Thor gauntlet of all the esports that he's been winning. But me and Baby Bay are really Titans pilled. I don't know if that's a real sentence, but I'm excited about this team. They have some interesting looks too, with Abo really liking that deadlock on like all the maps.
For your sake, Jen, I hope that the Titans pill does increase your height. But look, honestly, for you, for you, Shift, you know, we did see Titans in this tournament specifically take on RRQ, I believe it wasn't the most awe-inspiring game, but look, if they make it through this best of 3 series against Heretics, that's very difficult. Then they do have the reward of trying to get revenge on them, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, like, this group is really interesting because coming into it, just based on the teams that were placed here, all the favor seemed to be going over to Team Heretics based on the recent results they found in their region, being able to make it to Toronto, losing, like Jen mentioned, to a couple of really tough squads. So you kind of, you know, soften that blow of not getting out of groups just a touch.
That's before we saw Big Brock.
Correct. That's true. I mean, that guy's chatting it up with an offensive Odin. This is what he does. And I think the thing, too, is just like, for Titan, we don't really know exactly like how we want to establish them in terms of like a tier list, I think, because inter-regionally, they impressed versus some really strong historical teams out of China. Yeah. They qualified to get into EWC, but then they left themselves a little bit short versus RRQ. So it's just like both teams, it feels like a little bit of a juggling match right now. Like, what are we going to get out of these 2 teams?
Well, we got an interesting B-roll of Titans where bro's hitting the neon ult on his own head, so kind of just threw me off to what Shift was saying.
Hey, but look, we all feel like that sometimes.
Sometimes today. But, you know, this team has gone through shifts of their own, from Lucas being on a sub to moving into the starting roster as a new IGL. So they're still kind of forming around him. T-Virus still has to shine on the duelist. He's warming up on the neon. And then the ultimate pickup for me has been Haodong, bringing him in from EDG. And he's been playing since the start of Chinese VALORANT, which is like in the underground days. So I look towards Haodong to bring the leadership, the experience that this team needs to clutch on day 2.
Yeah, I saw Haodong the other day, I was a little bit starstruck because I remember watching the original EDG days. And look, he's got a lot of experience behind him. He's going to be a player that's going to kind of command respect a little bit domestically. And you do need some of those leadership figures in your teams to be able to drag the rest of the boys up with you. So look, Titan, they have got a mammoth task on their hands. We'll see how they potentially handle that. And for Heretics, look, I think already both of these teams kind of in the same boat, maybe in slightly different fashions in terms of expectations of the match, that their best of ones did not go well. They did not. And for Heretics, I think it's kind of getting to that point where maybe even similar, not quite at the same level, but maybe even similar to like MIBR, for example. It's like, when are we picking this up at some point, guys, you know?
Sure. I think that, you know, the other side of it, I look at this Team Heretics squad and some of their, especially like their experience that they built in EMEA. You put a longer series in front of them, the chances of them playing to their normal identity go up. At best of ones, anything can happen. This is not a surprise to anyone who's watched Valorant before.
Yeah.
It just comes down to, are we going to get that immediately? Or is there still a level of like them getting their feet planted here in the international stage at Riyadh?
I'd be so annoyed if I was just Heretics, because it feels like everyone's peeking against you.
That's a good point.
Because from Wolves to Paper X to NRG, like we kind of expected that series to be a lot closer. NRG are just hitting energy level 9,000. So Heretics, what's next? Titans are gonna peak and defeat them?
I'm pretty sure Heretics are sick of Chinese teams peaking against them. I mean, we had Champs last year,
good call,
and we had Wolves. So look, yeah, probably they would prefer no more their shift.
No, absolutely right. I mean, at some point they would like to be the team dominating the conversation from a positive standpoint, not from the negatives that we've had in the last couple
I keep
weeks.
trying to do it. I'd say it every time. These guys are goated. And then I copied Woot's crosshair. I saw him. I just saw Woot in the bathroom. I was like, I was like, is it appropriate to say, hey bro, I copied your crosshair when you're both washing your hands? Probably not. So I just left it.
Better than like at the urinal or something even weirder. But you're getting all the insight. You're getting all the insight from everywhere, from post matches to in the bathroom. I love that about you.
Like honestly, in the urinal though, you know he's got that aim, because in game that guy's sharp.
You're a consummate professional.
Thank you. I do restrain myself occasionally. Look.
Hey, you don't get better chemistry than literally having two brothers on the same team. I feel like you don't ever see that in esports, because why would you? Since I think maybe like Ogre 1, Ogre 2 in like Halo. I don't know if anyone
Christini in Call of Duty.
Yeah, Disney in Call of Duty has some brothers, so it's like, I would say you came out of the womb together, but you know, you grew up together. So you've gone through thick and thin, and now you compete on the same roster. You know each other, you know how to keep each other calm as well. This is a young team in terms of age, and rookies, they were rookies last year, and they're only getting better from here on out. But they also are facing teams that just are improving, sometimes even faster than them.
Yeah, totally agree. Look, Chinese Valorant can be a black box at the best of times. It's hard to know a lot about the players. It's hard to get an insight into the league. So look, we prepared a nice video about Titan Esports for you to get to know them better.
Hello and welcome back. I am Tom Biz, and of course I'm joined by Lucas and Haodong, and we're going to find out a little bit more about Titan Esports. Now, I wanted to start off with you, Lucas, obviously bringing it to EWC. It's sort of like your first big event. Like sort of coming here with the squad?
I think it's definitely a new experience. I've never been to like an international like this, and definitely like one of my first tournaments qualifying into like EWC. I'm really happy to be here, and I think it's just like a surreal experience meeting all these like pros I've watched throughout the years and growing up, and getting to meet them all.
Haodong, obviously you've been a part of the most successful team in China so far. I wanted to ask, now you're obviously back as a player once again, what is it like being with the new team?
我觉得不管在哪个队来到了世界赛，首先心情肯定是开心的，然后也希望也在世界赛上打好每一场比赛吧。
I think when you look back at some of your career, a lot of it was over in North America. Obviously, you've sort of made that change over towards China into the Tier 1. I kind of want to ask, like, is there stuff you've taken from the Americas and you want, okay, I want to apply this to this team?
I definitely think Americas and VCTCN have like a lot of different play styles, and I think I bring a lot of new ideas, and I think it's just like a new style into the VCTCN place.
I think most people consider you guys a fairly heavy underdog. Is this another scenario where people are underestimating a Chinese team coming into this event?
I think we've already seen it for the first time, how we like prove ourselves if we're the underdogs. Don't underestimate us.
我觉得不管 其他赛区的队伍人怎么看我们 VCCN 吧？我觉得我们 VCCN 的队伍之前在多伦多大师赛也好，还是曼谷大师赛也好，成绩都还不错吧。我觉得 VCCN 现在已经特别厉害了。
I appreciate both of you for joining us, of course. Best of luck going into your first couple of matches, and we'll see you soon.
Great to get to know a little bit more about some of our Chinese teams here at EWC. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to step up to the task, I suppose, against Heretics here. Otherwise, unfortunately, we will not be seeing much more of them.
So you were saying you were starstruck by people you meet in the bathroom sometimes, and then Titans are starstruck from the people that they're meeting here. And Lucas is just one of those young players that part of that interview just turned 18, and you kind of see those nerves in that best of one of just hesitating, and you really need to play with confidence when it comes to Valorant.
That's a really good call, and I think you kind of reflect over the first best of one that they played yesterday. There was a level of the mid-rounding got a little bit sloppy. Some of the decision-making that they made on executes got a little bit shaky of, ooh, we didn't like the look of this, so let's bail, and then they're caught. So there is a level, I think, of that. You know, again, international stage, a chance to square up against teams you've never seen before outside of when you watch them online. Chance to really prove what your worth is here for Titans.
Absolutely. So look, let's see what maps exactly that these two teams will be squaring up on. We will unroll the Veto and have a little bit of a look at what we're going to get out of these matchups between these two teams. Pearl already getting taken out there by Titan, Jen.
I like the pick. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm gonna wait.
Oh.
Get the
What do you mean? We don't know the
It's
Veto.
We don't know it.
We don't know it. We're only finding it out now. That's how
How dare you break the fourth
I
wall.
got the winner. I'm not going to tell you guys. There you go. Titans. Titans picking Icebox. When I said they were quirky with their Sentinels, it happens on Icebox too. Abo has a big preference towards that deadlock, and he's even played it on Icebox, something you really don't see every day.
No, you really don't. I think the other thing about this is we've seen a couple of different iterations of what they want to do with their duelists. On top of that, there's also a heavy Tejo recency bias for Titans on this map. So it does feel like we're going to get something fresh out of them that, again, Heretics may not have a chance to prepare against, whereas you know what you're going to get out of Heretics having played this very recently versus two very top teams, both being Paper Rex and Fnatic.
It's true.
Haven for map number 2, though, is an interesting conversation point because if you know Team Heretics, you know they love this map, they play it a lot, they win it a lot. So they're going to feel really good about map number 2, and then the Sunset Decider is going to be a fresh look for Heretics, whereas, you know, we did just see this map yesterday for Titans. So there's going to be an opportunity for them to kind of go back, do a little bit of VOD review, and come out more improved on the map.
Yeah, that's fair. I totally echo your sentiment about Haven. I mean, they are smashing the not just teams in EMEA, but the best teams in EMEA, Liquid and Fnatic, single digits on Haven. So they're going to be feeling very confident about taking Haven into this series. They do love that ISO Yoru double duelist style that T1 did popularize. So we'll see how Titan Esports Club do end up dealing with that. And I think Sunset, although you don't have a recent rep for Team Heretics, I copied Team Heretics to Sunset back in the day. They were so good at Sunset last year. This is a map that they know how to play really, really well, and they should be feeling very confident on, Jen.
And you can't say the same about Titans, who, like Chip was alluding to, Titans lost Sunset 13-6 in that BO1 against RRQ, running kind of this Neon Breach, Fade, really explosive comp. But again, the question mark is that deadlock, and it just changes the whole way you play that map. And it's a single Sentinel deadlock, where a lot of the times you kind of prefer it as a secondary to a Cypher.
We're going to get a crazy game on Icebox, I think, folks. Like, if these comps come to fruition and you do get some deadlock out here for Titan Esports Club, and Heretics are going to play the Neon on Icebox, that's going to be insane, bro.
I don't love the idea of seeing the deadlock here for Titan. And I think the other part about this is kind of, again, throwing more of a predictive nature over this conversation. Titan Esports needs to win map number 1 because they're going to have to win this series in 3. I just don't see the way that they play and the agents that they play being able to best what Heretics has shown us time and time again. No matter how much VOD you've been able to study, no matter how much you've been able to try to cook to counter, I just love the way that Heretics look on that map. So for Titan Esports, you got to come out and win map number 1. And I just don't love the idea of them trying to bank that on a deadlock off pick like that. I would like to see them play something a little bit more standard and maybe trust into your strong guns that, you know, you were able to kind of showcase a couple of different moments against RRQ yesterday.
The good news in that regard is they've had 2 months to prep something. That was their last game was against Bilibili on Icebox 2 months ago, where they did get a really big dub. Like we're talking about deadlock on defense. They went 10-2 against Bilibili, and we've just seen how good Bilibili is at this tournament. But they could have flipped their comps however they want. They could have made a lot of adjustments in 2 months here.
Yeah, and I think the other part about that is like GravNet plus Salvo's super strong, and I have to imagine that that's part of it.
That's
Again,
true.
not having a chance to really kind of get the deep dive on it.
Well, they're not
That'd
going to be rolling in with the Teo this time.
Exactly. You're not playing Tejo on Icebox. You may still see it on a couple of maps because of playing multiple initiators, but I just don't see you playing it on Icebox alongside something like a KO. So
yeah,
there's a level of, I think you just need to see something completely fresh here if you are Titan, and I would love to see them play something like Jet. Just continue to play for some high ground battles.
I mean, yeah, they probably will play Jet. I could see them just going from Teo to Sova if they want to keep it the same, but what do you think, Jen?
I mean, Masters Toronto was just that recently, and to go 9-13 against Paper X, you lose that if you're Heretics, but that's to go up against EU's best says a lot, and it was a lot around, like you mentioned earlier, the Mini Boo Neon, but also some Gecko. We've seen kind of Gecko in other tournaments around Icebox, but people are completely shifting away from that.
I mean, Gecko is still very good on Icebox, I would say. I think Gecko Sova still sees quite a bit of play. Used to see Gecko KO as being very core. Gecko Sova, I mean, we've already seen it at this tournament. So I really wouldn't expect Heretics to be the team to reinvent the wheel. And I kind of agree with that. Like, the losses recently you're seeing are against Fnatic and Paper X. Those teams are okay.
Yeah, they're not bad.
They're all right.
I've heard of worse, for sure. No, you're right. I mean, I get it's surprising because we have seen quite a bit of Icebox, at least on our broadcast, and maybe not as much Gecko as we would have expected, especially out of North American teams who have often shown us that we're going to throw Gecko in so the wingman can just get the plant down. We can play a 6v5. But, you know, I'd have to imagine that if you're looking at that potential matchup versus a deadlock that could change things, if you are, I think, kind of cooking something up, if you're Heretics, maybe expecting that deadlock's going to be the picture, I think maybe you drop the Neon in favor of a Jet. You just play that high ground battle and avoid deadlock completely. But I don't know, who knows? I think this is going to, it's just, we don't have the recent results that we would have wanted in terms of how the patch has impacted both of these two teams and their potential compositions.
Yeah, I think Neon could be an interesting one on Icebox. It's definitely not something I would recommend, but we, as you would have known, if you have watched your fair deal of Heretics, we all know that Mini Boo is a bit of a Neon specialist. So, you know, I really wouldn't be surprised to see him play like that, play that Ancient. And it can definitely be the kind of Ancient where you can make some plays. You can throw up that fast lane. You get those quick snowman wraps, like you put up the Viper wall towards B, fast lane goes up, Dizzy over the top, and you can wrap up into snowman and do some of those wrap plays, kind of similar to like how you would make plays with an Omen sometimes.
Sure, and I think the other part about that, just to kind of speak to the you know, the power that Neon could bring outside of what you're talking about, like that B attack can be so difficult to deal with because there's so much layering, so much breakdown and dissection of the site, but you can also do the same thing for retakes, which, you know, we have seen for Heretics has been kind of a core part of what they've brought to the picture in the past on this map. I mean, defensively speaking, it is their stronger side. It's hard to say that with, you know, a certain level of legitimacy because they keep picking this map and they keep getting put onto attack first, but still their defensive side is very, very solid. They just don't get a chance to play it as much because their offense has found just as much success as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think Icebox must win, and we've talked about it a fair bit here, but must win for Titan. It's the only map that the Heretics has really showed any kind of weakness on, but they are showing weakness to bona fide best teams in the world.
Correct,
so I don't think that's really weakness at the end of the day, but Icebox is going to be one that you're going to win. But I think it's going to be hard after that. Haven and Sunset to be the deciders after that.
Tough.
That's very tough. And we've already seen one Sunset gen from Titan, and it was not great. They lost to a Waylay. Like, that Asian isn't even good.
Kind of just bringing back the curse of Heretics keep facing teams that are peaking. If they lose to Titans better go and just win the whole thing. And honestly, the casters would just lose their freaking minds because a lot of people kind of power ranked Titans on the lower side of things.
That last for me.
Well, you're honest, and that's what I like about you. But it's just speaking to how young they are as a team. Like, Titans just didn't play with a lot of confidence when they went up against RRQ. Like, I saw Coco and Lucas just glued to each other's hip as two initiators, and I kind of want to see having more options of utility around the map.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think for Sunset, take a little bit of a look at what Titan likes to play on this map. I mean, we already saw it, right? We saw the Neon, we saw the Deadlock, we saw them try to get into the sites very fast with the Neon Breach and be able to get those post plants going, but I don't really remember if they were able to win on some of those attacking post plants, right?
No, they weren't. And that's the biggest part about it, and I think we were actually watching that match together. It's just like, why are we not seeing more of a dedicated execute from T-Virus. Like, it just felt like he was kind of somehow like dancing in and out, like not fully committing behind the breach utility, and it just felt like they got a little bit stuck. I mean, the attacking side, you look at it, and 2 and 5 in first blood engagements was T-Virus Luke. So it just goes to show that like those opening set plays for Talon were not, or to Talon, for Titan Esports was not working out for them. And that is something that I think you can go back, relook at, and say, look, we're not executing with the same level of confidence that we need to pull that kind of a composition off. You can fix that. You can come back into today and say, let's commit. Even if it's a bad call, we don't love the call, commit to the call. We can then evaluate if we like that call later or not, but we have to be able to commit.
And day 2 has told a whole different story for a lot of our teams that badly performed yesterday. And that's why I think we were all like, ooh, really excited for this match, because I don't see Heretics pulling a day 1 like whatever they did yesterday. I don't see them pulling that again. And just looking at on Titan's side, Coco and Lucas didn't have a good game on that sunset against RRQ, but kind of reminds me of when I just casted XLG, where Viva had an okay day, and then he went from okay to MVP.
Insane. Yeah.
So the turnaround that you can have from day 1 to day 2 is everything.
Absolutely. I mean, it's good to see Viva fragging out as well. I remember watching that guy before Valorant came out. He was using the sniper weapons, the little snipers. I don't know what it is about people AWPing in CS, like Crazy Guy was the same. And then all of a sudden, that makes you want to use a crossbow and be a little Hanzo, man.
He just threw so many games into
We got a lot of games in EWC, Jen. You got to keep up.
So true. That's so true.
This is just the first.
Yeah, well, it's the second, actually. Yesterday was the first, but...
I'm trying to out-yap Dota next to us. That's my only goal.
Plus, we're talking about event-wise, and yes, this is the first Valorant event here, but not our first date, not our first rodeo.
Where's nitpicking me on the desk?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how I go.
Always difficult, always difficult.
Just trying to keep us accurate, you know?
Well, Titans are playing musical chairs behind us. Looks like everyone is staying in their seats, like kind of switching who wants to be on the side, who wants to be in the middle. I don't know. What's the meta, Mitch? You've coached some teams. What's the seat meta of where you should sit?
I don't know. I just slap the chairs and say, good job, boys. No,
Okay.
yeah, IGL, usually IGL in the middle for most teams, and I would say in general, you usually want either site partners together. I would say, like, I've thought about it a lot more in like CS and like other TAC FPS games. You would have like some supportive players like with the entry or something like that, but more so like site partners. You're thinking about it a little bit more. Maybe in Valorant there might be some kind of meta where you're talking about like init with the duelist, because the whole thing is you can be like on a KO or something like that, or holding a Sova dart, and if you're sitting next to your duelist and you can see in real time when he's entering, you can sync up your util pretty well. I know not everybody takes that approach, but like, you know, a little bit simpler in CS, like it's literally like, I'm looking at your screen, you're holding the flash, and I'm about to entry. You peg the flash, and I know exactly what the time. There is no there is no question about when it is. Whereas when it's online, you're playing off sound cues and all these little other things that you will still get a pretty good timing, but maybe not absolutely perfect.
Yeah, voice comms online, you know, you can only 3, 2, 1 go with a certain level of, that's for sure what the timing is going to look like. But, you know, again, it is what it is. We can sit here and we can pick apart minuscule strategies all day long, and based on how the days have gone, we definitely have the time to do that. But I think the thing is, like, this feels like a day of a bounce back for Heretics. This feels like it's going to be some sort of a revival of what we came to know from this team, the expectations that we started to build for this team. It's the prime opponent to do it to. That's what we said about RRQ yesterday. If there were ever a team that you'd want to play up against and boost your confidence going into this event, it very well, especially in this pool, is this Titan Esports Club team. So I feel like that's another muse for success here for Heretics, just speaking to the overarching narrative. We're not going to mince words here. I mean, we could sit here and play the hero role all day long, but Heretics is the favorite team by a freaking landslide. And that, I think, has come true, maybe outside of just the recent results that have got us a little bit hampered. I'm saying that with confidence.
Yeah, I think for me, like, because Titans missed out on Masters, there's like less footage on them, but they've only done so much growth from just having just kind of a bottom start to the season to getting to playoffs in their stage. Then they go to the qualifier for China, where they not only beat Wolves, but they beat BLG. So I think Titans, if they're just ramping up from there, this is going to be a good series.
Totally agree with you, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see where this series goes. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Team Heretics and Titan Esports Club very soon. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here with the Valorant group stage, and it is an elimination match between Titan Esports Club and Team Heretics to see who will go on and have a chance to qualify through to the playoffs. We've already had some unexpected results in this group so far, with NRG already making it through. That had to feel good for you, Jen.
What do you mean unexpected? I believe since the start. I may not have height, but I have the script, okay? Jeez, I can't believe you still brought that up. I haven't forgotten.
It's because you're closer to the table. It's easier for you to write.
Yeah. Whoa. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Short.
What the heck? Well, at least I know where to stand and where to sit. Can't say the same about Titans. I'm gonna shift They're playing musical chairs over there.
Leave the players out of it, okay? Leave the players out of it.
That's pretty
I wanna
basic
get in the
101
game.
stuff.
The seat wasn't quite right. It's like the three bears, you know, too hot, too cold.
Too hot, porridge too cold.
Some people like it when someone warms up the seat for them. Some don't.
I'll warm your seat any day of the week, Mitch.
I know you
Any day of the
will.
week.
And that's why you're on the desk with me here, Shift.
Standing, by the
Really? How would that even work? That would be unreal. Look, have you learned anything about Dota, Shift?
You know, quite a bit, actually. We got both of their streams going on simultaneously. It's just like lights and colors and numbers all over the screen.
I love how we had quite a long day, and then I was walking out yesterday. I do have the group huddle for Team Heretics there, and they were still going with Dota. To be fair, they do have a broadcast crew of about 45.
Correct. It's an army.
They're taking over the green room.
They fill up the green room. We get shoved in the corner. That's okay.
One of us at a time. Like I could already picture like April's just like in a little huddle chair in the corner.
I'm just listening to, whoa, they really messed up the draft here. I'm just like, bro,
Oh, yeah, same.
I'm just trying to.
I tripped over one of them. They're sitting on the floor too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, again, close to
dark
the
in
ground, but look, we got the Team Heretics huddle going on here. You do have the boys having a little bit of a chat amongst themselves. Does look like the spirits are pretty high for Team Heretics. Just had Titan finish up their huddle there. Heard them try to get themselves pretty hyped, and we'll see if Heretics can top that.
Wait for it. Wait for
Huzzah.
it.
I think a little bit more. A little bit more there for
Huzzah.
Heretics. So I think we can just wrap it up and move on to the next
Chant diff?
the next
Wait,
series.
Nicholas just had the cleanest dap I've ever heard.
Oh. And you're an
Dap
expert.
check.
That was so clean.
Oh my god.
You're an expert. You're a DAP expert.
Dude, it was just like a. I could hear it resonating in the rafters.
Oh man, this is
Alright,
what
we're
this is
getting
what
DAP
happens with
checks
this
on
is
the
what happens
desk.
when we get Call of Duty casters in.
Correct.
Not talking about
So
Chat me up,
true.
bro.
DAP form.
Let's wait for him to start saying chow.
Yeah, I'll chow that. Chow that.
Don't
bet.
chow that, chow that.
Chow
We
that.
go chow.
It's actually not one I know.
You don't know chow?
I've never heard that. Is that a
Dude,
new one?
So this is the fun part about. My girlfriend is not an esports person.
Yeah.
And so like every now and again I'll say things like that's chalked. And she's like,
What?
well, pardon me?
Oh.
Do you know chalk?
I know chalk.
Okay, you know chalk. So I was like, yeah, I'll chow that. Or like that's just so chalked. She was like, what are you talking
Or calling your gun a gunny. That's
Yeah.
like such a like. Why do we have nicknames for
Yeah.
that?
about?
Get your gunny
Get
out.
your gunny out.
Are you gonna tell me or
What?
what's chow?
It's short for challenge. Like I'd chow that. Like I'll give you a challenge.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna challenge that.
All right. Fair enough. Well, I'm glad we cleaned that up.
Crusty
I'm
Knee
gonna-
podcast strikes again.
I'll tell you this, bitch. I'm going to fit the word chow into this next broadcast at least 3 times just
We,
for you.
we actually we do that quite regularly. So if you ever hear someone say something questionable on a VCT broadcast, that you now know why. They sometimes do say,
It's wordplay.
can you
Spreading his poison.
can you
Exactly.
put global emissions into the broadcast somewhere, or just something absolutely cooked? So
Is
look,
there a Pacificism?
Pacificism. There are probably a lot, and I just don't have it in my brain right
Crikey.
now.
What a challenge. I don't know.
Never.
Not
again.
Australia. We're terrible at Valorant. What do you
Never.
mean?
I don't know.
We don't even
Giving
make
you
it to
ideas.
Pacific. We don't make it. We don't even make it close to Pacific. At least you guys have some representation.
Trying to use your Australian. Maybe you got some
Yeah.
quirky things
Like
going on.
you know, Australians, we're good at surfing. Europeans are good at playing Valorant. North Americans are usually pretty good at co-streaming.
North near airport? Near airport or something? You say coach streaming? That's so crazy.
Oh my god, I hope Tarek and Finesse were watching that right there. You're cooked,
Get
dog.
him.
I mean, I'm just speaking facts. You do have the co-streaming market in you know, locked down.
Locked and true.
Hey, farming to watch video games sounds pretty good to me. That's a lot easier than actually playing. So I feel like co-streamer is the dream route.
Wow, did you just say those that can't do co-stream? I think that's what Jen just said.
Hey, I was
Wow,
a teacher at some point.
She's had some spicy takes. But
Hey,
that's
those who
up
can't
there.
play also cast. So
That's
good
literally
for you.
that. You're
true.
speaking
That's
about
so
my
true.
career.
Oh yeah, you were a coach that one time.
I was a bad player, then I was a bad coach, and now I'm a bad caster.
So it's literally like those that
Wow.
can't do coach, those that can't coach, cast.
You just fail
And then
upwards
those
in
who
this
can't
world.
cast host.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just doing the whole cycle.
Yeah,
I'm here
yeah,
for it.
absolutely. Look, players looking pretty locked in. I believe Benji Fishy's bleached his hair blonde. That is very UK of him, Jen. When are we going to be seeing you go the same route?
If someone, I don't know, if I go through a crazy breakup, if I crash out, I'll go blind. I'll get a pixie cut. I'll go bald.
Just gonna start like listening to
Hold a
Pink,
sideshow?
Kelly Clarkson and Avril Lavigne on shuffle.
I mean,
With
we
the
have Avril
eyeliner?
Lavigne on the broadcast.
That's true.
Fire. You got a haircut for this event. I'm happy for
You
you.
got a beard cut for this event based on the
Yeah.
VODs that I've seen.
Wow,
You were like
okay.
half caveman for a while.
Yeah, you
Wow.
it's pretty gangly.
Wait. What? How do you guys know this?
Because we watched the
I googled you.
You Google?
I was trying to figure out which Mitch you were. 'Cause we have
Yeah.
Mitch Man and Mitch B.
Bro, they just keep popping out Mitches. It's not even a good name, though. I don't even like my name, and they just keep popping out white people called Mitch. Like, what is going on with this?
This is getting off the rails.
You're the first Alan I've known.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
have
that's fair.
friends.
I guess it's a pretty rare name. Very common middle name.
No, my middle name's Francis, and then we have a guy who's
Francis.
Korean in VCT Pacific called Francis.
You're like kind of popey.
Popey?
Like Pope France.
Wow.
You're a little popey in the middle.
You look a little popey there, bud.
That's a good Canadian credit.
Bro's looking a little evangelical today.
A little pulpy,
A
bud.
little popey body.
Got ourselves a full tilt here. Full lumber on him.
He's good. He's good. This guy's good.
Oh my
Jesus,
god.
Murphy.
Oh my lord.
Is there a Charlotte-ism?
There's not much of a Charlotteism, not that I know of, no.
Valorantism!
For the love of God, end this and cast the game. Lemon
I'll
Kiwi
get
and I
up.
hold shift.
I know, the height didn't change when I got up, but we're hoping that we're going to see a change of pace and tempo shift. Best of 3 elimination, Heretics versus Titans.
Yeah, and taking a look, we are going to get essentially and actually pretty much truly mirror matchups here. So different for what we kind of came to know and expect. No deadlock here for Titan Esports, which we were framing up. They're going to go the more traditional
Thank
route of the Killjoy, which I also agree on that. Vipers on both sides. You know what's going to expect with those walls. And it looks like TEC do want to take a bit of an opening aggressive push to try to get some forward pressure already through B. Got the sentry turret at mid to try to keep that honest. And yeah, T-Virus right here in the corner may get some action after that little double happens through the middle. Yikes.
Okay, the practice range diff from Tech, just the 3K off mid. Okay, this Sentinel diff is insane. Abo, welcome.
Yeah, that was dirty. And for Heretics, just trying something a little bit more unorthodox. Again, speaking to their compositions, they had played Neon Gecko before. With the same Killjoy Sova Viper. So again, switch ups across the board. That we actually have not seen them play KO at all this calendar year. So this is going to be, I think, an interesting spotlight to throw onto Woot, mostly on the timings of when they want to use things like the knives, how you want to execute off of things like flashes, and how deep do they want to scale. Not playing Neon, like we talked about, we often expect that type of a composition wants to get deep through Snowman at B. So have they done their prep done? Are they ready to go to kind of understand this more traditional, more orthodoxical type
Abo
of
again?
set up for compositions as Abo is just off the races here.
The less we look at him, the better he is at the game. I don't know, and it wasn't even through just watching over mid. It was through shutting down A single-handedly. So Team Heretics are really not off to a good start. What did we say about them facing teams that are peaking? Now you're facing a peaking Sentinel.
Yeah, this is the last thing you want to peek into is T-Virus with an Outlaw against just classics. He could definitely pop off and single-handedly get the job done. There's the first to connect. Follow-up is going to be shut down by Coco, and this should be a pretty comfortable anti-eco here for Titan. Keep saying talent.
We got the knife too from Tech, and Heretics are not swindled at all by that. They're able to turn this all around after Heretics got first blooded. Still that big old threat. It's a double flank. The walk up from Tech coming through spawn, and Woot has a big old challenge, or chow as you like to say, and Howdong takes care of business. Flank develops. Boo the last one, just hoping to play his life in this tower. And with the wall coming up just in time, gets to kind of isolate these angles. 1v2. Spike's going to get tapped. He's not going to peek it quite yet. Oh, almost got that finish against Lucas.
Yeah, you get a couple of repurchases out, though, going into this bonus. And, of course, you get the plant to kind of reestablish what your economy is going to look like coming into this purchase round of round 3. And for TEC, see what Titan wants to do in terms of purchasing into their bonus. Sheriff for now, full armors across the board everywhere else for the most part. But yeah, it's just that's a pretty punishing follow-up for Heretics considering the start. You're going to appreciate the idea of making this third round maybe a little bit easier for you. And we're going to get an idea pretty quickly here about what Heretics want to do from an identity standpoint with full rifles in hand.
Nice flank. Tech off to a fire start as Abo's 4-0. And he'll get to rejoice even more on how good he's been with the Sheriff. Just give him a Sheriff again. I don't know.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, the Sheriff and the Outlaw pop off. There's kind of like a cowboy theme going on here, and Titans are locked in.
What's your favorite cowboy-themed gun in Valorant?
Outlaw. It shoots twice, so if you miss, I was gonna say if you miss, it's very forgiving compared to the other snipers.
I'm more of a Marshall stan.
Ooh.
I like the Marshall. I love the days back when like people started to recognize the first time that like you didn't need to scope for the Marshall to still pack a punch in anti-ecos, and we just got like what I like to call musket warfare, which is that's my sound effects.
Oh, we're gonna start rap godding over here if you guys make us go crazy again. And then your Call of Duty isms of hitting a no scope that translates down.
That translates to all kind of tech shooters though.
But you got a 360. I'm not seeing Valorant people just jump off top ropes, do a little 360, get on a Taj.
The old school MW2 days. Oh, that was 15 years ago almost.
We're old.
We're old.
Got you to admit it.
I have the luxury of admitting it. I think you get to a certain point where like you don't avoid the conversation of your age, you just kind of own it.
Can't avoid Abo either. Despite me being a hater of the deadlock, at least the solo deadlock, he was still a top fragger and kind of a huge carry when it came to that sunset. And he's 4-0 and takes a lot of kills to get the KJ ult online, but it's still huge for this map.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. I think especially considering, where the success stories were for Titan yesterday. It did come by way, of Abo and really of just the Sentinel gameplay at large, just kind of stopping and putting a pause to some of our RQs, executes and things of the nature. Obviously, again, this is a fresh look here for Titan. You already kind of mentioned it in the preamble to this setup. It's not just that they played it yesterday. They play Deadlock a lot. And it's not a stranger to really a variety of maps, which has in the past also included this Icebox. So this is a fresh look for them. As we're hearing that on stage, there's a couple of small audio issues, which is what we're trying to resolve at the moment. But, for Titan, you're feeling really, I think, again, just that mental freedom to know that Abo's not a new character for our maps pool here, and he's already popping off. Locking down the lanes that he needs to. Granted, it is just pistol and anti-eco, but still, that boosts a lot of confidence, I think, across the board as Titan try to move around the map, especially they rotate from site to site.
Yeah, because it's not even just Abo having a good EWC, but a good qualifier in that EVO Chinese qualifier to get here. He was a top fragger there, too, and you can't really say that about a lot of teams where your Sentinel is the one that's muscling in all these kills. And Abo was part of that early Chinese Valorant, those early Chinese Valorant days too, where he actually played with Haodong. So they have that earlier friendship from the EDG days. And, I was hoping to see more out of Haodong when we talk just about how many years he's been playing Valorant. And you got this rookie young talent coming in, and they're starting to frag too.
Yeah, just to kind of give you the numbers, I mean, a 1.4 for Abo with a 263 ACS throughout the entirety of the EVO event in Act 2. And that included him playing not just Deadlock, but also a bit of Killjoy and Cypher. So, when your Sentinel player provides that level of consistency and that level of fragability, that's an unbelievable sense of freedom to what the rest of the team wants to do. Now, that said, there's a level of, you want to see more out of, out of T-Virus. He had a 0.85 KD at EVO. Now, granted, again, as like an initiator or an execute rather, you just got to get your one and get out, but or at least get your one and done. So there's a level of like, okay, maybe some success there in terms of his first kill percentage, but still, it's just like at a certain level when you're playing against the best teams in the world, like you can't just go one and done. You need to be able to use that as a chance to, you know, execute and take sites convincingly.
Yeah.
So that way, players like Abo who are fragging late in the round can get their setup done and again just establish their presence. So.
And there was excitement about T-Virus when he was part of DRG or Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Dragon Ranger.
When he was part of the kickoff with them, they got 4th, and then he moved on to Titan for stage 1. And still trying to be that pop-off duelist, and it's tough to shine against the talent that are here at EWC. And Lucas is still trying to find himself on that role where he was utilized a lot for his Tejo, his first appearance as a starter during EVO when they let go of RB. So then Lucas steps up, and Lucas just turned 18, kind of playing some IGL. That's something, you know, integrating a new IGL is always a thing. He played many years in Challengers NA with top players, flexing from Sentinels to Initiators to Neon, like literally played everything. So Lucas is so flexible, but I want to see him be the master of one thing or a couple things.
You know, the other side of it is like, as you know, especially kind of getting prepared and for this event and looking back at, you know, stage 1 in the Chinese region versus like what the Chinese teams did at Toronto, and even looking back to the end of last year when they had found so much success, there's a level of like a revolving door in touch or in certain ways of like which Chinese teams are going to be in the top 2, top 3. And, you know, I know you've said it a lot, like this is a Titan team that finished 2nd over Wolves at EVO. And prior to that, you know, did not have the best stage 1. So like it comes in waves, like momentary flashes of like who's going to be the best team from China. Sometimes it feels like it's EDG, the expectation. Other times, teams like Titan come out of nowhere and surprise you and really kind of take over the conversation. Now, we have not seen that yet, but again, it's just the best of 1, and so far to the start of their map pick, it's been solid. So we'll see how consistent this Titan team is going to be throughout this map when we eventually restart it back up.
Yeah. Just talking about how Benji, you don't see a lot of esports players that can go from esport to esport and dominate the way that he has, being at the top of Europe with Heretics. What's his next esport going to be? I know like Call of Duty and Halo and those type of games sometimes have players that can be an FPS generational talent, but Benji is something else.
I feel like he's pretty happy where he is right now.
We're keeping him. We're not giving him to anybody else.
Yeah, I feel like he's got a pretty solid gig right now, if I were to imagine.
Yeah, being that young too.
Yeah, it's you know, kind of taking the conversation from the Chinese region and talking about kind of like a revolving door of who's hot, who's not at any given moment in time. The same is kind of true in certain ways for EMEA. Like right now, Fnatic, I think, is obviously dominating the conversation. There's also a level of teams like Team Liquid. It's just like, what do these guys have to do to make it to an event? Because they keep finishing 1 spot lower than they would need to qualify to get into a position to be a major threat again on the international stage. So it's just, what are you going to get out of the European region as we finish off the rest of this year? Is Fnatic going to be able to do what they were coming up short with at Toronto and find a way to win a championship? Not as convincing of results as I think we would have liked to have seen out of them yesterday. Definitely stretched a touch in decision-making, especially versus 100 Thieves, but still got the job done. And are they going to dominate the conversation in terms of like what Western Europe brings to the mix? KC obviously kind of down and out at this point. BBL is showing that they can fight and they can look really solid and possibly be another top team from Europe. So it's just, again, like as you kind of go region to region and evaluate where teams are, it does feel like it comes in waves, and some of that is maybe just a comparison and a direct relation to what patch we're on.
Yeah, I definitely think EU should be stoked for how EWC has been for them as a region. K-Corp having that big upset against G2, which is a different G2 than we all know and love. And BBL have already qualified into top 8. Really stoked to see if Heretics are going to come back into this game. It's only 0-2, but teams love to peak against Heretics, so that'll be exciting. And of course, Fnatic are Fnatic. They are favorites to go on. They've of course already qualified into top 8, but for this group, we're still waiting to see who's really going to get out of it. It's been kind of a toss-up. I think predictions can be sometimes thrown into the bin. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, all of our predictions feel like they're a little bit lost, maybe with the exception of teams like Fnatic and PaperX still obviously being very potent in the conversation right now. Whereas,
like RRQ, Heretics, Titans.
I don't know where you put RRQ. I think I may have had them just inside the top 8. It's tough, I think, with them having not finding a win in Toronto, but playing up against Wolves and playing up against Fnatic. Like, they didn't have any softball matches.
As soon as they stop playing Waylay, it's over for the rest of the team.
There could be some truth behind that. There could be some truth behind that. I don't know. It's just like Group C, especially like after day 1, it feels wide open. You know, NRG is in that honeymoon period, and they are looking solid. Like, if Brock is chatting up with offensive Odins in the international stage, like we often like kind of memed upon when he was in North America, but still finding success. So it's like, meme if you want, but he's going to do what he does. It's just like when they play with that type of confidence, they're going to be a tough team to beat for anybody. But it does feel like, looking at the results of how the groups have gone through day number 1, it feels like Group A is the weakest right now, with the exception of Paper X.
Yeah.
And then I would say probably Group C is the next team, the next group that's probably the second weakest, based on the fact that Heretics got beat up by NRG, having a little bit of a tough start here versus Titan and RRQ. Yeah, they looked good yesterday on Sunset, but that's just one map, and I'll be interested to see what the results are with them at NRG, you know, tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite duelist at EWC right now? I know it's only 2 days, but you just kind of started the conversation about RRQ,
Sure.
and Jemkin is definitely top 3 favorite. I mean, we haven't seen all the teams over at the B stream. We can only keep up with so much, but Jemkin definitely up there. Just the fact that, hey, he got a map win with the Waylay.
Yeah.
But then, you know, then they had the double duelist with the Waylay, and that was less hot. But Jemkin was on fire on that BO1.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I think there's a level of, I'm kind of looking, Mata, I think, stands out in terms of just how NRG played yesterday. But, you know, it's kind of hard, I think, to pick one over the other. I think Levin also looked really, really good for BBL. So, yeah, I think there's, you know, duelists are probably going to be one of the, you know, player roles that we're going to spotlight a lot this weekend, or this weekend. So we'll see kind of how that unfolds and if that storyline stays true.
Yeah, well, let us know in chat who your favorite duelist is, as the podcast will not be continuing. We're going to throw it to a short break to make sure everything is good to go, and we'll see you on the other side.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention. Where did our love go? You would always bring my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention. Where did our love go? Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go?
We are so back between Titans and Heretics. We're getting into that first rifle round 2. I'm so excited.
Woo!
Woo! I ran over to the B room too, so I got
Yeah,
my heart
seen
rate
that.
up, and
Yeah.
we just started the game.
I love that. I'm here for it. Let's get going. Round 3, action ensues over. And how about the Sheriff play from TEC? Another one goes through, but again, the riflery a little bit too strong as Heretics are able to trade things back to a 4v3.
Yeah, Tech just not playing that far back to B and deciding to switch things up, play forward and punish Heretics as they were trying to use their own Viper wall and be a pivot towards A. And Abo's built different. Usually it was the Sheriff though. This time it's with the Stinger, and he had the first blood last round, including a 3 or 4K in the pistol, so all eyes are on Abo.
Yeah, the setup is really perfect for a Stinger right here. You've got all of your utility starting with an alarm bot off to your perspective left. Nano swarms behind you to give you an exit. So everything is looking solid here. Knife does come through. Doesn't seem to reveal, though, onto where exactly Abo is. So is there a chance for her to get the Stinger into play? But no.
Beautiful
Heretics get 2, and that should be a plant and likely the round.
Another day at the office for Heretics. being able to solve all your tech issues and then kind of shake off what happened in the first 2 rounds and using the Viper walls of the enemy against them. Okay. Good catch from Haodong. Wait, 1 versus 3. 3-in's kind of low. But it's not very winnable with where the spike is ticking at. But hey, you want to farm up the ult.
Yeah, and it's also try to force some repurchases. That's the other big news about this. Try to make this bonus feel a little bit more potent. And yeah, outside of a couple of armor tags there at the end, nothing more to be tallied in terms of the kill feed overall. But here we go.
Yeehaw! The showdown. PC versus player. It's not Heretics versus Titan. It's tech versus the world. But hey, we get to break down that round now for...
Oh, the next foreseeable future. Wow, I'll tell you what. I mean...
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. For Titan Esports crew, that's a heck of a way to get yourself an open first blood. I wish I could do like the Family Guy, the old guy, the whistle.
Oh,
hey there,
you need a gap. Oh, that was actually pretty good.
I can't do the whistle.
Need a gap in your teeth. Your teeth are too good. Oh.
Yeah, I can't do the whistle. I've got a friend who can do the whistle perfectly, and it gets me every time.
I wish I could play good Valorant. That'd be a more useful skill for me.
That's fair. It's also relatable. I think we're all in the same boat.
Where are you at? You good at? Are you any good at Valorant?
You ready for this? I'm going to expose myself live on broadcast.
Okay.
I don't play ranked.
All right, that's
I'm at an age where it's just like the stress of trying to calm to what you cast is just so high, and then you just have people rage at you. I'm just like, you know what? I'd rather just sit and watch VOD.
I only know girl math, so I also don't like playing ranked because I just buy whatever everyone else buys, and I feel like that's not the way you're supposed to play Valorant. So I just Swift play or I rock around. I try to play with Van Silly, but he sweats.
I just like I think there's just like, I don't want to say like I'm an idealist, but like when you watch the best teams in the world over and over and over again, and then you go and try to do it yourself, and it's like, wow, I'm A, old, B, not good, C, very old. I would rather just sit and enjoy and watch and learn and do that.
What other hobbies do you have?
Well, I do like to cook. Big fan. That comes with the Italian side of me, I think. But
I make a mean cordon bleu. That's my
really. I haven't made cordon bleu
it's
in a
like
long time.
a chicken with ham in it.
And
I don't know
cheese.
what.
Yeah.
Can't forget the cheese.
And that like creamy sauce.
Sauce. Good sauce.
Good sauce.
What's your signature?
Chick parm. Little chicky parm.
I think if we were a Valorant agent, we would throw out a chick parm because it's our signature.
It's definitely my signature for sure.
I'd love to refresh a cordon bleu.
I also like a good chicken piccata.
Okay.
Saucy. Big capers
Oh yeah,
fan.
the Italian. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Big capers fan. Underrated vegetable? Is it a vegetable? I would assume it is. It's like the cousin of an olive, so. That also feels weird to call olive a vegetable. Olives don't feel like a vegetable.
It's funny that vegetables have families.
The olive family tree.
Yeah.
This is what we talk about when we're on our 4th tech pause in the last hour.
What's your favorite vegetable, chat? Let us know.
Yeah. Okay, so we can bring the North Carolina back in. Like North Carolina, famous for their barbecue. Very different from Texas or St. Louis barbecue. But we also, like, it's a very vinegar-based sauce. We use the same, like, vinegar base for, like, coleslaw. Whoa.
Really cool.
Big coleslaw fan.
I love the lore.
You're welcome.
In Canada, our favorite dish is
poutine?
Gravy. Yeah, gravy and cheese.
Not the end of the world. I've had worse.
You thought the, Americans had, a greasy food problem. No, Canada, we love our gravy.
I'm trying to think of what is, like, my favorite dish when I go to Toronto. I kind of stay away from poutine. It fills you up. Like, it feels like you just ate a cement block.
Yeah. That's the best part.
That's fair. I had a really good sushi burrito in Toronto once.
That's strange.
Yeah. It was good.
Aren't sushis just already burritos in themselves?
You know, that's a very valid point. It's kind of like little mini rice burrito wrappings. Yeah. Have you ever had a sushi burrito? It's a revelation.
I'm going to get mad hated right now, but I don't mess with raw food.
That's fair. Nothing wrong with that.
My tummy don't like it.
That's fair. I wonder what the Heretics players' favorite foods are. Do you think Benji Fishy's favorite food is fish?
Probably. Should we ask him?
We probably
He doesn't
could.
seem too busy.
He's doing something in there, but I don't know.
Hey, after the tech pause, Avo had that 3K, and I don't know, practice
Tech pause
range
merchants.
diff.
Tech pause merchants.
Honestly, and you know, I'll put the trend out there that the side that had the most tech pauses won our last match.
That's valid.
So it's a tech curse, but a result blessing.
Tech boost, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to talk about what's going on in the A stream?
Sure.
100 Thieves won the first map 13-11. I'm sure you guys know that.
What?
Haven.
Yeah.
Solid defensive side, closed out in round 24 before
Damn,
OT.
9-3? Yeah.
And then EDG, big bounce back on the Sunset. Wow.
Ooh, Ascent, last map? You kind of
20
like to
wow.
start a series on Ascent, not end it
When
there.
was the last time you saw Boosty go 4-19 on a Cypher?
Oh, no. I wanted to hear him smack talk, and you can't talk when you go 4-19,
Yeah,
but we
that's
can
tough.
talk about Icebox for another round.
Okay.
Hopefully many more.
Round every 5 minutes average right now. Let's get that thing going. We got our, round 4 operator in play here for Titan Esports Club. That's going to be something, again, that, you know, swapping off and getting onto the jet without the deadlock allows you a little bit more freedom to play off the aggressive knives or recon bolts to get forward, which is exactly what TEC are doing over at A. But early Owl Drone and Toxic Screen going to be sent over to B to put a little bit of pressure onto Hao Dong. Not going to call for any help as of yet, but we'll get a little bit of a lean over from Abo.
And there's some conditioning from Tech, too. First, they had that forward push using the Heretics Viper Wall against them. And now having a more passive B-Link approach, especially with Coco. 2 flashes at the ready.
I like that mini boost stays here to get revealed by that knife. T-Virus was on the way over, and if you don't reveal anything with that knife, it could be a quick wrap back over to A. Instead, that reveal puts a little bit more pressure. Does Miniboo commit the paranoia here to put a little bit of extra, hey, we're still here kind of pressure onto TEC, or will they wait and just try to scale and lurk once they eventually hit some presence at A? And there we go. That's enough. That's going to keep the defense even more securely planted onto B. Should be a wide open A site.
And Tech just already got alerted to the A push of rotations coming in hot. And Lucas has 1 shock bolt left and wants to be at the front door to try and straight through and prevent the plan. But Benji, the ultimate backup plan. Great support from Heretics. They have been a threat on the A side.
Yeah, that's an expensive round right there for Titan. Flawless for Team Heretics, but more importantly, you bleed out the pockets of Titan completely with that operator being called into the picture. And that's just a really good kind of, again, duality style play for Heretics. You show that early aggression at B. It keeps eyes focused on that play at yellow, which, again, a lot of utility for Heretics was spent to kind of give the consideration to Titans that, yeah, they are, in fact, playing through this. But then the fact that Miniboo stays in his place, gets revealed by the knife, and finds a kill just leads to a wide open A side. And from there, Heretics don't miss a beat. Really clean.
Yeah, Tech have just not been able to surprise Heretics. Trying to be preventative against the spike. Now Tech are on a save. Sheriffs have been nice. Good. What a shock.
Yeah, and I love that. I mean, you know that T-Virus is so close to getting knives, so you commit the early snake bite with the shock dart. The vulnerability makes it hit like a frickin' freight train. Really good set play from Heretics, predicting that there was going to be a set play for the orb on the other side. You avoid the knife, you get what you came for, and it should be a very comfortable 5v4 from here on out.
Got Lucas and Coco on the back end. And Tech, of course, have their Sentinel. Abo is going to push his luck with the Sheriff, of course. And you really want Tech to be able to stack together if they hope to withstand this, or at least do damage at the very least, because the economy is getting quite rich on the Heretic side.
Yeah, Lucas just has to hit a couple of headshots. The same can be said for everybody else who has Sheriffs. You know, you click a couple of heads, this can change a touch, but you are looking at a very difficult hold for the side of TEC. Dark cover will not block the line of sight for Lucas completely, so you'll get a read. The commitment is on the way in. Paranoia cuts across the site. Abo gets isolated. Nanostorm on the backside of the site, and Woot will push forward. Really clean stuff coming through as Heretics clean things up, leaving Hao Dong by himself.
30 seconds left.
You force 1 repurchase. Koreans will have to do that, but Heretics are still so rich, so it really doesn't matter. From a flawless into a almost flawless. This is really good bounce back from Heretics despite the tech pause and having to kind of re-energize. And every time they're like killing, they're getting hype over there. So this A site has been the secret sauce for Heretics.
And I will say, just kind of reflecting on yesterday's matchup for Team Heretics, they played behind the 8-ball the entire map. They were never in an economical advantage. They always had to kind of go through that cycle of save buy, save buy, save buy. It just never feels good when you're in a best of one, and that's what the cycle ends up looking like. So for Heretics, finally here in Riyadh, a chance to be in control of the map and in control of the economy, which again just leads to these extra little bit of leaders advantages as you continue to your way through. The other important part about this, again, just to reflect, because it's been a while since we've talked about it, this is a new composition for Titan Esports, and even though Abo has played well, it does feel like there's a little bit of a miscoordination when it comes to how they want to set themselves up off of the early utility from things like the Sova and the KO. Are we getting forward with that? Are we using it for anything in particular, or is it just kind of using utility for using utility?
Yeah, Heretics just had a good set play. Maybe it just comes down to that early round. And speaking of that, you had the Coco knife being thrown towards deep into B main, droning up. Heretics is going to discover maybe T-Virus. No,
yeah,
maybe.
I think they saw the head of one.
Be able to dash out. Worst case. No, T-Virus is here to stay, ready to infect Heretics. And the second kill, too, before the trade. And a lot of distractions when you have the Hunter's Fury from Lucas thrown into the picture.
Yeah, that's a great call there, Jed. I mean, it really is just T-Virus is dead to rights. I mean, you use everything. You do ski just enough of him with the Aldrin. You commit the null command saying you cannot dash out. You have to hold your ground here. You separate a touch with the Hunter's Fury, but then you get 2 from T-Virus, Luke, which is just unbelievable out of him. So great stuff for Titan to bounce back, get us to a tie game, and say, not so fast there, Heretics. You're not going to be able to get away with everything you want.
Absolutely. What a performance out of Lucas, who was much quieter. I'm going to talk so much more about Lucas. Him and Coco, man, the two initiators that I wish did so much more on that sunset that I had casted, and so much more confidence. And when everyone's hyping you up, you get those kills, you set up T-Virus to look good, and I want to see more out of that duelist. But it takes a team, it takes a family sometimes around a duelist to really make them shine. And Titans not getting beaten up too much after getting hit by set plays, by seeing Heretics get richer and richer. And we're tied 3-3 apiece. A lot of factors coming into play here in Riyadh. Not just the heat, not just the fact that you're not at home, but a lot of time to kill between the rounds.
Yeah. You like your Valorant slow and steady, you came to the right place. But looks like we're starting to get things smoothed out just a touch here as we go into round number 7. Full purchase on the board, although Luke is actually going to hold off from buying and instead go into the knives by the look of it. So what's going to be the commitment call here? You got null command, one off of a lockdown as well for Titan's defense. And it will be a stinger added to the picture. Deep recon bolt. Luke is going to step up to try to keep earning back that Hunter's Fury he used in the previous round, but the suppression off the knife from the offensive side is key. And yeah, Luke just gets a little bit caught playing too far forward at screen. So first blood tallied for Team Heretics.
It's really good information off the boot knife, getting that ping, and Tech just couldn't escape. Just wanted to see if they could surprise Heretics in kind of a one-and-done type of spot. And T-Virus and Lucas now have to leave things off to Coco, who's just going to get locked down out of the A site.
And I wonder if this is just going to be TEC try to play for some passive angles on the backside of Rafters here. And if you don't find anything, then just forfeit the round away. You don't really have a great retake tool unless you find one and can use the null command. But they are going to step a little bit forward into Rafters. Split the difference on ropes. Abo down low, trying to get something out of the crossfire setup, but yeah, nothing there. And TEC get absolutely wiped off the floor with another flawless round for Team Heretics.
Out of 4 rounds the Heretics have won, 2 of them have been flawless. And they just get richer. We're going to start seeing EWC prize pool type of numbers if Heretics don't get shut down. And hopefully this is just a timeout, but yeah, also it's big risks from TAC to keep pushing and being aggressive for that A orb. Haven't really swung around in their favor, but they're also realizing that retakes feel impossible against Heretics.
That's, I think, the bigger part of the picture here is the executes have been so clean for Heretics that Titan Esports are feeling like they have to try to contest the spike plant more than just play for a 5v5 retake or a 4v4 retake or something of the nature. I think especially considering the fact that the lockdown had not been earned yet. You only have the null command, which really doesn't deter the setup of a post plant on A. especially the way Heretics are kind of stacking and splitting their attention from both playing deep and safe on the clutch post plant positions versus playing things like top 410 or underneath hell, things of the nature. So like the null command really doesn't do too much to help you reinitiate or retake based on how TEC are playing. But you know, on the other side of things, I am a little bit surprised that they didn't try to like find a pick and then commit to that last retake in a 3v5, because now you're in a broken buy situation. You have ultimates at the ready. You're not going to be able to really use them unless you find a couple of opening cheeky picks.
And just to update what's going on the A stream, EDG are 2 rounds away from eliminating the 100 Thieves in groups. And it's a good day for China, I gotta say. XLG looked good and EDG. So anyway, let's focus in on this one. Heretics, another flawless round. Just love this A site. Just being able to explode in, of course, having all the flashes, and Woot has provided so much info to get the ball rolling. And you're going up against Sheriffs, but that's where Abo had that 3K. You have the lockdown, and T-Fire is cooked, and Lucas had help from the Viper wall, and Heretics firing squad.
Yeah, just
still too good.
Pop execute right there from Team Heretics. In the past, they felt things out with things like a knife or an owl drone. This time, they just kind of walk Mini Boo up 410. And yeah, just T-Virus throwing a couple of shoulders, looking for just a pop and dash back. With the Sheriff, doesn't find anything, and then the isolation just leads to a complete collapse. So again, little variations in terms of what Heretics are showing at A, just trying to stay a little bit more unpredictable and not be completely one-dimensional on what they throw out and when it comes to an A execute. So, you know, even though it is an eco round, you don't really throw a lot of consideration to it. Heretics are diversifying their looks and, you know, just trying to stay as variable as possible as they continue to look for this early setup to try to deny any sort of a opening orb play.
Just trying to be ready for Tech's walk up, and Heretics keep getting that orb for free. It would be just the way, make these rounds even better for them, but you got an op into the equation, and T-Virus is a fun angle. Of course, you have flashes and support from his initiators if T-Virus is going to get pressured.
Yeah, this is a perfect setup right now in terms of how Titan have positioned the op plus the Haodong push up at B. They use the knife to clear this deep angle. Alarm bot sentry turret to keep mid safe. So Abo's also leaning towards A, because if there is a pop execute again, he can slow it down with the lockdown.
Ooh.
And this walk-up tube is only going to get so far. The line in the sand is going to be right at the precipice of this window as soon as the sentry turret shows itself. That's it. Can't go any further.
In worst case, you can give the spike to Mini Boo and you could teleport to B, so you're kind of leaving your options open for Heretics.
Yeah, the thing about that call, though, is you just don't have any information on B at all. You even see like an offensive ping. Yeah, an offensive ping goes over to Closet, so they know that this could potentially be a play. Luke misses his first shot, though. Haodong kicks things off with a lurking play.
And that's good that you're able to dash out at least, keep that up and keep that power position, but there is going to be a flank to worry about, and Heretics have to just evacuate all because of this lockdown, and you're still trying to get a plant off, and it's not going to happen.
Nope, clean. That just, you know, in terms of how Titan set that round up, you know, you get all that early dump of utility from Heretics onto the A orb. Titan just kind of keep their eyes on it from the backside of the site. And then as you start to see that early dump of utility, Haodong starts to sneak his way up green. You get a late knife from Coco to confirm that no one's on that close corner on the Closet. He steps into it. You've got all of your utility from Killjoy at mid to keep that safe, and you're just leaning and locking things down literally over on the A site. So great stuff from Titan. And if you're Heretics, now all of a sudden you got to kind of consider, like, we can't just default to playing off the barriers to A. We need to throw some consideration early to mid, or at least throw a little bit of utility over to B to try to keep this Titan defense a little bit more spread.
B side, never heard of her, but you got to know that Tech kept the op, and you're able, Heretics can still be confident going forward after they just flashed and made T-Virus uncomfortable and dash away. Still yet to feel the impact of that op, but that's just been how strong Heretics have looked on the initiator side of things. You could always Hunter's Fury if you really wanted to pressure him out.
Yeah, you're going to have to use something here, I think, to open the doors of your Heretics, because it's the exact same approach in terms of their walk up into 410. The sentry turret is what's keeping the flank honest right now, so Boo could technically try to rotate into A and drop the Viper Spit, but now they're going to wrap back quickly to B, and this is just an angle that you don't love the look of. If you don't have anything to clear this, it's just going to really lean to Haodong's direction, and Boo's in some trouble now all of a sudden.
See Viper off, and Haodong almost had really nice timing, just got caught off guard and forces Heretics to recenter themselves at A, and T-Virus still has
nice shot.
Oh, the collat is insane! And he holds on more, the dash, and Heretics are on the chase, but they find themselves on their backs, and Tech, I should say, close to tying things up.
What a frickin' play from Coco. Just Jet getting enabled by Coco, setting things up. You help out just to try to watch that cross. T-Virus, the micro moment from Jet to also just kind of blind out that recon dart. Don't give away your position. You have to hit your shot, and you do. Brilliant stuff off the two defenders inside of A to hold off that hit from Heretics. It starts, of course, with the collat, but the fact that you get that late knife and a little bit of extra flash utility from Coco to stop Heretics at the choke point is brilliant, and they need to talk about it.
So many ults from the Heretics side, too, to figure out how you want to close out these two rounds. It has been neck and neck, and this is the Titans' choice of map before we go to Haven for Heretics and Sunset at the end, which kind of a nice way to end that series on Sunset, to sunset one of these teams out of groups. And it's, again, a toss-up, and then the winner has to face RRQ, so job's not done.
Yeah, very factual, but this is, you know, in terms of like looking at the current score and how the patterns have built, both teams will prefer to see the defensive side of this map, as most do, but 53% is the average margin of victory on the offensive side for Team Heretics. So at a 5-5 count, you get to 6, you're feeling pretty good. For Titan, on the other hand, you're really trying to get this thing 7-5. That would meet your average about 60% win rate on defense. So that's the goal. Again, playing a different composition than they're used to. But yeah, there's the moment I'm talking about where you put down the cloud burst, you stop the recon bolt, you hit your shot. I think there was a flash over the top at the same time from Coco, if I saw it right. Though again, like, keep Heretics away from being able to clear that angle. Just really good reactionary play from TEC. Full purchase still in hand, though, here for Heretics. Like you mentioned, lots of key ultimates ready. Most in particular, you do have things like the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury, and then Minibu just an off angle up top. We'll go 1-for-1. Good trade, though, from Haodong. Can back up and lock down the site with the Viper's Pit of his own now. Yeah,
for Heretics to just slow it down, so you're kind of, where is that op? Because now it's the mind games. Okay, we've hit the A site so many times, with now more mixed success. Then you had that collab from T-Virus. Now, oh, are they expecting us to go B? Is T-Virus going to already be at B? And Heretics got to take their time to assess what is the best site.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, for Heretics, kind of going back a couple of the rounds, is like you just don't want to be putting all your resources into a barrier drop play at A. You know, just kind of a dump and push is what they've been largely playing. You can see what that's done to Titan Esports. They continue to put a little bit of pressure over towards green, but more in particular, they're moving their Killjoy utility around to try to deal with that. And as you see the recon bolt come out, that's enough for Haodong to commit. Hunter's Fury trying to break down this Viper's Pit. Just comes down to, will this actually be a commitment here for Riyadh to get onto site? The knife doesn't see much, the flash doesn't do too much. So the Owl Drone has to find success here. Otherwise, you might find some sort of a late pivot back over to A.
And the drone is going through the pit, trying to get a ping on that Viper, and you can try to get the perimeter, but you're just going to fight fire with fire, overlaying both on top, and it's the op in the middle of the pit that's getting picks, and T-Virus comes alive, but Dance is against trouble, and it's Heretics down for the count.
That is forcing a square peg into a round hole right there if you're Team Heretics. It's just nothing about that execute felt good. It starts with that opening trade for Titan. It keeps yellow in contest. The Heretics will have to spend something, which gives away that they're on the precipice of breaking the B site down. And so when that recon bolt comes out, that's kind of used to make sure no one's at back yellow. That's enough for Haodong to say, okay, I'm going to make sure they give no information whatsoever. We drop the Viper's Pit. We get a quick rotation back through mid because Heretics has not been able to put pressure on both sides at the same time. They have not really been lurking or trying to scale someone deep. So the easy commitment call for Titan comes through. And then even, you know, green goo on green goo, it's just too much space given that Titan can use to re-break that stuff down, and Heretics just struggling to touch, although they can still afford full weapons here in the last round of the half.
Well, ask it, you shall receive. I wanted to see the impact of this op, and through all the pits.
Wow.
It's crazy. Oh, wait, Minibu's gonna stick this? He's insane, and he's been spotted. At least knows where the op is, but there is a 3 versus 2 engagement on the front lines of B main, and Coco gets away with 2 before Benji finishes off that story in a good way.
Watch out for Abo. Quick on the rotation underneath Tube. Can try to stop this plant with Nanos. You also have the Hunter Sphere to break this down. Absolutely perfect read from Titan to deal with that quick from the shadows teleport.
Oh, Tech, it's...
You should run.
The C stands for clutch, I think. The spike's left behind, and we're pretty much going to be looking at a 7-5 half. Lockdown, Benji, 1 versus 3. Been up at B-Link, and Snowman being droned out. Lucas.
Got the spike.
Benji recovers the spike. No lockdown detains. Trying to force Abo out of cover. Spike being tapped. There is
Nice
the
play.
swing, and Abo's looking so good today.
So good from Titan Esports. Just the quick reaction. This is where they really struggled yesterday versus RRQ. When they were kind of bursted on, and they had to make quick adjustments, quick decisions. They were a little bit slow or a little bit maybe just kind of caught in the gray area of what are we doing, how are we doing it? Not a question here throughout those last 4 rounds for Titan, even though Heretics were, again, trying to manipulate and vary their looks. But we're seeing some really great confident play calls coming out in terms of adjusting and reacting to what Heretics had thrown. So 7-5 was the metric that meets the statistic of the average of Titan on the defensive side. It's about 60% win rate. They get that. And now the question is, with this new composition, how much have they been able to really kind of game plan on the offensive side to see if they can take their map pick?
Things started off much stronger for Heretics when they had all these flawless rounds. The A site was theirs, constantly forced a lot of different shifts from Titans, from fighting from that A aura to being more passive, to then the ults coming online. The lockdowns were pivotal. The T-Virus ops started firing, and he had a much more even showdown when it came to the end of that first half. Of course, Pistol did go the way of Titans, but I think the tables have turned, and Heretics are looking more warmed up than how this whole match started as well.
Well, I mean, I think the thing about it is, like, it's hard to sit there and say, like, what the Heretics doing was wrong or bad. It's just down to, like, what they're throwing at Titan required a player or two to essentially do what was done. Like, you got to hit a shot. If you're T-Virus on that play with the operator over towards A, he gets a collat. You have to hold your ground. If you're T-Virus on that play over towards yellow and green, where like you're isolated and no command's thrown your way, he gets 2. Like, it's just a couple of great moments individually where you're asked to answer a question and they have provided the correct response. So good rebuttal there in the last 4 rounds for Titan after what looked to be almost a runaway half for Heretics. And a very crucial Pistol starts to kind of frame ourselves for the second half, as Heretics would love to get this thing back to a tie game quickly before they start their defense.
It's going to be an important Pistol to see if Tech could increase this lead even more, or if Heretics are going to take back control of this map, and also just the series that a lot of people were expecting them to take in a more one-sided affair. But all the underdog talent, all the underdog teams, I should say, have really stepped up to the plate. Now trying to cross through all that KJ, Util, yellow box control for T-Virus, exchanging shots into B-Link through the Viper wall that is obscuring both the numbers and who is there.
Yeah, that's a lot of the utility for Heretics, though, to try to resist against a follow-up play. So Tech are going to kill the noise, create a little bit of doubt. They also need to be careful of the flank, as that turret that was placed, that closet was dealt with at range early through A. And yeah, T-Virus is trying to take a peek to see where the defense is. He gets punished. 5v4 Heretics scaling forward, retaking not just the B site, but some key positions here at yellow.
Kind of indecision. It looked like Tech were trying to re-clear through their own spawn.
Yeah, they had to, because the sentry turret was destroyed.
Yeah, it's really tough. Now have to fight for yellow box control, and left. Just the solo swing, and the recon is a distraction, and oh my god, Benji and Boo do their best, and their best is enough. The Pistol goes to Heretics.
Yeah, really good stuff right there for Heretics. Again, they dump all of their utility, which there's not a lot purchased, obviously, for a Pistol. You resist the play at B, but I think, again, just kind of most importantly, and I'm glad that we caught it, it was that opening battle, Ghost versus Sentry Turret at Closet, where TEC, that's their flank watch. As soon as that falls, you have to be very cautious after not finding success breaking through yellow on their initial hit of, is there a quick wraparound? This is why you back up, back to Closet, you make sure no one's behind you, and then you just hope a recon bolts enough to get you forward. But good stuff from Heretics to resist the opening play, put pressure on the flank, and then manipulate the map after that. So big Pistol win. Classics, for the most part, one Sheriff for Tech. as we've got Bulldogs, Marshall, Stinger, and a Sheriff upgrade for Heretics in the anti-eco.
Just a good buddy system from Heretics. It's just always been in a position to trade. No, just maybe catching that ankle of T-Virus very soon, and Mini Boo does not care what you throw at him and throws you out of the sight. Beautiful second shot, and now Wadanza gets another. The no-scope, almost the 4K. And Boo finishes things off too. And the comeback is there.
Yep, good stuff, clean, just about as good as you would expect. Not much really to break down there. It's Miniboo hits shots, win round. So now we go into the bonus for Team Heretics. Well, really just the one repurchase has to come through for Miniboo, whereas full rifles are not as potent as you would assume in round 3 of a half for Titan Esports, seeing as they have not been able to plant the spike yet. So 2 regenerative armors plus 1 light armor. You're also dealing with no shock darts for Lucas. That's kind of an important note. And I think this, again, like this utility and the weaponry plus the armor situation is not as comfortable for TEC as you'd like. This is everything you would want to see if Heretics were to pull off something like a bonus. So we'll see if they can find a way to muster that, as Lucas will connect onto First Blood, off angle from Minibu punished.
It's Tech that won't be surprised, but will still take the time to maybe recon up, or even use Coco's and knives and just layering that. Can't underestimate what Heretics can do, especially someone like Woot. He's got the firepower of Riyadh behind him. Make this as difficult as possible. And you also have that anchor of Abo left behind, not letting Heretics go for any quirky flanks.
Well, it's interesting. You got the flash of the recon bolt here for Titan, but they don't commit to it. A chance to kind of react with the knife close. Toxic screen runs out of its poison, but you can reset it here with TEC not committing off of that little utility dump. And in that moment, Abo's going to try to feel things out through mid. And if you can delete the sentry turret, you might be able to call some of these defenders off the site, which is important. Knife will reveal a couple, but the long peek does not work out, and now Titan can just run forward. Yeah, no chance there for Boo, and it'll be a comfortable purchase win here for Titan.
Yeah, Tech revealing their numbers and overwhelming Heretics in that encounter, and Benji's left with a lot on his plate to finish. 1 versus 3. Not a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, no rifles here for him to collect. All of the offensive bodies are just too far away.
Finding a way, Coco can make first contact, of course, with a flash too, with Howdong ready to swing, and Wei Benji gets one, not the other, and it's Tech back in the lead. The lead just keeps changing.
Yeah, but for a bonus, you're going to take that. I think if you're Team Heretics, you know, you're able to force out 3 repurchases. Granted, the plant's going to make things a little bit more comfortable for Titan. Plus, of course, they did save a little bit of an economy from not purchasing into full armor, not being able to, and then also kind of saving some of the resources on what utility they purchased. But initially, you kind of look at how this this initial push-up attempt for Tech was kind of stalled out again, and you think, wait a second, Heretics have a chance to try to battle back after a lot of the key execute utility was expended, but a couple of opening shots leading to a numbers advantage allowed Tech to continue to use their numbers best they possibly can. Opening toggle for position here around the orb. That Nano Swarm trying to get some pressure on top 410, but Woot is still in position up there, and I'd be curious to see if Tech will do their diligence and continue to put the focus up top here after using some utility to try to contest it.
Yeah, that's crazy pressure out of Heretics, but how long can they really keep this up for? Because this KO don't have a dash the way that the Jet does. Of course, you're not even running a duelist, so, well, you just get to escape the old-fashioned way, and Tech are being patient. We'll see if that pays off.
Now up and over goes the Jet. Lucas for 1 on the trade, but Rien's just getting the job done on the low ground. It's good for 3 before eventually being shut down. Boo, last one, standing now in the 1v2, rotating from the other site. This should be a post plant. Just comes down to where do you want to set it up if you're Tech.
The Heretics had some good cutoffs. As soon as you saw that dash past, they cut off the reinforcements, and there's some duels on the front line. Tech still stands, but for how long? Wait a minute, Boo. And 1 versus 2, now make it only 1. And it's against that star duelist. T-Virus has been on one today. Now you kind of force him to play close to the spike because of that wall. Now that that's gone, spamming through the box, Boo will touch the spike, and T-Virus will put him to bed.
Yeah, great stuff from Tech. You know, it is interesting, I think, to kind of see the decision. We haven't really talked about this in the compositions, but for Heretics to not play a Jet here, does allow, you know, Luke to kind of have free reign over the high ground, which is why I think you're seeing Miniboo like teleporting up top over towards the backside of A. You have the same thing kind of occurring with the KO playing up on 410 like that. Like, you have to find ways if you're Heretics to make sure that T-Virus is not up there for free, but at the same rate, you don't have the same manipulation of space, especially with the speed that a Jet normally would. So it does require you to, you know, find success with your utility or win your first 1v1. Neither really happened there for Heretics outside of Riyadh, who does a nice job down low. Hunter's sure going to get called in. Just trying to create something here if you're Rien's blindly over towards Closet with Heretics not really playing forward on B this time. But with that clearance, Boo will step up and the rest of the numbers of Heretics will stack on towards A.
Kind of a YOLO type of Hunter's Fury, especially when you didn't get anything off the Woot knife that early, but A side is popular, and so is Woot after a shot like that, and Rien's has been holding it down for A, and wait a minute, a thrifty opportunity, and Abo is dead too. What a round for Heretics.
Absolute momentum changer right there. And as much as Rien's ult doesn't find anything, it also confirms no information is good information. If you're not connecting with anybody over towards Closet, over towards Green, even over towards the backside of that alleyway to spawn, you should know that Tech not showing much pressure towards B with any utility is stacked up at A. So you get yourself into a position. The Guardian sings a bit of a song, the Sheriffs follow up, and Heretics stall off the hit nicely, largely off of the utility from Boo there. So great stuff with that toxic screen. And a big flip of the eco now as Titans have to go onto their eco.
Tech on the approach. Okay, Outlaw there. Let's go somewhere else. That's not fun. Both Recon and Knife being used too from the initiators of Heretics to check out A. Lurk not being sussed out there yet. Tech take their time to clear.
It's just this is a uphill battle right now for Tech. Losing on your execute of Luke's Jet is pretty big. It's a casual flash over the top as a response to the Owl drone being sent. Lucas, does he see anything? No, doesn't get over the top, so. Shock darts just kind of picking away at this. 50 seconds to play, and Tech have to try to force something, and the play is going to be up towards mid. Good catch from the observing team here as Benji is avidly watching it and able to find one. Trade is decent, but again, that's just classics. You're trying to get the weapon, and there's someone there to guard it. A little bit more punishing than you would expect, but largely comfortable here for Heretics to get to a 9-9 count.
Drive through window with the drive-by afterwards.
30 seconds left.
B Heretics evening things up now, 9-9 apiece. I'll take myself out, he says. No real win streak from either team. And now we'll take a timeout to figure out these ultimates, Hunter's Fury and Pit for Tech. Hunter's Fury, I think. Well, we'll take a look once again. But yeah, 2 ults for Titans going forward.
Yeah, in some of the difficulty right now for Titans has been kind of the same thing that Heretics were facing. Like, how do we get the defense to feel a little bit more uneasy on really the A side in particular? Because we've often seen Heretics after the first 30 seconds kind of go by, they get the Viper up to Green for at least position to shoulder and catch information, if not maybe play a little bit forward through that closer to Closet. And so you can triple stack onto A. And when in a world where you don't have a Jet, trying to be able to throw things like recon darts and knives and flashes really helps that defense stay solid, because you're essentially trying to resist Luke's ability to flash and dash into zone, right? So yeah, that little bit of like recon utility that you would normally try to fuel out a team with is really being restrictive right now for Titan. So into this next full purchase with ultimates available, I think the goal has to be, let's try to catch Team Heretics a bit more off guard and not just allow them to, you know, get these early picks or early information gathering to allow them to triple stack on A.
And just great reads from Heretics to just always catch every rotation, every pivot, every second thought. Tech have had still a very even series for Icebox. As Tech now can scale off their Viper wall. Of course, there is always that secondary option, as it looks like Abo is going to go lurk too, 1 away from the lockdown. Deep smoke allowing Miniboo to creep up towards mid.
Yeah, different look here for Team Heretics. You've got the Killjoy utility set up at yellow because you can back off and lockdown if you feel the presence. You also have Woot 1 off of a null command, so in terms of Benji Fishy being a potent defender, he's got all the tools needed, although this step up to yellow causes maybe a little bit more of a, I won't say like a concern, but it does raise an eyebrow because you're going to need help for it. Dark cover comes through over the top. Luke going to dash right past the flash. Benji for one, and the opening engagement solid here for Tech, who have still not lost eyes on A with Albo watching over the top of it.
That's the strength of having that jet, being able to access that high ground a lot easier and be as aggressive and fast like that. You didn't let that paranoia and any development come out of Miniboo because he was still placing a smoke, and Tech will go to plan B, aka the A site. Pressure back through screens. Great opening shot from Woot. Riyadh's the teamwork is next level of their impact at being the anchors for A. And Woot against 2. Howdong and T-Virus with the spike getting planted and nothing for Woot to really use.
And he's uneasy about the flank, so this is going to be really peculiar to see how he puts himself in a position to handle this 1v2.
Has to go and explore, and health draining. As already could put shots in, so he alerts Tech to his presence. Not even gonna tap the spike, and Howdong peeks in, double digits for Tech.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Tech, and it's almost exactly as, you know, prescribed. Put pressure across the entirety of the map. You know, you've got Abo, who never loses eyesight on the top of A. You play the little flash and dash cover over towards top green into yellow. That works out really nicely for the opening engagement. Yes, there's a trade that comes through, but again, in that picture, you never lose sight of A, but more importantly, you also had Howdong, who was making sure the defense was kept honest on the rotation back through mid as well. So again, a really good off the post timeout play to stretch the defense, contest them across every angle of the map, and not just play them, you know, 5v5 or 5v4 or 4v3, like on top of one particular site. So really love that a lot in terms of Titan's evaluation of what's going wrong and how they can best counter it.
Technical Esports Club. 10-9. It just builds tension, guys.
Does it? The only tension I'm feeling is in my lower back right now.
I see you doing yoga over there.
That's just stretching. I'm old.
Prod, hey, I got you to admit it twice today.
I'm owning it today.
We're going to start doing yoga classes, Prod. Show us on cam. Hit the, what's it, the Iron Man pose? What is that?
What, T-pose?
Not the T-pose. Oh, the Warrior.
The Warrior.
That's
the one where like you're like in lunge.
Yeah, I like that one.
You like this? You like this form out of me?
I can tell your jeans are stretchy because
they are a little stretchy, I can't lie.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of people who are probably tuning into the stream right now because the A stream is over. Hi.
Well, it's over?
It's over. EDG 113.10. Little comeback effort from 100 Thieves, but couldn't quite get over the finish line, so.
That's a bummer
they're
for
down
100 Thieves, but awesome for EDG, obviously.
Yeah, and I think, you know, 100 Thieves will look at this event and say, not bad. You know, they played Fnatic down to the wire, and they played, obviously, a really solid team at EDG right afterwards, and played them really tight, so. You know, it's just one of those things that you look at and say, okay, like we're competing with some of the world's best teams, you know, that are out there, especially after what we saw at Masters. And I'm sure they're looking at Stage 2 North America and saying that we can compete and be at the top of the lists again. Things are going pretty well. It looks like the adjustments are solid.
We've had some keys get crushed.
Yeah,
of course, if you guys go to EWC_extra question
Is that what
mark?
they're doing that?
I saw some photos. I don't get to watch the A stream too much, you know, handling business here, but the whole hydraulic press and everything, I like the little purses that everyone keeps their keys into, nice and safe. I'd be losing that. I'd be putting it in my back pocket, and do not put me in charge of keys.
It's heavy. It's like straight gold. It's heavy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, and having keys get crushed. I just want to see the first Valorant event, you pick 3 keys, of losing teams to put in your trophy.
I think there's going to be
juicy.
like, let's just say and hypothetically go down this pathway. Let's just say like Paper X and Fnatic play the grand finals as a rematch. You take that person's key. And then after that, do you take like your inter-region rivals and take their keys? Even though even if you didn't beat them, like do you just like take the teams from your region, or?
I would take the #1 from all the other regions.
That's fair. I think there's
or
also
maybe
a level
the people
of like,
you just beat.
Yeah, people that you beat, like that could be
makes
something.
sense.
Yeah.
But also aura farming to be able to put all the #1 teams
tight.
from all the other regions, because you would be just the best team in the world, quote unquote.
Here's a question for you. So I know like we had this conversation as like a talent team before the event started. Like a lot of us still ranked Fnatic higher than Paper X because of the consistency they've shown on the year. What would have to happen for that to be a distinct difference? Like, does Paper X have to win for them to be the best team in the world definitively, or do they currently hold that after winning Masters? Like, what's your take on who the best team in the world is right now?
That's so tough because I really would just want to be on the Paper X. I'm very Paper X pilled.
That's fair.
They won the Masters, and I think the winning team should be considered the best team. And
yeah.
But it makes for a great comeback story of Fnatic who really beat themselves up and thought that was winnable. And if they were to go and win this event, I mean, the esports narratives write themselves.
That's fair. I think there's also a level of, like, we talked a lot about how Group A was like super soft, and Paper X struggled versus Billy down 10-4, ended up winning it in double overtime, but then they dealt with Carmine Corp pretty quickly, like 2-0. So, you know, I don't think there's a lot of weight flown around towards the caliber of opponent that they've played to this point.
What if this is the event for NRG? Can I just throw that out there? They look really good.
They're currently, based on like map differential and round count differential, they're currently the best team at the event.
Just Mata is so sick. That whole team is North America's hope. Sentinels have to face DRX, so we'll see.
That's gonna be a banger,
tomorrow.
by the way. I'm pumped for that one. That's a banger.
We'll see tomorrow. Maybe I don't know who we have to beat up to get that on the B stream, but
I think it would be, right? Because
I don't know.
KC, Billy.
I just work here.
I just work here. No, I bet they saw DRX Sentinels to main, because that's some aura farming match right there.
And we're not gonna. And kind of what I like about this format is you get like if you won early, you got more breaks to kind of de-stress and figure out your next move. Watch the tape on everyone else.
Yeah, sure.
Heck yeah.
Who do you like between Gen G and EDG?
I'm pretty EDG pilled. I'm pilled on a lot of things apparently. I keep saying that, but
I can hear that. They already had. I mean, they had a 13-4 win already. It's a rematch. Gen G had a 13-4 win, I'm saying. But.
Oh, and then they have ZJC, who I thought was going to lose some aura after changing that name.
Kong.
Oh, Kong. Who was the guy who changed his name? ZMJ?
Oh, no, ZJC did change his name. Yeah, you're right. ZMJCKK 52 exclamation point tilde key.
Yeah, one of the Z's changed their name.
ZJC did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, changing your name. We kind of wanted our lives to be a living hell about at least player name pronunciations.
Yeah, for real. There's a couple of tough ones at the event for sure. Kind of tallying what's happening at the moment on stage. Looks like the issue is on the side of TEC. There is quite a huddle of referee black shirts around their stage, but they're starting to disperse. We really should. You know, that's a heck of a way of motoring off. One by one they go.
I heard game is ready, so any second now.
Famous last word.
This is the youngest and oldest you're ever going to be. Live in the moment.
Well, no, this is the youngest I'll ever be. You always get older. You never get younger, right? Youngest and oldest. Wait, is that right?
Now you're making me think too hard. This is the youngest. Wait.
This right now is the youngest you'll ever be.
Yeah.
And now you're not. Now you're the youngest again.
Yeah.
Because you never get younger.
Yeah. Well.
Uh-oh, Mitch is coming back up. That's not a good sign.
Mitch, are you the youngest and the oldest you'll ever be?
No.
He's just laughing.
If he were to die tomorrow, in the next second, he's the oldest he'd ever be.
Oh, your mic's up. What's up?
Hi, guy.
What was the question?
Are you the youngest and oldest you'll ever be?
Jen just said you're the youngest and oldest you'll ever be right now. It's like, it's the youngest I'll ever be.
The youngest?
Not the oldest.
Huh?
Because you're constantly getting older, right?
Yeah.
Like every second you're getting older.
Yeah, I'm aware.
That's kind of like how it's like
I feel the like impending
twister.
doom.
Yeah, it's the mind twister. It's kind of like saying like there's no such thing as a unused mirror. A mirror is always used. There's no such thing as a non-used mirror.
Oh.
You know?
That's
All
true.
right. Thanks for the insight, Mitch.
Thanks,
we'll
Mitch.
see you at our next Tech Pause if you want to hang around and talk about concepts of time with us. We were talking about concepts of yoga, too. I'm about to warrior pose on whatever is causing these technical issues, but Tech, 10-9. Can they stay in the lead?
Yeah. This is a big round right here, no command, and you have the lockdown at the ready for Heretics. Just comes down to the timing of at which point would you like to use that, knowing that a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown is available at the same rate for TEC. Coco is one off of a no command of his own. So what I'm trying to get at is this could be a very, very cinematic round.
I love that for VALORANT. 2-3 setup. Heretics, the ball is in your court. Pawns in place.
Love this.
Ooh, the walk up from Mini Boo and Woot.
Riyadh's going to allow himself to be seen off of that. And a forward dart cover to keep the pressure on to Tech if they do want to go over towards A. But they've gotten a correct feel for this, saying, you don't need to deal with that. Let's just head back over and scout out B. Now keep in mind, Benji Fishy has all of his utility to block off any early play towards yellow. If that starts to get triggered, he has the ability of lockdowning and getting out of there to allow his defenders to get back over and reset.
Hunter's Fury, lockdown. Use it to enter or use it for the post plan. I would say post is looking pretty good unless Benji's got something up his sleeve, and you always can fight fire with fire, lockdown with lockdown. We already had 2 pits. What about second lockdown?
Keep in mind you can deny the offensive post plant lockdown with a well-timed null command of your own, so watch that long wrap back through mid at the moment.
And the Hunter's Fury too. At a distance, Lucas is going to keep himself safe. And here is Heretics cutting through B link. The smoke's in place to try and separate T-Virus from the rest. And it's the first lockdown, I believe, from Benji, and then the other. Okay, and now all the cards are on the table as Tech hopes to protect the spike. And a beautiful 3K from Haldong seals the deal for Tech.
That is absolutely brilliant, especially just, again, the knowledge and the wherewithal of Abo to sit here and say, okay, we've gotten about half of this plant gone. Time is going to be an issue here for Heretics. We haven't seen the lockdown yet. You know that Benji Fishy's close by. You know, more importantly, that Woot is rotating off of A. So you call in the lockdown right before the KO gets there. Never allows Benji Fishy to get his down, to deny the plant, let alone the post-plant setup. And Tech, that's a massive round advantage getting late into this first map.
They're yelling too. That must mean the PCs are working. And they're working hard too in this map. 11-9. The narrative continues. Teams just seem to peak against Heretics.
Yeah. I mean, that was
even the PCs.
That was perfect for Titan. Absolutely perfect. Everything in terms of how they manipulated off of A to pop in an ult command early, to make sure that lockdown doesn't get thrown in immediately, and then just the proactive time to drop your own and then have the Hunter's Fury as a last chance kind of security tab to make sure there's no push-up is just absolutely beautiful. So we did get the sentiment that we expected with all those ultimates being spent, and the pressure now firmly onto the shoulders of Heretics to see how do they respond. Do they even have the economy to get back into this round? It's going to be a very tough purchase where they just lost against so many tools.
Ever since that Tech timeout, Titans have been, I'm going to say the Titans Esports Club timeout. They have been flawless, 2 away from taking their map pick, going to Haven, which is the playground of Heretics. Ooh, the double walk-up from Heretics on the left side of the map.
Yeah,
getting aggressive too.
You got to do something with the limited purchase. So you're putting the judge in position to stop things at B. You can rotate quickly if you're Mini Boo with the from the shadows. Knife will reveal, looks like 2 for Heretics. No commitment to teleport yet if you're Mini Boo. Dart cover to support as much as it possibly can on the cross in through where the orb would be. Fragment also here for this. A little bit messy as Tech makes their way forward.
Big battle of the mentals and battle of Adulas versus none, and Virus on the high ground and in the back of the minds of Heretics as they're behind in this round as well. And that double walk-up did not serve too much, but on the limited buy, you did what you could, and we look at match point now for Tech.
Mini Boo thought about it. I mean, he hit from the shadows over towards the backside of Rafters, but as soon as you lose your first 2 defenders, it's just so difficult to commit to staying in that position. So you'll back off, rotate over. You have Benji Fishy on a bit of alert, but Mini Boo would have to supply all of the antics if this would be some sort of a bounce back round, and it will not happen. So 12-9 going to be the count here. Benji just looking for some sort of an exit elimination, but this has been really, really clean for Tech. Again, if you're joining us late here off of the A stream, this is a composition that we have not seen from Tech. They like to play Deadlock in the past. Same can be said, though, for Heretics. They appreciated playing Neon in the past. Now they're going no duelist, and at the moment, kind of squaring up against the adjustments, Tech have held a major advantage.
Heretics have run out of second chances. And it's a win streak that is now formed for Titans ever since that timeout. You got a big Hunter's Fury from Rians, and he has had a pop-off with those and just pop off even individually when it comes to anchoring the A site alongside Woot. That has been a deadly duo where Miniboo is flexed between serving B, serving A, and acting as like a pseudo-initiator in some ways with these blinds.
Yeah, it's just Tech have done a better job in the exchange of utility to feel more confident getting onto site than what we saw yesterday. That's kind of my biggest takeaway at the moment. A little bit of a walk down here, though, with Aldron really the only thing in the way. It does get a bit of a reel. Miniboo may have taken a step too far, and that will be enough for him to back off. But again, Heretics defense will appreciate the forward position at A, allowing themselves to commit more resources and eyes of attention in other places, including an Aldron, which does see Luke up top on tube. Hunter's Fury, bold, but does connect the first. Doesn't get the full elimination, doesn't need to. Boot gets the kill. Last shot for Riyadh to make sure no one's playing through A, and that will make sure that Miniboo feels pretty confident staying up top on ropes.
That's tough. That Hunter's Fury just clipped the shoelaces of T-Virus as they thought he had enough height on it. And Tech have their lure concern at A that can maybe wrap around, and despite all the space that Tech had made at B, they're swapping.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, is they don't know that Miniboo's still playing up top here. So they're sitting here saying Lucas has cleared out all of A. He gets shut down. And with 38 seconds, you kind of have to commit. And Miniboo's completely unnoticed. Hi, how are you? Easy follow-up in with no more action. And that knife not revealing anything. The defense will quickly rotate back over to see if they can help out Boo on the other side of the map, who's in a 1v2 by himself at the moment.
Yeah, that's a decision that's going to haunt Tech. Just that indecision is, it's not the first time we've seen that out of Tech. And 1 versus 4. Heretics are still in this. They'll get to double digits at arm's reach of Tech. Taodong is taken care of. And Heretics get to still keep 4 of those guns, which is important considering how broke they kind of are.
Yeah, and I don't know if I classify that round as indecision for Tech. I think it's just kind of unlucky, you know, that you got this really far forward play from Lucas, just getting quickly to the backside of A, but never tallies that in that opening exchange of utility that Miniboo had played this far forward. We had not seen this yet, so it's a bit unfortunate. I think the most impressive part about that, and whether it's a little bit of that spidey sense tingling or not, it's that Heretics actually do get the kill onto Lucas before he can make a play behind the defensive rotation, and that makes that round so much easier. But yeah, Tech are just trying to stretch the map in a different way. With Luke up towards mid, trying to pull the focus for Heretics. That doesn't really fully work out. And then, yeah, just 2 ships in the night that ends up favoring Heretics as you jump in around 23 with a Viper's Pit blocking green.
Well, at least your decision can be certain this time for Tech going towards A when B is all pitted off. So it's T-Virus that has to lay the groundwork down. Pressure that high ground against Woot. He's able to drop down whenever.
Yeah, he's also hearing a lot, which is the biggest thing here. You saw him pull the knife for a moment, but wants to see if he can catch timing from top 410 and maybe feel things out a little bit later with a deeper knife if they want to try to see if Tech are still here or not. And they'll get the information they want.
All right, that smoke clears and it's time to move if you're T-Virus. Of course, when that suppression is over, of course, and Woot will have a fun angle to use and spotted the jet, and okay, the flash is out. The drone won't ping Woot, and he falls back, but his omen's revealed, and Miniboo, all the initiators working together.
Man.
That's a big first blood for T-Virus. Dodges a paranoia, won't be able to dash in, and Heretics hold the wall.
Follow-up knife, though, for the offense reveals both. So you just have to try to find a way to execute and break down this setup. Reveal is out. Miniboo caught. And now knives to try to put this over the finish line for Tech as they're going to get the plant.
All right. Heretics have to save themselves here. And they still have rotations from Boo from the other side of the map. And Heretics only have so much time they can kill. Abo has been pinged. The shock bolt doesn't get damage, but is trying to force some movement. The double watch from Tech. The top door. Rians is going to need help. He needs luck. And Benchy does cause a ruckus. And it's all over for Heretics. Tech take map 1.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff out of Tech since the post timeout action that we kind of called upon. Again, the biggest issue for them on the offensive side was getting a little bit too one-dimensional and allowing Heretics to push up on the extremities of the map, feel comfortable with a triple stack at A more often than not. Then you start to see them, again, stretch the map. Here's a little bit of pressure at B. Here's a little bit of pressure at A. We're keeping eyes on A. A rotation back through mid. We're putting the fight across more than just on site. and Heretics had a tough time dealing with it. I think you also need to go back to the round where there were 5 ultimates that were spent, and the timing of when Tech commit to using things like their null command to get onto site, their lockdown to make sure there is no follow-up. Beautiful stuff, never allowing Heretics to actually get value from their ults. That was a round, and map-changing round rather, I should say, and Tech looking much cleaner in terms of their ability to manipulate ults and advantages that they were able to muster.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a big win for Titan Esports Club, putting Heretics on the ropes here at Esports World Cup. I mean, I don't know at what point you start to get a little bit worried about Team Heretics. So what I will say is that given the Veto in this series in particular, I think we felt like Titan would have needed to win Icebox, but
yes,
the fashion that they won Icebox is what impresses me more. You know, we were talking about, are they going to be gimmicky and play some deadlock comps? Are they going to play something a little bit different? There was nothing gimmicky about this game. No. It might have been a little bit sloppy or a little bit messy at times. I felt like they definitely didn't play a lot of their man advantage situations super well, but particularly the entry from the Jet and the follow-up and the way that they played a lot of those XVXs in the mid-round really impressed me.
Yeah, being able to take that space as quickly as T-Virus did and be support and have this kind of chess match against that KO and just getting on top of this box and catching everyone off guard. That was really sick out of T-Virus. And what did I say also? The curse of the side that had the technical issues is the side that also won the map, and that happened to Sentinels and it also happened to Titan.
Yeah, but I think there's also, again, it's not one-dimensional for Titan. Even in that moment where you kind of highlight Luke with that little push up towards top yellow with the flash behind it, like Abo never loses sight of A on the other side. You also slowed your Viper at mid to make sure that the defense is always tested. I also need to say, just kind of refracting back all the way to where we began this map, Tech on defense put themselves in great spots to react to what Heretics were throwing to them. The only question that would have gotten asked was, can you hit your shots? Can you get that opening 1-for-1? And more often than not, Tech was getting it. You know, I think in particular T-Virus Luke, he had his collat with the operator on that play through B. He also held his life really nicely on the backside of green, and he's very appropriately the MVP with 6 first kills, 21 and 16. Very noted, obviously, in terms of what kind of potency that brings in the kill department, but it's where he finds a lot of those kills that most impressed me on both sides of the spike.
And what Wu and Rians have been able to do to hold down A to make T-Virus not be just this unleashed, super aggressive dash in, go kill it. He really had to take his time to be so well supported by his initiators before he could get all those first kills. So T-Virus, was very patient today.
I mean, the numbers don't leap off the page. Like, it's not like he put up 300 ACS, but like he really did just deliver impact. Like, he was entering on gun rounds and multi-fragging, and he was kind of hard carrying on the Jet through some of these tougher rounds. So he honestly did kind of carry the game across the line for Tech. It was a well-rounded performance overall for Tech, but I was super impressed because I was digging even back through his stats in the last couple of series and across VCTCN as well, and he is a duelist that puts up decent numbers, but I feel like this was like a little bit level above, and especially against a team of Heretics quality, that is super impressive from him.
Well, I think the other part about this is like, and I feel like we all see this from the Valorant perspective of like as an observer and an audience member, you're playing a duelist into no duelist. So you're free to kind of manipulate that space depending on what your initiators are able to set up for you, because you don't have that quick reaction force that Heretics would normally bring. So I think you look at the composition for Heretics, and I think the first question mark for a lot of the audience and probably those in Twitch is like, no duelist question mark? Is that an Icebox?
Yeah, I think like the Omen is meant to be your playmaker. That's why you see Miniboo playing it, but it is a little bit less poppy, I would say. Like, Omen is a bit disruptive. You can also play with the verticality, and we did see Miniboo do that a little bit in this game. But yeah, I think in terms of having a traditional duelist that just puts numbers up, the Omen doesn't necessarily fulfill that.
Miniboo at least did make the plays, just mostly with the Outlaw. I thought the op buys from the side of Tech were really strong, getting that collat, which was really cool from T-Virus. Just conditioning Heretics to have a different approach to get into A when you have that op, and they had to often swap to the other site because of that op presence. So it was a fun mind game.
Yeah, look, we'll take a little bit of a look at the team performance here, and we will kind of, I guess, dive into, I mean, this was a tight game. Both of these teams played pretty well. I think it really could have gone either way, but Tech just had a little bit more in the tank. And I don't know at what point I start to get worried for Heretics, because we can make excuses about some of this stuff. We can look at the last couple of results. Like, this is, I mean, on the brass tacks of it, this is a 9-map losing streak for Team Heretics.
Good point.
To be fair, it's Fnatic Make, Paper X, Wolves that were peaking, and NRG that absolutely banged in this tournament, but it is still losing back-to-back maps, and I think Titan, this map loss against Titan is the first time that it's like, this is not a, you know, star-studded team that is full of players that are going to absolutely demolish, and I would probably say the same about NRG, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, to take the point and run with it, it is deflating to not feel a win, you know, if you're Heretics, especially considering the nature of some of those losses that they've had. Granted, again, they're about to go into the rest of the series, which does set up nicely for them. In particular, the Haven upcoming has been a playground for them all year long. So you have to have it now, obviously, and otherwise you're just done.
Yeah, look, honestly, I think Team Heretics, they should be feeling relatively confident with Haven and Sunset coming up. These are very, very good maps for them, Jen, so I could definitely see the reverse sweep coming together, but you can hear how pumped Titan are. They really want to get this dub today.
Yeah, and I think that's the bounce back even from our last series that we casted. This is where Heretics kind of talk to their coach and fix up the mistakes that they did. It was a very close map, but it's the mental, that loss streak. Can you come back? EMEA says yes.
Look, we've already had some pretty big surprises so far at the Esports World Cup here for Valorant. I definitely think that Heretics getting eliminated here would be very surprising, but I have faith that they'll be able to recover on Haven in particular. Let's see if that ends up coming into reality right after this short break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Valorant. We're here in the group stage elimination match between Titan Esports Club and Team Heretics. And Titan Esports Club did get themselves a dub. They're up 1-0, winning Icebox here. This will be the first time they've taken a dub over an international squad. These guys have just been in China grinding, Jen, and now they have the opportunity to do the funny thing.
The club is popping. Okay, I want to join the Titan Esports Club. That sounds great. TAC ended up winning that, but still 13-10. We go to Haven. That's Heretics playground. It'll be a big neon matchup, I think, at least for the Titan side. But the ISO Yoru. Thank you. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I heard neon matchup, and I was just like, well,
neon. Okay, anyway. Double duelist for the side of Heretics, but hey, a big game out of T-Virus.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But I'll tell you what, I've seen a few Benji Fishy games on Haven. He was already on point on Icebox, and I think that's going to be pretty bloody scary if you're Titan Esports Club going into Haven. What I will say, though, is I was taking a little bit of a look through their history on this map, and although their big win over Billy regionally was against an academy team, some of these Chinese like mid-season, off-season events, they do field some academy teams, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. But they have played Wolves, EDG, some pretty decent teams on Haven, and they're not getting blown out. Like, they are getting their reps regionally on Haven. I'm keen to see if they can push them or even maybe even try to get an upset here.
That was with Tejo meta, though. So we have not seen this Titan Esports Club team play it kind of post that patch. And there's a level, I think, of that's going to manipulate what they'd probably choose altogether. Maybe you throw something like a Breach Neon if you want to try to keep the Neon in play. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised to see T-Virus go into the Jet and just kind of play something a little bit more orthodox and traditional and do what was successful for them in that last map, which was flash and dash. Just kind of what you expect.
I could see them just subbing Sova in. We've already just seen Lucas play it, and then they'd just be playing a pretty meta comp, you know, whether you do play Neon or whether you do play Jet. It's kind of neither here nor there. It's just different approaches, player comfortability, all that kind of stuff. So, look, we'll see what they're going to be putting together here, Titan Esports Club, but I don't know, man. Like, there's something in the water here at EWC, and there's a lot of bottled water going around, various temperatures on offer, depending on what you prefer.
I want to see things heat up, especially for someone like Coco, because if you are going to bring in that Breach, it's such a big responsibility to set up and link up with your Neon and just have the perfect tempo for that. And when I casted him on Sunset on that Breach, it wasn't the most cohesive looking Titans Esports Club, but that wasn't that first best of one, and this is a whole different team like on day 2.
We could see them change things up as well. I mean, there's a lot of teams where they've had almost 2 months to change things up going into this event, going from regional competition, because we've obviously had Toronto in the break. Not all of these teams did attend Toronto, so when their regional competitions did wrap up, you know, they've had a little bit of a break. They definitely could have prepped something. They definitely could have changed up their comp. They have had some practice regionally in officials playing against this ISO Euro comp, and any team that just scrims at a reasonable level, you know, tier 2, tier 1 level, has played this comp a lot.
That's very true, and it just becomes like it was so immediately thrusted into popularity that everyone was looking at it, even if you weren't playing up against it, because it was getting so much value so early on. And now we're, you know, a couple months past that point where it feels a little bit more familiar. You kind of know what you're going to get. But I think, you know, looking back at how Heretics have found success in the past, it is like that staying presence that they are able to pull. So we'll see what they get, and looking at it, you were right, Mitch. It will just be Lucas swapping from the Tejo into the Sova.
All right, well, guys, take it away, and let's see if Titan can get a big upset here, or if Team Heretics can start to recover from a 9-map loss streak.
Oh, so no Neon T-Virus really warmed up from that Icebox, and Coco sticks to that Breach. And again, a lot of weight on his shoulders to set up T-Virus for success, but I mean, that's exactly what Tech did to give themselves a map win. It's going to be some C pressure initially.
Yeah, just to kind of speak to the history for all you nerds out there, Heretics have not dropped this map since February, so it's been good, it's been clean, it's been pretty much perfect across all of EMEA. A little bit of pressure here at C. Paranoia at the ready. Here comes the retake quickly. Mood able to find one, Benji another, and the trade's good for Heretics as they're going to finish things off swiftly.
That sparked a lot of energy, a lot of hype from the Heretics side. They had me jump scared too. And it's all about that break between the maps and how they're able to circle that initial box and just kick back against Tech, who had such good early pressure on C. And now it's the anti-eco for Heretics going forward, hoping to force that map 3. This is, of course, their map pick. Big win streak, as you mentioned, and sniper buy from Miniboo, which he was very good on the previous map.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
The other side of this for Heretics, you know, that we often see with this double duelist composition, what kind of early success can you find contesting a lobby from the defensive part of the map? You get the early recon bolt, the early dark cover. That's kind of a standard approach toward it, is that Benji is just going to kind of spam through the smoke at C long to find first blood. The rest of the focus here for Tech is just looking for a pick somewhere else, as it's just classic with the one Sheriff of Abo, and Miniboo is not missing. Little right click off Boo's bursting Bulldog, comes up a bit high, and, well, 5v3 with weapon advantage. Things looking pretty comfortable for Heretics anti-eco.
And Tech, oh, just eating the shotgun. That close, not expecting it. Even just backdoor garage was unsmoked. Tech were just going for a Hail Mary. The Abo Sheriff is always nice, but it's the Heretics start that is even nicer.
Yeah. That's what you need. A little momentum resetter here for Heretics. For Tech, you're not sweating yet. It's just a pistol and an anti-eco after all. But now we're going to kind of see what they want to do to Heretics defensively to try to, again, do what they almost what they did in Icebox. Like, how do you keep this defense a little bit more uneasy on the sites? You know, you don't expect to see a lot of kind of poking and playing through mid, at least not unless the intention is to finish on to B. But trying to win A long, I think, is going to be a very key success point for Tech, especially considering that, you know, Yoru has the ability of dancing back and forth between sites so quickly, so you just do not want to allow Heretics to win A long and then allow Miniboo to do what he wants to do with his gate crashes.
Okay, things are gonna settle down now that the smoke's in place and Miniboo is out. Teleporting out, and that's Tech left with a mystery, but the slow type of default style that they had on Icebox continues here. They want to be certain.
Well, the thing, too, here, again, for the side of Heretics, losing A long forces a decision on what do you want to do with Woot. Because he could technically jump into A if you lose long and then just pop the double tap shield and try to stay on as long as humanly possible with support from Boo, who does get taken down by Abo, just right in the corner, even though the judge usually wins that battle. And for Heretics, they're going to put a little bit of responding pressure back through mid, keep Tech a little bit softer on the A site. Contingency comes through, and that will be an opportunity here for Miniboo and Woot to try to work their way back onto site.
Yeah, the plot armor for Abo is strong. Howdong will be in hell, and Tech have all their corners checked and a crossfire. They do shoot the Yoru clone. There's the ISO wall leading, and Heretics haven't committed yet. Trying to still assess the positioning. You get the ping on the one. Woot tries to check the corner, but the smoke really messes things up for Heretics.
Random headshot through smoke, but shouldn't make much of a difference here. Just no way that Woot goes for this. So, yeah, really good from Tech. Again, I have to say this one more time. I promise I won't be a broken record. Tech needs to continue to win the isolation battle on A long. If they can put pressure on A long like that, it's going to, again, force decisions in terms of how long does Miniboo want to stay? When does he actually force the gate crash back to try to play off the middle of the map? Does that mean that Woot has to hard commit to playing inside of A if Benji Fish is going to continue to put his utility over towards B and C? Like, there's a lot of questions that start to crop up if Heretics cannot win the opening engagement and utility exchange at A long. And you can see it. I mean, it's against that same triple stack. We'll see if Tech to try to match that.
Trying to suss out where Miniboo is. He was playing a chamber type of style of being peeking early in these rounds, trying to go for picks, and Tech just don't want to give him an inch. And then you have to re-clear, figure out what side of the map he ended up on. Meanwhile, you have Benji hold the whole left side of the map. He's got cameras, he's got trips. Allows Heretics to stack over at A, which has been a lot of the action for Tech.
Yeah, and this is the power of playing the Yoru here, is if things start to feel weird, you can just teleport back and, yep, that's exactly right. Now you're all of a sudden your backside garage. So you win that A long battle. Tech not really giving it much of an effort this round, and Woot will also find first blood on the cross through B main. So big advantage here early for Tech's defense. Only real resistant point would be here at mid, but Woot covers it nicely and resets the double tap shield again.
Yeah, just plot armor not helping Apple this time when you're caught mid-jump and your aim gets all messed up, but Tech could still end up at A, and you never know what Lucas can accomplish, but the Cypher Cam will spot him at B nonetheless. Whoa. And kill contract. There is Woot against Howdong, and steady. Woot with 3 this round. And allows Heretics to just extend this and to bring as many rifles as they can into the next. Because of that, of course, lurk from Lucas. That was from B mid to all the way to C. Hope to get the spike down as quickly as possible.
Benji's watching this, and Lucas has to make a play, and he does. Ooh. That's pretty pivotal. This makes this round, I mean, I hate to say the word winnable because it's still a 4v2, but it allows Lucas to go a bit rogue. And if he finds another isolated win, maybe there starts to become something of a chance because the Hunter's Fury will then be earned.
He's so aggressive and maybe needs to come back and help his breach, and he gets caught extending way too far out of sight. And now this has really cooked this round for Coco unless he gets fun timing on the flank, but he's kind of loud with it. Now hearing members on the spike and on the other side of the site, and the defuse is going to be held, and Heretics go to 3.
Yep, and I get it there in terms of what the opening setup is for Titan. You're trying to kind of make some noise, create some distraction at mid, because you're choosing not to play through a long off the get-go when the barriers drop, but you get caught, and that first blood just completely foils how that playbook was trying to be built up to, you know, kind of stretch the defense out a little bit more. If, you know, again, if you're going to keep throwing 3 members at A long, talking about Heretics defensively, Tech are saying, all right, we'll try to put a little bit of pressure on other parts of the map. And again, make some tough decisions have to be considered for Heretics. But when you lose that first blood battle at mid, that makes life very easy for Heretics to follow up. And yeah, maybe there would have been a chance there if Lucas wins another 1v1 and gets the Hunter's Fury off that 2v5, but it would have been a stretch regardless. And here we go. Again, that utility battle. Recon bolt deep up towards A. Luke already into sewer, and you have a dirt cover for the offense, blocking off that pit play. So again, Tech really putting a lot of resource management into making sure they're keeping the focus for Heretics a little bit further back on the A site.
And T-Virus being much of a distraction as he can. A lot of util being thrown his way on top of the paranoia, and he's about to get chased down, and he'll keep Heretics busy while the rest of Tech make headway towards planting at B. Now the breach towards the right side.
Yeah, Lucas is.
But now it's just Boo that is a threat. Both Boo and Mini Boo get things done for Heretics.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations again that, you know, Lucas is trying to kill as much time as possible over on A. You saw Lucas never bought a weapon. He's thinking post-plant, I can just have the Hunter's Fury. And T-Virus, who does break the shield on a Wood, if he would have found one elimination, that may have changed things in terms of how Heretics continue to play that, you know, not retake through A-Long, but to continue to play to isolate at A-Long. That now gives an extra tool for the post-plant for Lucas, but not being able to find a kill, and more importantly, being taken down quickly, allows Heretics to deter any really kind of crazy post-plant setup. So good stuff happening here for Heretics, and the war just keeps raging on over at A-Long.
Just feeling more and more one-sided in Heretics' way, especially after that flawless, and they could just grow their economy more with the win streak that grows, and how hyped they're getting. They're just screaming over every kill, every round, and it's that type of positivity that's just going to help you play better and play more confident, that's what it's all about for Valorant, especially for these retakes. Surrounding and conquering Tech at B was really pivotal.
Yeah, and look, I think the thing too here is the map only gets worse for Tech as they swap sides. 70% win rate throughout the calendar year right now is Team Heretics on this composition. So that sucks if you're trying to play up against it. But coming off this timeout, I think the discussion needs to be like, hey, we're not doing a terrible job of stretching the defense out. We're not maybe winning the battles that we need to be winning over at A, but we're at least putting the right amount of pressure on. So now it looks like coming off the timeout with, again, a Hunter's Fury in the back pocket, looking largely to see if they can find an early creation for a potential at C-Long. They know that, largely speaking, Benji's been here by himself, so trying to find an advantage there as the Owl Drone is early spent and early taken down. And look at the stun. Again, Heretics quickly onto site, try to contest.
I was going to say the post play would have been strong, but the Hunter's Fury is brought out early to just help support T-Virus as best as you can. It gets Heretics scrambling, but they fight back with their own paranoia. Heretics are just shooting so well. And Tech, the numbers seemed even. And going blow for blow, it's now a 2 versus 2, and Lucas tries to carve through the left side, but with Boo standing in his path, won't be dissuaded by the Yoru clone, and it's Lucas that clutches.
It's a hell of a hold from Tech on the site. Hunter's Fury was perfectly utilized by Lucas. As soon as you get T-Virus up on top of the box at C, yes, him getting the opening is great, but more importantly, you get the ping. You push off another defender on the crossfire. Miniboo does what he can to stop the play on the site, but everything that unfolds in that choke point is not nasty enough to stop Titan from getting on. And then eventually, again, you kind of see the separation of space here. Once you know there's a player backside sight, Lucas deals with the player off the cross on Garage, and then, yeah, a quick finish. As you also saw Haodong just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the opposite side of the map as we get quickly into an A hit, at least towards long.
Haodong is going to keep it,
Unreal.
but could not sneak up on Boo. One Omen still remains in the Paranoia throne, just in case Tech were hoping to follow up with their Omen. See, the orb is grabbed, and another decision will be made from Tech as the Abo is gone too, so this round's not looking too good for Tech.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Titan back off of this and see if they can get the C-Long orb for Coco. But Neural Theft will be spent. That will reveal, of course, that everyone is still playing up towards A, which is enough for Miniboo to step up with the operator and make sure there is no exit, forcing Tech to have to commit onto A.
Now Tech have to watch their back, and big info advantage for Heretics. Numbers too. Let's see what Miniboo can cook with the op, and he's not even gonna get out of that small room, hoping to escape through the window, and he doesn't even have to teleport still, so Tech chasing it down. Second one for Miniboo. It's hunting season, but Coco cracks him like an egg. The op is dropped in Coco in a 1 versus 4.
He does have the Rolling Thunder, but not likely you'd assume he pulls that here unless he gets a couple of kills randomly, which almost had a chance at re-ends. Shock Dart will land to chunk out some of the damage from Shield. Benji drops, and then over the top Wu finishes things off. So 5-2 the count, and another moment where it's just, you see how it's supposed to develop. You're trying to put very aggressive pressure down A-Long, see if maybe Haodong can sneak behind with it from the shadows, but it gets picked up beautifully at topside heaven as this hit through sewer starts to develop, maybe a little bit slower than you'd expect. And then, yeah, just do not allow an exit to happen. Miniboo connects and puts the round well and truly out of question.
Yeah, Heretics take all the right steps initially and even have just great reactions to what Tech throw at them, whether it's the Omen ult, as you pointed out, or just the Neural Theft was such a huge advantage for Heretics as the mid-rounding came in from Tech. Now the knives are out for Lucas, or
Interesting.
Luke.
Hold on, this is an interesting crossfire. We haven't seen this yet from Heretics, and it works out beautifully. Absolutely beautiful.
Spike down A.
Once again, Heretics cooking things up with these first bloods, and Tech keep having to pull a rabbit out of their hat to salvage these rounds. And with the spike being down, Heretics are gonna drone and still see that it's down. A Paranoia, the Aftershock to try and buy some space for Coco. You have the spike, but not much hope for this round.
No, not at all. Again, just for what it's worth, you're dealing with limited purchase anyways in the round for Titan on a broken economy, but still, we had talked about this a little bit in the early stages of the Icebox defense for Team Heretics. It's showing up here again on Haven, just small variations to their defensive play, in particular at A-Long. This time, they don't throw all of that same kind of burst of utility. Some of that has to do with the fact that the operator's in hand for Mini, so you can just hold a hard scope angle, and that gives you a natural advantage, especially if he's going to keep connecting like he has. But you play inside of a more passive dark cover at A-Long, you play in that dark corner over towards Bricks, and that little crossfire has not been seen yet by Titan. They don't expect it, and they get punished really quickly for it.
Now the spike soon, maybe giving that to Lucas would have been nice, but he's off on an adventure again, and Boo's looking for the ace, and he gets it! And scares the heck out of Tech going forward, tripling their score.
Yeah, that's big. 6-2 now the count, and things start to become a little bit dire for Titan. You do have a Rolling Thunder and a lockdown here in this upcoming round with not a lot to counter that unless Rienz finds a pick to get the Hunter's Fury. So advantage in this round, and let's just call it what it is. It's a must-win round here for Titan. But in that last round with the knives looking with the kill potential, you're sitting here and you're hoping that you can kind of catch off that TH defense at A-Long with a quick burst play. It doesn't work out again with a different setup. So nothing, again, in terms of how Tech are trying to counter what Heretics are doing has really worked to this point. So this round has to provide something to start changing the pattern, because right now Heretics are well and truly comfortable.
Yeah, Lucas separating away from the flock to put it on himself to be the big playmaker. Just joining now the team, and it's another first blood going Heretics' way. Now they'll be able to pinch into Tech, who find themselves within C, trying to Rolling Thunder through the front side. Tech playing front-facing, but not getting anything.
This is tough because you know C-Long is not in your hands, so you have to play up through Garage, which you also have not really fully cleared out yet. This is again, a little shaky in terms of the ground that Tech are playing the post plant off of, but you do have a lurk starting to develop here, at least for a moment. Abo does get taken down. T-Virus is low, tries to catch Riyadh with the bow out, and will. So now the only play available for Heretics is to try to hit this back from C-Long.
Ooh, could be fun timing from Coco. And yes, the double kill to convert. But Boo from an ace to an 1v1. But T-Virus is so low, the spike's gonna get tapped. And T-Virus doesn't finish off the job, and it's halfway and not enough. And T-Virus saves it for Tech.
Yeah, great round for Titan. In particular, you also do it by really only having to spend the Rolling Thunder after the dash comes through for T-Virus. So you still have a lockdown available now, which is going to be counterable with the Hunter's Fury if that's the way Riyadh wants to use it. But initially, you start to look at how this sets up with the Op and Cypher walkdown. You're thinking, uh-oh, this design play towards C has now become super difficult with C-Long no longer being there for your post plant. But the most important elimination for me in that round is taking care of Woot on that corner by the defender spawn towards C entry. Allows Tech to find a little bit more footing and a little more real estate. Early Hunter's Fury, that's over towards the backside of C-Long, and it connects for a first blood. Virus is in trouble. He'll drop to Benji. And Tech have seen this opening execute go completely wrong.
It's not the first time or the last time Riyadh is just gonna open up the round with these Hunter's Fury, and just a beautiful part of the map to do it at. Just a tight choke point, and you saw T-Virus just trying to dash past it, and not much you could do when you're separated away and isolated from the team. So just been Heretics outplaying them. So many first bloods back to back. I don't want to call it too early. It's just giving sunset vibes.
Well, the thing is, like, the decision making is fine. It's just the execution's being met with just too much resistance. Heretics are not foiling at all on their setups. I mean, again, that kind of starts, you know, to kind of give a bit of a synopsis to how this map had gone in the first quarter of it. It's that battle towards A-Long, and, you know, I don't want to say that Titan gave up on it too soon, but they kind of did. And when you deal with an ISO that has the ability to kind of freely roam as they see fit, it just makes that agent that much more potent with the ability to throw things out like contingency and walls and things of the nature. Like right here, Abo's suppressed. Coco's weak, trying to get into sight. Sound trigger on the cyber cage. Lockdown's here, but honestly for Heretics, they just don't give a toot. They don't care about that lockdown, and it's just too simple.
Things got hectic at the end, especially just coming through garage and just screaming at each other on the other side of the post. So Tech are going to do their best, but I just feel like Heretics have a better clutch factor right now with people able to put up these multi-kills and really muscle these rounds together. And it's not that Tech aren't trying, like they have Lucas adventuring around, but it's solo efforts.
And I think the thing is, kind of going back to what we said in Icebox and where Heretics had found success on defense, is they're able to commit another member into sight. They're not allowing even post-plant setups to come through at all. Like outside of the first full purchase that Tech had plus the follow-up, they haven't even gotten a spike plant. So, you know, Heretics are just able to reinforce the site so damn well. And a lot of that is off of the early success they found in some first blood battles, but more importantly, it's just off of the fact that they're not being tested across the map. And finally, we get something for Titan to write home about, a first blood on this eco round that allows an outlaw to be picked up for Luke, but even that's not going to feel like it's win condition, so you got to find more than just that one.
Right there.
Well, at least the aim was tested. Such a great shot from Haodong before Miniboo could even teleport out, but all that map control you're giving the Heretics, they're starting to take advantage of. And Lucas just can't keep up. Neural Theft should be sealing this round for Heretics, and that'll be 8-3.
That's just too easy, honestly speaking. But again, it's just down to the simple fact that it's a, you know, quick purchase round. Pardon you, I said contingency, I meant undercut. And I think the thing too is, like, again, time has run out on this half here for Titan. Obviously, that's easy to call.
They're doing the same.
That's some couch level color commentary for you, but I think the thing too is just when you start to like build a game plan like off of that timeout where it's just like, we're not finding success at A-Long, do we just abandon that and try for something else? And you don't find success there either, you just kind of lose all grip of what's happening on the map. And outside of first blood engagements, you also have just had, simply put, Heretics looking super resistant to anything and everything that Titan have thrown. Just kind of as an example point, you see Titan try to play for a quick burst play onto A, 2-2 split from Sewer and Long. Plus, you get a teleport from the shadows up top at Heaven. and all of that gets met with resistance. It gets dealt with quickly. Similar situation in terms of trying to set something up with a little bit of a split hit over towards C using Garage, but you lose your one defender, or offensive player rather, on a post plant defense that's supposed to be set for C long. That changes things completely. So it's just all the things that Titan are trying to develop and design are just being flat out beat. And that just goes to the credit of Heretics being excellent at this map first and foremost, but they're also just controlling the map so darn well. Like if you were to have a heat map of where Heretics have played this map, it's been at or beyond the choke points that you find on the extremities of the map, and that's just not great news.
Just the way that Heretics are playing, you can tell this is their comfort pick. You can tell that this is their playground, and I mean, it's also just not been a good map for Tech in terms of just the fragging department. Like Haodong and Abo, especially 4 kills each. I mean, Abo had more kills in the Icebox first pistol round than he has in 11 rounds.
Yeah.
So sometimes it just comes down to being able to out-frag and thrive in that chaos, which Heretics have really locked down on.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a must-win pistol coming up for Tech.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. Because otherwise you're looking at the decision of do we force buy the rest of the way through, and that just never feels good. So if you have not been actively tuning into our fun little production here on the alt stream, get used to seeing that little lower third. We've had a lot of that today.
Hey, but the last time this happened, Titans won the map.
If you want, yeah, let's just try to manifest that storyline into play. We saw it with Sentinels. They were even tweeting just like the tech pause Reapers. But a tech pause for Tech is on brand? Question mark?
Yeah. Sometimes the PCs need a break too, huh? Think about the AI or whatever.
You know, they've had plenty of a break to this point. I'm not giving them that forgiveness. Built to last.
And excited for what the schedule's gonna look like tomorrow. What matches do we have?
I don't know.
We have time to pull up
We do have time to pull things up.
our websites and whatnot.
Should start with KC Billy or DRX Sentinels. Those are the 2 options to kind of kicked off. That'll happen.
So yeah, the big deciders, whatever about the order, but KC, BLG, DRX, Sen,
Rex
whoever
versus
wins
the winner
this,
of this,
RRQ,
and then Gen G Edward, which is another rematch down there too. The only unique map that we have, or matchup that we have, well, is the first 2. It's KC Billy and then DRX Sentinels.
Ooh, that Gen G EDG rematch when Gen G beat EDG 13-4.
And I don't know, like EDG did not, like I know they beat 100 Thieves today in 3, but that third map started to get a little bit too close for comfort. I mean, what, 13-10, I think, and a little bit of a comeback effort when it was like 11 or 12-5. So 100 Thieves really testing EDG, one of China's best.
I just noticed Titan all have matching shoes.
Yeah, they got the Panda Dunks.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, maybe?
Yeah, they do. They all got
Or, no, I was looking at Heretics.
Oh, no, they're just vibing with what, well, maybe.
It's giving all same black shoe.
That's fair.
Are we getting our cameraman to Panda? But they're working hard, too. They constantly have to stand there and wait, too, so. I love that esports has gone from not just jerseys to now you got different fashion fits, different types of jerseys, to now the pants and the shoes are matching.
I'm going to say it, though, and this might just hit all the NA sneakerheads that are out there. Panda Dunks are one of the most overrated shoes.
Oh, no. You're in your hater era today.
I am a little bit on the salt train right now.
I could use some salt, like food-wise. Kind of got my cravings. I've been casting 2 BO3s back to
you've been
back.
a blender out here. I mean,
my noodles are cold, but sometimes noodles are good cold.
That's fair.
You know what's not good cold? Hands.
That's true.
You don't want to get your hands cold. That's why those hand warmers are there. But also these breaks are.
This has been bad. This tests you in a different mental level.
I like the shoes of our cameramen too.
This is where we're at, fam.
There's like blue sneakers. I like it.
Those blue sneaks are pretty tight. New Balances, love them. But how are you guys doing out there in Chatland?
Chatland.
Finesse, how are you doing, bud? I know Finesse is probably still watching. He's been up since like 5 in the morning. That guy is grinding. Good for him. You know what? Good for you.
You know what?
Good for you, Finesse.
Get that back, King.
We love you. We miss you.
Let's see what time it is on the west coast of the U.S. It is 9 a.m. Good morning.
Oish.
East Coast, noon. Happy lunch. Giving you more time to go warm that thing back up.
A little afternoon delight.
be
Wow.
delighted to see.
Oh, let's do this.
Oh,
Teams that are still available and around. Let's just go through it.
okay.
KC, Billy, who gets out of Group A with Paper X?
I mean, do you want me to be controversial and bold?
I want you to be who you are.
I mean, BLG obviously make it out.
Obviously, it's kind of crazy. Not really.
I mean,
actually. That should be pretty straightforward, I think. That's what you're going with? You're going BLG? You're going Billy?
Yeah, KC, I mean, I think looked good against G2, but that's a nerf G2.
Yeah.
So,
Did
are
that-
you on the same wavelength?
Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength. I
cool.
think Billy get out of that.
I like to be bold, but not that bold.
Does that match what your predictions were for Group A in terms of who gets out at the beginning of the event? Did you have those too? Because I personally,
Maybe, I mean, we all thought G2 before
that.
Leaf happened.
Even with the coach situation, though, I still thought G2 was going to get out.
Oh, yeah, you did think they could 4v5.
Yeah, I
quote-unquote.
had them as my 8th in the power rankings.
Look, Group B, I didn't really know.
Group B was kind of a hodgepodge. I mean, I think everyone was expecting Sentinels, but then afterwards, like BBL DRX, I thought was going to be kind of a absolute even match, like kind of a headbutt match. But honestly, seeing how Sentinels have played so far and how they struggle a little bit versus XLG, and DRX looked really good versus XLG, like talking about like common opponent litmus test.
Yeah.
That one's going to be saucy. I didn't expect, like, I think for me, I had Sentinels and DRX exiting, but that was before they announced Flicker was playing instead of Estrella. But I think Flicker's looked really good. That's an absolute upgrade for DRX. I think BBL has really impressed, but I think, you know, my predictions initially were that Sentinels and DRX would get out. So I'm going to stick with who I had winning that group initially. I think Sentinels win that matchup.
Ooh, I love seeing headsets on. I also love to see who would come out of this group. It's NRG, RRQ, Heretics, Titan, where RRQ faces the winner of this. And, I mean, they would look forward to seeing Tech again when they beat them down 13-6. So
I don't think RRQ would be upset at either of these two teams. Excuse me. I think RRQ looks pretty darn good this weekend. I keep feeling that's so weird. To not have
weekend, I know. Esports is so weekend.
Yeah.
Based. Fnatic, EDG, Gen G, 100 Thieves. I mean, I think everyone was.
I think everyone had
their
Fnatic
concerns.
out. Yeah. Who do you have between Gen G and EDG? You favor the Gen G edge that they were able to already show us, or do you think
Gen G looked really good against EDG?
Yeah, they did.
I thought EDG was going to be China's strongest hope, and well, the 100 Thieves win is cool, but it went to 3, and 100 Thieves.
They were right there, man. They almost surprised Fnatic. I mean, everyone looked at what Group D was going to be. It was going to be the Group of Death. Do you think it lived up to that expectation? Do you think Group D ended up being the Group of Death?
People died.
You're so literal.
Hey, I think it was cool to see Fnatic just kind of play that close to 100 Thieves, and feels like they have a lot of expectations on them to go on and win the event. And Paper X having a good time too on their end.
I would pay, well, I was going to say an ungodly amount, but not actually. I'd pay a minimal amount of money to see a rematch between Fnatic and Paper X here.
Like $3?
Yeah, probably $3.
I'm excited for the opening ceremony. We got
Posty.
Posty.
Man, we didn't even get tickets for that.
I think we could sneak in. We could look official.
Sure.
Well, let's go and try and steal tickets. We're going to go and throw it to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have audio.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy, like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy.
much for bearing with us, y'all. Happy lunch. You are now part of the elite club of Valorant lovers.
That's a vibe right there.
Have stuck through one of the longest series of all time, but it's going to build up to a giga banger. I think we're going to map 3.
We're going map 3. I didn't like unless the side swap really.
I'm trying to reverse cursor, you know.
Yeah, unless Titan like come back in, win this 4th, and then just win the pistol and dominate. Stop it, dude.
Tell me your favorite sound. Don't say Valorant.
Favorite like sound in the world?
Like, what would make you happy right now to hear? Like, I love birds.
Do you have any particular bird sound that you enjoy?
The ones that don't wake me up in the morning, but
That's
like.
tough. That's a lot of them.
I know. They do be yapping.
They do be yapping. Yeah, I would say I don't know if I have a favorite sound. I am a huge fan of the smell of fresh cut grass.
That's the most dad thing you've ever said.
It's pretty dad-like. It's actually really funny because you know how like there's like a running joke, like after you turn 30, you pick up one of 3 things. You either have a fascinating like itch for like gardening or lawn care, you start smoking meats, or you start playing golf.
Baking goes kind of crazy.
Baking's a good one. I think you could sub out smoking meats for baking if you're
Yeah.
you know.
In my house, you're not allowed to cook like really good smelling food, especially bacon, if I'm casting. If I smell food while I'm casting, I will crash out. Because like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Everyone's enjoying food. And I enjoy my job. I love my job. But man, food is up there for another favorite.
Big fan of food. Big fan of food.
What's your favorite food of all time?
Big chicken parm fan, honestly.
Oh yeah, we did talk about food.
It doesn't miss. Like you have to make a really bad chicken parm for it to be really bad. Like
because you have to mess up the tomato sauce, because that can be kind of easy to do.
That or like like the chicken parm from like a Sbarro or something like that. You know, where it's just like not chicken and it's like overbreaded and like deep fried, like pass.
What's the best food to have as a leftover?
Pizza.
That's kind of true. Once I discovered air fryers, it was kind of over.
That's facts, dude. Reheating pizza in the air fryer is a cheat.
Yeah.
Cheat code.
I had to kind of suffer through a microwave through many years until technology
caught up to your wants and needs.
Yeah, it's like 2020, whatever it was at the time.
Yeah.
Supposed to have flying ships, and I was still using a microwave.
I mean, technically, we've had flying ships since like the 1920s when we invented the airplane, but
yeah. That's like a luxury thing. They have not made getting a plane very cheap.
I want to hit FNS's watch party with some trivia. I want to see if anyone knows this. What year was the Orville brothers' first flight? I don't know off the top of my head, but I think it's like 1908.
Oh my god.
Are we playing Valorant?
Holy cow, guys. There's some Valorant for at least this round.
I'm here for that.
Last round of the half, by the way. So at least we'll have the halftime. Make sure the fires are out. But Team Irish trying to start some fire over at B. And he just can't win that against Boo. Love to see that Boo was having such a good game from, of course, the ace to having that opening first blood for Team Heretics.
This Hunter's Fury is in a really weird spot. You're going to have an opportunity here to get back in if your Team Heretics. How-Dong backside Gong is good. There's the kill contract being spent forward. And Miniboo just saying, hey, how are you? Abo gets pulled into the kill contract. Spike does not end up getting into play. And it's going to be just down to Lucas. It's a cheeky idea for Tech trying to find something new and fresh. But it does not work. 9-3. Any cursors in chat?
I love to hear Heretics just get the energy going back again. I don't think the tech issue was on their side, so they're just happy to be here and maybe get some dinner afterwards. 9-3 half in favor of Heretics. A lot of curses going on, but is the 9-3 curse real?
Yep. Well, let's give you the spark notes because it's been an hour since we saw Valorant. That flat out is Titan just trying to counter what they're reading from Heretics. Their reads were not poor. Just the execution could not quite get over the threshold that it needed to. You know, kind of the level of the same thing that Heretics were trying to do on Icebox. You had a situation there where Titan were doing everything they needed to respond what Heretics were throwing their way. Kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another, or shoes on the opposite table, which has turned. something of that nature, depending on which cliche and phrase you prefer. But that, again, I'm not upset. I think about how Titan played the half in terms of their adjustments from like a gameplay standpoint or game plan standpoint, but Heretics are just so damn good at this map. Like they're like no one's really beaten them on this map this year, except for like a very early iteration of EMEA Stage 1. It was like a 13-10 or something with like against Foot.
Yeah, like Tech won their map pick of Icebox, but the lead changes changed as much as my socks do. Like it was just, you didn't know who was going to come out of that Icebox. So Tech happy with that one, but this is the best Heretics map. This is their playground, and it's obviously showing.
Yeah, this feels, again, like we set up this best of 3. We said that Titan had to win map number 1 on Icebox just due to the fact that this has been such a strong map for Heretics. The follow-up on Sunset is another one of those that you look at and say Heretics have some favorite built into the recency bias, but Titan did play this map yesterday, and they would have had time to go back and kind of get themselves polished up on what went wrong. So we'll see, as it looks pretty inevitable that we are about to very quickly get to that map 3 affair.
Important pistol. Heretics took the first one. Both teams exchanged pistols on Icebox. And if Tech want a chance to somehow pull a sweep together, which would be very unexpected, it would take a must-win pistol here.
Yeah, I won't say it starts and ends with the pistol, but it definitely starts with it.
Yeah.
And the problem here, again, is like playing up against ISO Yoru can be very, very difficult just in terms of how you slow down the pace and tempo of when the hit does develop, which at the moment is looking like it's going to go for an initial poke at B. Crossfire is set up on the way, and actually T-Fire is just spamming through the smoke. That'll work out. Double tap comes in late, and it gets broken. Ooh. So nice stuff there from Luke.
Who needs 2 duelists when you just got one really good one? Big double kill for Tech, but Boo still will break in. But now that you got all the attention of Tech, Heretics are going to pivot to one of the many sites here on Haven.
Yeah. Just difficult to know with any sort of confidence where you want to head towards. The spy cam being behind a lobby will have them leaning over for an initial look at A. I say initial, it's going to be a last second look at A. And it looks like Titan are going to play for the retake, so 3v4 situation, not unwinnable here for Heretics. This comes down to, at what point does Lucas get into the top side of Heaven? Can he get a read on where the post plant would be set up at? Can you tally the information? These are not comfortable peaks, but he does have a recon bolt and a shock dart, which could make things very difficult. You hear it again, bow down low. Benji going to be flooded, and that'll work out for another follow-up. Tech looking good, and they will follow things up nicely with a Lucas double kill.
What a flood in from Tech, and Lucas, the shots are looking clean, has not slowed down, has not missed a beat. And Tech, don't call it a comeback yet, but this is gonna help things, especially their chances of trying to claw their way back. And you really iced out Heretics with all the pauses, so the plot armor has been real from the side of Tech. I mean, I remember even at point Abo took a judge to the chest and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, true.
So.
I will say as well, just kind of who do you want to look out for in terms of this second half for Titan? I'm really keeping my eyes on Abo, who's going to have to juggle a lot, especially if they find themselves as the solo island defender against the double duelist, which gets a pretty guaranteed walk down with things like contingency double tap and Yoru flashes. So Abo's the player for me to watch, who's been so good for Titan, having a bit of a slower start here. Many will be able to find first blood. That's in the backside of B, so that opens up a different route here for Heretics on what is just the solo Sheriff and Classics.
Does bode well for Heretics. Now bringing pistols to C long. It's going to be pinged by the turret. So a lot of talking that you can do with Heretics, and not having any Sova util is not going to help, but flashes from Mini Boo is the only saving grace that they would have. Nabo could have some good timing here. He is smoked off, but to get a good backstab going.
Yeah, this is about delaying the hit on C and then hoping you can get this long rotation from Lucas into play. And Abo actually commits to trying to break the timing of the execute as soon as that nanoswarm is about to expire. Only finds one. That is not enough, especially as Benji uses that as a way to upgrade to a Spectre. So this long play through the backside at C has to find value. And Boo has tucked himself into a corner. Good opening shot from Virus, though, pulls the attention of Heretics back towards the front side of the site, and that's enough for Haodong to follow up.
Such a good day for T-Virus. I think Abo could have been even more patient. And Woot, last one that remains between everyone of Tech that take care of business quickly in the anti-eco that brings 3 weapons into the bonus, including an Outlaw that has been very strong in the hands of this deadly duelist.
Yeah. And allowing the defuse to go to Luke, gets him 2 off of early knives after the hot start, after the pistol and the follow-up. So Titan do what's required. Find the pistol on the anti-eco. How do you start to structure up winning a bonus where, again, off the defensive side, the ability to purchase on the 2 players that had previously dropped is minimal. In fact, it looks like it's just going to be a Sheriff that's being purchased for now, as Abo, of course, has to invest into their utility to stay a little bit more potent and a little bit more stalwart onto whatever site they decide to play on. And Tech are going to see if they can find some sort of an opening pick here with a quick flash play over to a long. Works! That's beautiful for Luke.
He just does it again. And this is the version of T-Virus Luke that I wish we saw yesterday. Now it puts you in an elimination match, but one last chance, and Tech are in full swing and full motion, because a lot of the first bloods, I feel like in the first half, went Heretics' way, and we'll see. We'll break down the stats later on, of course, but Tech are willing to swing into existence if they can, and Heretics just can't withstand.
Unbelievable resiliency here from Titan, and again, it starts with that double tap over towards A. You get that first blood, it allows you to stack up somewhere else, and that place is here at Garage with an SMG, a little bit of team fire coming through off the connector. You now have a 5v3, and honestly, the options here for Heretics are limited to largely either a rogue play from Boo or trying to force something into B where you don't really have good clearance utility. And as I start to break it down, Boo does drop, and the door has largely shut here on Heretics. Huge opportunity here for the bonus to come through and Titan to bring this game back to tight.
Right here.
Saving the 2 rifles is
30
going to be good for Heretics, but this will be 3 rounds in a row for Tech, and the eco that gets ever so larger. Knives going into the next, and buy-ups coming up too. Great second half for Tech, and Heretics got to bring back that energy.
10 seconds left.
So now all of a sudden, you know, for Titan Esports, you're looking at, obviously, the perfect start defensively. But can you start to establish pattern and trend changing that makes Heretics uneasy with this double duelist, where you have to essentially hard execute the first time you try to execute? Dump tons of utility. Overwhelm the corners that Luke is trying to play with these opening first bloods if he continues to try to get things like a sniper rifle into play. It won't happen here with the purchase of, you know, a rifle. But if you were to go to an operator later on, like, it's just going to have to be Heretics. It feels like this upcoming round needs to establish their own tempo, and it needs to establish that the burst of this composition is something that Titan need to put a response to as they're in full purchase.
The streak could continue for Tech with a mixed buy situation, 2 pistols out of Heretics, and using the ISO wall to just lead in, follow up with Boo, who's going to have to hold it down, and he clutches and holds it solo, and now Heretics can stack onto the site, and Coco is being proactive.
Wow.
He gets his one. And Heretics with a clean round despite not having everyone with rifles.
Yeah, initially the spam that comes through the choke point at C from Titan looked like it was going to be enough to kind of stop the play as the double tap. I don't know if it still stayed integral on that next kind of play, but Woot didn't look all that comfortable coming on the site. But the thing about it is you had everyone else, in particular Boo, who teleports to the top side of the box, kind of making up for not having that jet. You play with the elevation, and Boo just finesses the dark cover to keep himself safe, the paranoia to help his teammates get back on the secondary engagement on the site, and then you follow up to put pressure onto Coco, who is the last contestant of the back part of the on the spike site. So good stuff there for Heretics. That puts them well within control again, but of course that coming off the bonus win has Titan still in a position to purchase, and in particular the operator is in play, looking to make a play in the sewer.
Dimensional drift almost available for Mini Boo. Lucas has an Odin, and hoping to maybe just spam through, setting up T-Virus, but now has lost control of short. That's going to be the power of the double duelist from Heretics.
Yeah, and I think the other side of this is, you know, the operator being pulled back is not the end of the world for Titan, but it does force them to have to keep a second member here a little while longer as they're trying to feel things out. And the Aldrone will try to get a look on a kind of a passive starting point towards A long. I don't believe it sees anything. And yeah, this is what Heretics want. They want to keep Tech uneasy on A. And then try to, again, utilize this burst. But Abo through the door gets one. Not enough to stay alive to keep the defense in the advantage, but not a bad 1-for-1, all things told.
Didn't even see each other, and he just sensed it. Violence delivered and exchanged, and Heretics still move on towards A. But it will be T-Virus Lucas watching short with the op. Not a way to dash out, but angles being held with Lucas with the Odin at the front with no real way to escape. Because the flashes from Coco will be on their way. It's all timing as Heretics got good pings off the recon and fire at T-Virus. This still get a knife in, a double kill with the Odin through all the chaos of the smokes. Heretics are behind.
There is no way. Your two defenders, a stationary turret in form of the Odin, revealed. T-Virus missing the opening op shot, has to pull the knives, revealed. Dark covers looked perfectly placed from Heretics, but they can't connect. It looked initially on the approach, as soon as you get the Odin reveal, that was going to be enough to kind of spam through the side of the box. I don't know if we catch that in the replay, but no, we don't. He gets down to 26 HP, just doesn't get finished, and somehow, some way, Lucas inside that dark cover finishes with 3. What a heroic play for Titan.
What an incredible talent Lucas is. Turns 18, joins VCT, and young IGL making the whole difference for Tech. A 180 from day one as Heretics want to make a big finish here. And it's that deep into the site. A kill contract will kidnap one. Woot against Coco. And Woot has pretty much, I think, converted every single kill contract.
Yeah, he's been good. I mean, let's be honest. It's tough to beat an ISO at that type of an advantage with a shield in play. But he has been solid, and Heretics not going to allow that little moment of euphoria for Titan to last all that long. Unless. No.
I was like, wait, how is he moving and aiming when one of his... How many hands does Haodong have? But that's... But Haodong will just keep the gun, especially at 0 credits.
Yeah, it should be enough still for Titan to purchase. Haodong was the only one who was really in some trouble financially, so smart save. Obviously, you don't assume that a 1v4 post plane he's going to give much of an effort to it. So let's tally the resources here.
Okay.
As you've got Hunter's Fury online for Lucas. Nothing else tremendously close up coming for the next round, but Abo is not out of the picture of potentially earning a late lockdown if that comes through. Rien's Hunter's Fury on the other side. And that's really about it, because the kill contract and Dimensional Urge had been used in the prior round. So Titan Esports likely the timeout here just to kind of discuss what we want to do you know, with that initial tool and maybe what we want to do with the defense, because so far, you know, the two convincing rounds for Heretics on the offense have come by way of throw out a contingency, throw out an undercut, hit the double tap, run through C-Long, get onto site, plant, profit. So there's a level of Titan. You have to consider that as they go forward, especially seeing as they really haven't been met with much early aggression over towards A-Long. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do something like throw an early Aldrone down C-Long and see if you can get someone to walk down C-Long and take that space away if it's open. Might be an opportunity to, again, just kind of change up your defensive look, as C has been really the only linchpin for success right now for Heretics. See if you can maybe funnel them back towards Garage or in towards B. We'll see.
And Tech are 4-2 in the second half, and as much as it looked kind of cool winning the pistol, getting momentum, even converting the bonus, Heretics are always trading rounds. And because of all the work they did in that 9-3 half for Heretics, it's still giving Sunset.
Yeah.
As long as they keep trading rounds, that's all you need.
That's true. But this is the game right here, I think, in my mind. and Titan will not show any sort of immediate force down either extremity, actually. From the shadows, we've seen Boo stick this before. This time not going to happen, but that little bit of a hit towards Heaven plus the decoy maybe has Tech leaning a little bit towards A, but here comes that walk down. Nanostorm placed on the corner will slow this up just a touch. Hunter's Fury for the offense, trying to cut this back. Also the reset coming through for the defense.
Ooh, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Hunter's Fury perhaps, and good suppression from Tech, but the numbers in Heretics' favor, but Howdong with the big double could convert this for Tech. And the spike is down, and Riyadh has to reunite with Miniboos coming through double doors. Droning up to play from safety now.
They know they have spike. That's the big key here. So Heretics have to find a way to sneak on into sight. Good reveal into Howdong deep, but the response for Lucas clears the front side of the site. Now it's just down to Riyadh.
Oh, Lucas, he's such a hero when you need him the most for Tech. And luck and main character energy on his side, and Riyadh can't clutch, and Tech live on within now 3 rounds of Heretics.
That was a beautiful small adjustment to how Titan were going to try to guard on C. You put the Nanostorm a little bit tighter onto the corner. It doesn't block the entirety of the choke point, but it does stop the offense from getting over towards Garage Link. But more importantly, it's Lucas who waits and responds as soon as Heretics pop their Hunter's Fury. And maybe he didn't find any eliminations, but I'll tell you what, that thing packed a hell of a punch. Connected onto a couple of members, had Heretics offensive players on the site extremely weak, making the job of T-Virus that much easier. Knowing that, again, that Nanostorm blocked any pathway for the offense cutting straight to the right. He can keep his eyes up and off to his perspective right, and it works out beautifully as the defense rotates in to deal with it. So great adjustment in the smallest of ways to stop that very aggressive push out of Heretics.
And it's just been the clutch factor yet again. I kind of pointed this out on Icebox, where Titans have had more players with pop-off moments. And having their duelists showing up on day 2 has been a huge factor to this, especially when, you know, there wasn't a duelist to face off against on Icebox. But Tech having those big pop-off moments. Heretics, of course, had an ace. You can't discount what Boo's been able to do, but this has been a way tougher challenge than Heretics are expecting. Something about Heretics that brings the best out of every opponent they face.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off of that and send it to one level further, this is a team that wins 70% of their offenses. So after coming off of a dominant first defensive half, you're sitting here thinking, okay, let's just start talking about Sunset. But now the map starts to change. Especially with Abo one off of a lockdown. Coco now has a world where he can earn another Rolling Thunder, which could be a huge round-winning ultimate. And if you win this round, if you're Titan, you've broken the bank accounts of Heretics. This is a crucial round in the scheme of things. Howdong staying a little bit longer. Does he step up through the contingency? He does. So this threat at B has been dealt with. And look at the difference of the setup. The Nanostorm system now set up largely for Garage with a quick play with the Judge for Abo. Meanwhile, Aldrone's going to find a little bit of intel here with a triple stack of defenders for Titan. They are set up perfectly.
Tech are not taking any risks to peek out against Heretics, but you are giving them some space to get in. A teleport from Miniboo, but the smoke that came out isolated that duelist. And Tech just held the crossfire. A has been impossible for Heretics to penetrate. And Tech will not allow them to trade them around.
T-Virus has 9 flippin' lives. He has been revealed for 90% of these offensive hits from Heretics. And it doesn't matter. He's still coming away with 2, at least. Unbelievable, because again, it just starts to look like the setup is good for Heretics. You throw a little bit of a flash in, and then you gate crash onto site if you're Miniboo, but there's a small delay. And I don't know if you caught it, but an aftershock cuts off the choke point. So Heretics can't fully get in, but you have a chance to send a late recon dart into the site, and it does exactly what it's intended to do, but doesn't make a difference. Luke is a cat with 9 lives, and he's used about 7 of them to this point.
My favorite part was the T-Virus smoke. So, man, how to break apart the Heretics core is everything. And now a first blood for Tech, but it was a save for Heretics. Is it a fake comeback or not? Believers got to rise up for China. XLG gone, but Tech is still here.
The only thing you got to keep your eye on right now is, can there be enough noise created for Miniboo to actually utilize this position deep over towards Garage? That makes life a little bit easier, because now you know for a fact that Titan's defense is split. Never mind, not anymore, it's not. And if you're Heretics, I think you got to run. You got to burst onto this site knowing that the defense is still a little bit further away, but they're going to take their time. They will get a plant, but Titan will be right behind them trying to play for the 4v3 retake.
At least seeing that drone inspires Heretics pedal to the metal, but no smoke covering heaven.
Yeah.
Gives Tech now the upper hand to get a lockdown and some vision up, and Heretics try to escape.
Yeah, cross your T's, dot your I's here. Don't drop anything here if you're Titan.
Okay, Benji, that was sick, but Tech still had the ults, the weaponry, and carry 3 into the next, so Tech within 1.
That's massive. And I again, it might feel like, you know, throwing a anvil at an already kind of down opponent, but I love the idea of just don't drop anything. Have to convert that round. And so you spend the lockdown, you don't let any crazy sheriff shots defer into a Heretics map point situation, and you're 1 away from a Rolling Thunder. You're close to re-earning the Hunter's Fury. But this time out, the conversation is multifaceted because now all of a sudden off the save, Heretics have a couple of really key ultimates and of course the full purchase. So a small advantage here in terms of what's available coming into this next offensive round.
Both Heretics timeouts coming out in the last 3 rounds to try and kill this momentum from Tech before Heretics killed out of this group. And it's just not obviously what you expected to happen in this series. I mean, this whole day was giving 4-0, and we kind of got 6 mappers, or at least what the setup seemed to be after a 9-3 half for Heretics. And this Tech comeback is insane. Their defense on Hague is just so well timed on how they're able to isolate the smokes that are causing a chaos that Heretics can't find themselves out of.
Yeah. What an affair this has been. Because any avid enjoyers of EMEA Valorant would say Heretics up 8-4 at the half. Oh, they win, especially with offense coming up. But Titan is fighting back and fighting back with some major resistance. Double tap's been popped open here for Heretics, trying to get some early aggression through Sewer. How Dong. Oh, he breaks the shield and finds the headshot on top of that. Paranoia to cut off the choke point, and Heretics don't even have a chance to get the kill contract in. And this round may be moot.
How many first bloods from Tech over at this A side? These anchors, just untouchable. You had Coco into the mix. Feels like Heretics have to pivot, but they don't have a lurk. They'd have to re-clear. They'd have to take the time to do so. And Abo is on the flank, but there's trips that'll get in his way. So Heretics have to focus on one thing, and that's to win this round. Work on the info they can, and it's the exchange. But Lucas and Coco do all the work, and it's Boo left to pick up all the pieces and the spike.
Whoa, I don't know if we need that. Yeah, I was gonna say, we got a fault line. I don't think we need to commit the Rolling Thunder for this, but no, it looks like they are gonna just, again, try to get this to an 11-11 count. Boo teleports away safely, wins the first 1v1 with Coco! No, not gonna happen. And it's 11-11, make a wish.
Coco, that was so important. And I wanted him to show up on the breach. When he wasn't as explosive on the Sunset and the BO1, he found the confidence as a younger player. As Tech, really the puzzle pieces that have built such a strong core against one of EMEA's best, that have the potential to send them out of this bracket. And they're energized 4 in a row. Both Heretics timeouts are out. No more timeouts to figure this out. It's do or die.
Yeah, but if you're on a half buy, but dimensional drift and kill contract could potentially get yourself an advantage here because Woot has the hero rifle. Has to win the battle though! Oh no! Aba wins the first. Now it's just down to what Heretics can do by flooding onto the site.
Was a 4 versus 4 neural theft for Benji, and the aftershock won't be forcing Heretics back. They're still going to be at the front. Tech think maybe they have space to play with. Coco fragged up close, and Abo at least trades, and he stepped up to the plate. And up next, it's Benji with the stinger. Koreans tries to get the objective done, and Tech are going to allow it.
He's going to get the Hunter's Fury off that, though, Jen. This could be big if he can get back to C long if he wants to try to play for that as a post-plant security tool.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
they were insecure about Garage. A 2 versus 1. Riyadh backs away. Lotus has done it again.
Unbelievable composure from Titan. And it just, honestly, we talked about it. Woot has been so good in the kill contract. Hasn't even looked shaky at any given moment in time. And you get the perfect target. You get the killjoy out of the picture. But then for the first time, it gets windy inside the ethereal battleground. And Abo punishes. Titans stay on site. And now all of a sudden, you've got a chance to close this thing out. You've got knives available. You got full weapon purchase. You've got 3 regenerative armors that you're battling up against. Everything's starting to trend in favor of Titan off of now 5 in a row.
Shakiness in the Heretics camp. It's come down to the wire. These 2v2s, and Woot tries to make the space off the wall. The shock bolts.
Doesn't hit the shield.
Now a Hunter's Fury on the offense. The red carpet laid in blood. It's first blood, but Coco double kill. What?
Again, revealed and damage. It doesn't make a damn difference. 3v2. They're going to reset. Okay. Have to take a breath here. And the thing about it is you're looking at Booth from the shadows thinking, was there maybe a chance for him to teleport to C? But I don't know if they know that Abo had already gotten onto site at A, so everything has to come to a momentary pause. Cool the jets. Titan gonna hold hands through mid, and they may make contact here, Jen.
And it all comes down to this, and Heretics have to lock in, and with at least the power of friendship, they just gotta focus on also getting this round and the spike planted. And Haodong and Abo, previous teammates from EDG, on Tech, looking to make the biggest upset at EWC happen. From underdogs to top dogs, it's
30
Tech
seconds left.
on the other side of a smoke.
Dark cover replaced.
On the other side of the odds as well. That's Heretics. The spike is dropped. It's all up to Riyadh. Oh, and he gets it. Okay, he gets Abo. It's the ultimate showdown. And Haodong, couple seconds left. Around it locks. Heretics. OT.
Wow. What else could you possibly want out of this map? And just finally a pop-off moment, and you can just see the sweat off the brow of Team Heretics. A 9-map losing streak on their bread and butter. Have not dropped this map since February. And even that loss was a 13-10. And they've gone through the gauntlet of playing all of Europe's best here on this map. But Titan have something a little bit special. Do what need to be done to get us back to a clean slate here in OT.
Titans were able to play close to EDG at EVO on this map, so this is definitely been the Heretics show when it comes to, like you said, the stats of how well they've done on this map, but this is not how well you do on this map, but how you do and against a completely different environment, against the peaking Titans, but against a Heretics that will not give up.
So now we need to start going back over where the problem spots were for both these two teams, on especially the offensive side. For Titan, not able to execute to the level of what their game plan was starting to amount to. Again, the attempts, the modifications, the adjustments that they were making to try to beat this Heretics defensive setup were not bad. It just came down to they weren't able to find the kills they needed to get over the threshold. A lot of that being resulted into just giving away this A-long setup. And based on where this alarm bot is placed, it looks like Titan are not even going to bother with lobby whatsoever. Maybe just a quick peek towards sewer, but nothing too crazy. Are they going to try to surprise Heretics with just a random burst play towards C? We did not see that much, but that spy cam in the tight corner, the trap wire deep onto site would counteract that pretty darn nicely if this is eventually a burst play onto C.
The walk down from Heretics just to sell that fake gets the attention of Tech, but then that Yoru TP's to the other side of the map to help support, to just be at the ready for the Tech execute.
What does Haodong want to do with his first dark cover? Do you want to try to throw some force over to A-long? See if you can move the defense around a touch. Are you going to save everything? Owl drone sent over towards Garage. and towards B main, simultaneously speaking. Nanostorm in the corner. Do they have the idea that someone's playing close and tight on the door? This could be massive. But no, Abba doesn't predict it. Miniboo will have first blood, and that shuts down the play towards Garage. And now all of a sudden, if you're Tech, you kind of have to go back over to A where Boo has been seen.
Stealing sight.
Miniboo just wanted to go for the safer play. I thought he was going to maybe think about flashing out if Tech were going to keep trying to hit B. Now it's a paranoia leading Tech into an A hit. The recon gets the attention of Tech. Heretics have limited info. Tech get deeper into sight. This ISO is everything. Woot with a big double. Riyadh's anchors for Heretics. And it's Lotus against the world. Low HP. A hemorrhaging Heretics that wins it in the end.
The play to the shorty is cojones central. And it nearly works out, but Woot comes up Giga Chad levels. The ISO just resetting the shield, saying so cemented on the site, and clutching up in the final 1v1 where it looked like for a moment Lucas may just get a lineup to win the round right there. Not the play that they wanted to make, but the one they had to, and it nearly works, but Heretics continue to win on defense. And now it just comes down to, can they get away with a burst play of their own again? You know, again, not having ultimates. One of the things that they did find success with in limited purchase and even on one of their full buys was that same kind of setup. Just feel things out early and then burst through C long with the contingency and the double tap shield. But we've also seen Titan modify their Killjoy setup to deal with that same play. So again, it just feels like we're hidden with heavy hands right now.
Absolutely. And it was Heretics just now on defense, and that was at 9-3 half. Definitely the stronger side for them. But not only that, just breaking the 5-round win streak for Tech, just about that momentum. They're able to cement yourself and stabilize your own team. Now Heretics 1 round away from getting into Sunset. Whether it's a fake comeback or not, Tech really ramped things up towards the end. Holy cow, they've traded round after round for so long.
Seconds left.
Could have just closed it out.
One enemy remaining.
If it wasn't for that last 1v1 to send us into OT.
Here we go. Luke, we have not seen a walk down through grass yet. And he's playing just inside this dark cover. Haven't seen this before.
The both of them!
Virus gets both. That's before you see the double tap come through. Not able to survive to the follow-up, but job done.
No duelist. The Heretics have any hope after that? And trying to defend B with the limited numbers. How do you pivot out of here when you have to re-clear?
You stay. You've got a spy camp set up to watch Garage. And you've got now 1 off of 100's Fury for re-ends, but you don't have the ability to immediately exit. You need to stay on site here.
That's all they had the option to do.
Here.
Coco's got no fault line yet, but does have both flashes. They're going to wait for that fault line to come through, and if they can combine it with something like a recon dart, it could be massive. Good push out, extends the play, and scales a little bit deeper for this post plant.
Really great effort from Rians. And now he's already cleared the left side. And now from main, the Hunter's Fury to suppress. And the diffuser is killed to deny Tech to go to Sunset.
Attackers win.
Oh my goodness. What a deflating finish for Titan. It looked like they had everything going for them. T-Virus plays in a spot that had not been seen yet, and he picks the perfect time to do it. Getting the opening to duelist 3v5 situation, essentially with everything that you would possibly want if you're Titan. The fault line was on the way back up. Maybe the recon dart was close. You get both flashes, but Heretics make the split-second decision to push out a C-Link, trade out the breach, come back to the play where the only option for retake was back through mid-grass. And as soon as that kill comes out and Hunter's Fury is earned, everything else goes the way of Heretics, finally breaking that red carpet worth of map losses in a row.
Mitch, I've been on the edge of my seat standing up at times, and in OT, a map 3. This has been such a fun group to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, Titan really putting Team Heretics through their paces there, but that is what class and experience brings to the server. They're able to keep themselves alive here, push us through to a map 3, barely, narrowly surviving an elimination from a team that hasn't really competed internationally, hasn't got a win against an international opponent yet in Titan. And I was sitting there with Heretics' manager, and I could say he's probably got a little bit less hair after that game.
Yeah, or a couple more grays, one of the two. I think this the nature of this map could be so frustrating for a team like Heretics because, again, like, you're getting every reveal you could possibly want from Riyadh on these offensive hits, and they're still not able to finish off members like Coco, like Lucas, like T-Virus, and it's just like, dude, they can't keep getting away with this. I mean, we're getting literally all the information we need, and you could not find a more efficient recon dart on a lot of these executes. It's just Titan not giving up on the play, and I think just more impressively just showing their individual abilities. It's just way tighter than expected.
Oh, bro, that round got way too close for comfort. 7 HP on Woot as well.
For real.
If Lucas had completed that 1-on-4, that would have been like maybe the play of the tournament. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous stuff from that man, especially given the level of experience that he's bringing into the server there. So look, Titan, a missed opportunity there. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to keep themselves up to the same standard and keep competitive here with Team Heretics, because now we're heading through onto Sunset. This was the stock standard staple map for Heretics last year in their runs on so many international events. This was a very, very good map for them. It's a very comfortable ground to be going on heading through the end of this series. But at the same time, looking at Haven on paper shift, I was thinking to myself, this should be a cut and dry game too, and Tech said absolutely not.
No, and it comes from the unexpected members of the team. I mean, so far on their run to this point, it's been a lot of Abo, who's been at top of the leaderboard, or T-Virus, who's provided a lot of, I think, openings and some of the moments that have allowed Titan to kind of get back into rounds. But this time it is all Lucas, and a lot of that in heroic fashion. Where on the other side, like, you just, again, the difficulty with double duelist comes down to slowing it down. And as much as Tech were able to do that, especially from the defensive side, they still allowed Woot to pop off. I mean, 22 and 14 is no slouch stat line by any stretch of the imagination. So again, the clutch factor for Titan is what keeps them in this game, and more impressively gets them all the way to an overtime. But this paper, I think, says more about just how Heretics were winning this map and winning in a lot of the rounds that they didn't end up winning, which is kind of weird to say.
I just got to say, all the underdogs from the groups have stepped up and pushed the limits of the top teams. Tech, you wouldn't have expected them to go to map 3 just because of the amount of respect that Heretics have gathered in EMEA. G2, if you and K-Corp just winning against G2, that was the underdog in Group A. XLG just went to map 3 against Sentinels, whatever you think if that was going to be a sweep or not. Obviously, this is not a sweep. 100 Thieves went to 3 against EDG as one of the underdogs of that final group of death. So this has been such a hectic tournament just for the group stage.
I mean, Heretics are a top 3, top 2 team in the EMEA this year. They are an international contender, guys. And Tech, I don't even know if you would, many people would consider them a top 3 team in China most of the time. You know, they're usually middling. They've recently been on this massive upward trend in form, and they are taking this opportunity to play some international opportunity, and they are bloody running with it, man.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. And I think there's a level, like, you kind of reflect back on with the results from their group stage, and it looked like they were just kind of slow to pick up the Tejo meta a touch.
Yes.
And then they figure it out. They get to qualify here for EWC, and then all of a sudden the patch changes. And it's just like, okay, can you step back in and put together compositions with a playbook that makes sense against the top teams in the world? So far, they've said, yes, we can.
And especially just to see which teams were overly dependent on Tejo and what they were going to look like, what was their backup plan on initiators.
Absolutely,
and it's been cool to see the adaptations.
Yeah, for sure. I think, at least for Haven, I don't think Tejo was always the choice. Like, some teams still did prefer the Sova, and I think you can slot it in there. And that's what we got from Tech. However, Tech will need to step up their Sunset because their opening game against RRQ did not go so well. And as I said before, Heretics invented a very nice playbook on this map last year. So let's see what we're going to get from the final map. It will be an elimination game, 1 map of Sunset to decide who will move on to the qualification match here in EWC. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant group stage. We are going to play a best of one here on Sunset to decide who will go on to the qualification game and who will be eliminated here from EWC. Now, the last time we saw Sunset from Tech was in the opening group stage game here against RRQ. It was a little underwhelming. Last time we saw Heretics play Sunset was a little thing. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. You know, the Valorant Champions Grand Final, something like that. Have you heard of that before, Shiv?
Is that like some content creator event?
I think so. I think you might have been playing in that, Jen.
Oh yeah, I probably watch partied it or something. I don't know. But don't say best of one too out loud. Both these teams really suffered in that best of one. Heretics with the 4 rounds in that first BO1, you know, start of the whole tournament. That's what I'm referencing. Yeah. To the RRQ matchup you just brought up, but
and lots of RRQ playing a Waylay. Like you can't be letting that.
Couldn't deal with it. They couldn't deal with it. Like legitimately, like they were not prepared to deal with Waylay. The other side of it, as we kind of watched it, you and I in particular in the green room watching it, is like. We were sitting like, T-Virus, commit, dude. Get into the site. Like, it's just offensively, he was getting worked. I mean, it was like 1 in 5 in first blood battles.
Yeah.
Typical of the nature. It's just, as a Neon, you just don't expect that.
I think it's a bit nervy. Bit of a nervy opening best of 1 for Tech. I think you can forgive them that. They haven't had as much experience. They played their way through that initial best of 1, and now they are here to play against Team Bloody Heretics in a best of 3.
My biggest problem with Titans in that RRQ match on Sunset was like confidence, especially out of Coco and Lucas, sort of the newest players, less experience compared to the rest of the roster. And as initiators, especially on a map like Sunset, your job is so important, and maybe that's why someone like T-Virus had to kind of have a lot more weight on his shoulders, and his back hurt more than yours did.
Look, uncalled for, but accurate. The thing about it is, like, if we're going to see what they're going to play, which is likely what they're going to play, Breach, Neon, Deadlock.
Yeah.
You know what that's going to look like on the offensive side of this map. You flash, you throw your control smoke, you use your fast lane, you get in, if not deep into sight, then you set all your Deadlock shit up, and you get the spike down, and it becomes unbreakable. That is what we've seen over and over again with this composition. That didn't happen at all when they played it yesterday. But, and this big but, you cannot lie. They have a chance to VOD review that, chance to fix that up, and I'm expecting them to come out more polished.
Yeah, look, Team Heretics will have had that footage though, and it's been a long time since Team Heretics have had a foray onto Sunset. Look, towards the later end of last year, it was a bit more hit and miss in terms of the results. I mean, at least the Champs Grand Final, EDG slapped them on Sunset, and I was thinking that was going to be a great map for them. But if you look further back and you look at like EMEA Stage 1, Shanghai, that's when I was copying Heretics' playbook on Sunset. They were dominating on that map against some very, very good teams, and they were not close games. They're like 13-5s, 13-7s against world-class opposition. So Heretics know how to play this map very, very well, and it hasn't been seen for a long time. I don't know if they're going to go back to that old style. It still works.
Yeah,
like
it
in
still
this
works.
current meta, that style definitely can still work for them.
It's also been such, I feel like you throw a lot of results out the window, not to just chalk everything we just said, but it's just been the clutch power and also the hype, because when you had these tech pauses, everyone was being iced out, but then as soon as you went around, everyone's screaming, everyone's out of their voices, and it's been about performing in the moment to me.
There is a level of that, but I think you're right in terms of like what we used to know from Heretics on this map. Have not played it in this calendar year, and that makes me believe that they just didn't like playing Tejo here.
Yeah, potentially. I don't... how much overlap? I can't even remember how much overlap there was between Teo and Sunset. Even so, I don't necessarily think it would have needed to be picked. I think that was more of a choice. There were some maps that Teo needed to be picked, and there were some teams that were just hard abusing the Teo. Shout out DRX. And G2, to be fair. But, like, I think for Sunset, they've definitely had more than enough time to develop a style, and we'll see what we're going to get, at least for Tech. Unless they've already run in with multiple comps and they have a couple of different approaches to this map, I think we've seen what kind of comp they're going to run. Yeah. But at the same time, as we've mentioned, you said you're expecting the adjustments, you're expecting the VOD review, and the other side of that is when you don't have a good game, the small upside of that is there's less film of other teams to watch on you, and also they're watching you do your strats badly, not your strats the way that you intended.
That's fair. But I think it's just like the composition, it writes itself, like the writing's on the wall when it comes down to playing Breach, Neon, Deadlock, and they play a Fade in the mix, like you just know what that's going to feel like. Sure. So I think on the other side here for Heretics, even if you're not seeing Titan at their best, you know what to play up against. It's just going to be interesting because looking back at when they did play during Champs, it was a Raze-based composition. Yeah. And that has changed a lot in this calendar year to be favoring things more like Neon. Well, and it's just, it's to be expected because it's just the ability to peek through corners the way that they do is unbelievable.
That fits straight into Miniboo's playbook. Like even before Neon was popular, he loved playing that age. They were playing it on bloody Icebox, Jen. So I could definitely see him on a Neon.
Yeah, but just the whole difference is going to be Titans playing with just initiators that are on the same page as their duelists, and it needs to be even tighter now that you're playing with a Neon who's going to be faster than the rest of the team. But they were able to link up, especially on Icebox, when there's more verticality, there's a jet, there's more smoke. So, and the fact that I felt like Titans played better in that chaos on the most recent map of Haven, especially on the A side, of being able to still anchor that with Heretics coming in with 2 duelists, it was hectic. I think the Titans can still dance against Heretics.
This should be a banger. I think that, I expect Titan to play better. I expect T-Virus to play with more confidence. I expect them to be a little bit more gut check in terms of what calls they make in the mid-round. On the other side, I expect Heretics to be prepared in terms of dealing with this composition. Just comes down to how efficient is it going to be, how effective is it going to be, because we have not seen them play this map in this calendar year.
Look, past EWC elimination, of course, which will be on the line, I think overarching storylines for Tech, first big win over an international opponent and one of Team Heretics' caliber would be just another example of a team coming out of VCTCN and swinging at some good international opponents, punching above their weight, and once again proving that there's more to the Chinese region than just EDG, which is well established at this point. Every other international event, you get a VCTCN representative doing damage. And for Team Heretics, look, you look at some of the losses recently. Great teams they've been losing to.
Sure. Then
they get dropped by NRG in a BO1. That's a head scratcher, but you say, it's a BO1. Now we're here against Tech. It's potentially losable. That would be the first time in a 10-loss streak that you would be like, okay, that one's probably a bit egregious.
Yeah, I mean, I shrugged off some of the results from Toronto for Heretics simply due to the caliber of opponent that they ended up matching up with in the Swiss stage.
And even in EMEA.
Correct.
Fnatic.
Correct.
Like, come on.
Again, their group stage was fine. More than fine.
They beat Fnatic in the group stage.
It's very good. It's just, yeah, this run through the playoffs in EMEA and then the follow-up getting into Toronto, not finding the same magic that they had through groups. Again, a little bit of manipulation off of like what patch they're playing through. But regardless of like the nuance of the game itself, there is a level of like, you have to be able to execute at this level. And Titan is showing that they can. Heretics have shown to this point they're vulnerable to teams like NRG and now teams on the other side of the stage like Titans. So,
and in a world where Titans win this, is this the upset of EWC? Is there even another match that rivals this? This is kind of an awesome way to end the day.
Yeah, I would say I think so. I mean, the expectations for G2 are dropped because they had to play without Leaf. Really, everyone else who's been eliminated to this point, you know, XLG, same situation, had to play with a coach, and they looked pretty good. Like, Yova looked really solid. And everything else kind of went as expected. So, yeah, in terms of results and eliminations, this would be the biggest one that we've had yet.
All right, here we go. Titan Esports Club on the verge of a massive upset, or is Team Heretics going to show us some recovery here on Sunset? Take it away, guys.
Seeing the Abo deadlock once again. And on defense to kick things off, kind of when we saw a deadlock on Sunset, I remember just it was when Zekin was in the picture and a Neon for him, and just deadlock can really cut the heel of a Neon. If you throw the barrier behind, you take away his ability to escape, or even just create such good delay. The importance of Abo, can't speak to it enough.
No. And so with the Neon KO Vice, again, the initiation will look a little bit different for Heretics than it will for Titan, but Lucas will drop first blood. Benji Fishy countered by Abo. Lots of action here at mid as Abo is able to find another right click. Riyadh shows himself at tiles, dealt with the wide swing by Coco. And quickly, we're into a 4v2 in favor of Titan's defense.
Now Tech could have a good dismantle of one of the parts of Heretics. About a 3-2 split. Now still with the blind available for Boo. Soon the smoke goes out. He's not going to take the risk of swinging out, trying to have some good timing, unless he wants to wrap around. But it's all going to depend on if Abo can stop him in his tracks. Either way, the knife thrown from Woot will limit things for Tech, and the paranoia.
It's unfortunate.
To stop that, Coco goes in, and now maybe just to add a distraction, it's a fake, and it's Tech wrapping around, and Tech trying to put a smoke in place, and even with the net, with T-Virus leading in, and it's Boo against the world, and Tech finish off what they started with a pistol going their way.
And I love just the early establishment, and again, I don't want to, you know, sell the farm here in round number 1, but Titan showing that they want to battle at mid. Did not see a lot of that yesterday, especially from their defensive side. So that's something that's already new in terms of what they're trying to put into the picture. And to be fair, like, Titan just didn't have a chance to play much of their defense because, well, they were down 8-4 at the half. Ended up losing 13-6, only winning the guaranteed gun round in the third of the half, and then a follow-up gun round a couple of rounds later. But they didn't really show the commitment to wanting to contest across multiple areas of the map. So that's already something that at least they're trying to mentally establish through that pistol. One-way smoke plus the Prowler just to check things out over towards A. We'll read a little bit of an establishment of pressure, and that may lead towards Coco rotating over so he can be in range for the fault line.
Tech have won every defensive pistol in this series, so.
That's a shout.
And Heretics just trying to read if there's any kind of trap play and what the setups are going to be around Coco. Tech have been, at least off the pistol, very, very deathball-y as you kind of sort of play in that round. But is that going to be the style they go for? I did notice those initiators playing very tight together in the last Sunset encounter, so Miniboo taking the wrong angle, and he only just gets sneezed at. The fall line is going to force him back nonetheless, and taking the helm is that KO, and a lot to watch out for. But Heretics doing a death ball of their own, smokes in place, but now trapped in the site. I don't know if that's where they want to be, but a lucky right click from Marians. Or no, it's actually just shots through the smoke, and Tech want to find their way in with a 2-2 split. There's also a lurk from Benji that could be coming up from behind Tech. They got to get the job done soon, and Lucas steadies his aim, and a big double from Haodong. And this flank from the Vice came in too late from Benji. And Heretics about to convert that anti-eco.
Clean. I think the biggest thing here for Titan is how they try to hold on and contest before the spike can fully get planted. More so, it's not that they stop the plant, it's that they stop a post-plant. You don't really get any real deep setups for Heretics behind the site. You can't get back to elbow. You can't get back over to A main. You have to rely on the timing for Benji Fishy, and initially it did look like he was going to get there right in the nick of time. Problem is, he's got a basic pistol. The only real influence of power came off of the Outlaw play. So Heretics just not having the weaponry to survive through the retake. But this bonus is a little bit lighter here for Titan due to the nature of round 2's anti-eco. So advantage coming back forward here for Heretics.
Sonic Sensor could be big for Abo if Heretics do decide to commit to B. Oh my god, you just bring the parade to Miniboo. Still gets one for his troubles, but
good help.
Now there's, yeah, amazing help from Heretics to punish that Tech Swarm, and like bees, Tech still sting, and Heretics trade every step of the way.
Yeah, that's really good team help from Heretics, because it did look like Miniboo's timing on that initial peek towards B main was going to get punished. But Titan Esports kind of red dot chasing a little bit on that double chow. Doesn't work out for them. Good supply of support from the cast behind at B main. And the stronger weapons looked like they should win. Lucas will have an isolated 1v1 here around the corner. Clean. Doesn't even take any damage. That's going to be a rifle upgrade if he so chooses, what she does. Haunt to clear off the front. Still has a seize. That will go next. Crossfire setup, though, is potent, and Boo will spam through, find the win, and Heretics are on the board.
Only able to keep those 2 rifles, though, but hey, that null command early, or sorry, yeah, null command for Woot, always nice. It's been the teamwork, especially Abo's having a great performance once again. He's been the top fragger, and we tell the story of just the Sentinel being the best player there for Tech, and being able to add that stoppage against the Neon of Miniboo, but it's the cast behind Miniboo that makes Heretics such a threatening team.
Well, and that's the other side of it. You know, we've seen a lot of the adjustments on Sentinels in this map because of the presence of Neon go to Cypher, or Vice for that matter, but the Deadlock provides a different level of, I think, offensive consistency for, again, just making that post plant that much stronger. But it does keep you vulnerable on the first half to things like Miniboo being able to run and go as far as he wants, not being tripped up whatsoever. Because the sensors, as much as they obviously can provide a sort of line in the sand, it really doesn't deter a burst play as much as you might figure. So Heretics in this full gun round going to show some presence at mid. Toss even an extra smoke that will pull the focus of Titans off of A and back in to make sure mid stays safe as the smoke dissipates. A late barrier mesh is planted. Over towards B main, null command early earn will be spent over towards market, plus now the fast line to try to get in. Just comes down to Kanabo, hold this crossfire.
Yeah, because that barrier, Heretics can't even play through B main. It's just got to be the front charging in against Tech, and the Neon, the breach, it's on the way, and Coco has flashes, but Tech won't be able to prevent the inevitable, and that's the plant. Now the barrier's gone, Heretics can now back play through B main, and the paranoias are huge, but Benji's just better. Playing at a distance, playing safe, and Tech are out of options, out of util, and can't swing together to check both corners. Such a difficult site to retake.
Yeah, and initially, you know, you look at how Titan set themselves up. Paranoia, fast lane, flashpoint, all being spent at the same time. You get into the quick play, you deal with the first blood, but honestly, that's just a really impressive off-screen moment from Benji for the 1v2. Deep on the site, an angle that really requires you to have to hit the head. And he does well to convert onto a huge double kill to keep that post plant safe. Back to a save go Titan Esports now with only Annihilation at the ready. Overdrive is close, and a Bucky in play could provide some fun if you get it into a good spot, but Heretics will have the power of the Outlaw against 3 non-armored players of Titan Esports.
Hate to get brothers confused, but it was like one of the boos were really good with the Outlaw and Icebox. It's been their signature. So brothers will have to work together on opposite sides. Now through the A elbow, just the Bucky, which could enable the overdrive. T-Virus gets lucky. And of course, you have a Prowler that could give him a heads up if Lucas gets a sense. And there is the shot, and Miniboo, the stun to just get him out, and Miniboo does escape.
Yeah, it's fine though. I mean, if you're Titan, it's 60 seconds left on the clock, and you've pushed off the A hit. So not bad in terms of being able to do that with just Sheriffs and a Bucky. But this quick rotation back to market will be uncovered. The knife will stall out Titan a little bit, and okay, Annihilation pulls them back. That's gonna be a free kill and a free weapon on top of that. So now you have a numbers advantage. How do you utilize those numbers to try to break down a little bit difficult post plan? And Lucas hits another shot backside of the site. There's no exit for Miniboo, and now Titan have weapon upgrades.
Now a Nightfall, but Heretics trying to play together, play for trades, and Ryans won't have the space to play the Hunter's Fury. It's just the shots that gotta count, and it's Tech that have numbers, and Plot on their side.
T-Virus on a pogo stick. Says, hey, everyone look at me. But it starts with the Annihilation behind the play, chasing shadows through market. And it connects onto the last player for Heretics in the convoy. No chance to turn around and deal with it because of the close corner that it's able to capture it on. It's a weapon upgrade. You get a little bit of team shots going on the backside of the defensive screens towards B. And then, yeah, T-Virus just does neon things. Off the top rope. Look at me while my teammates clean you up. Huge round for Titan.
What an Annihilation too. That grabs just like the tail end of that KO. That was funny. Thought he just had barely escaped there. To go forward. Heretics with mid-exploration. Oh, just Miniboo has been fast. He's been loose and aggressive, but put down like a dog by Coco. And Tech hold their side of the map. And it's Heretics with the Hunter's Fury. That'll still get Tech dancing. And Boo wins market. And of course, coming through main is that Vice. So Heretics have the site.
Gloves are off here, Jen. This is just a scrap battle. Both teams just throwing their weight around the rink as Coco's able to capitalize on Rien's isolated mid-map, but trying to get back into this post plan 2v3. No easy task. If you had a Rolling Thunder, maybe there's a chance to break down the post plan at B, but it looks like they're just going to give this one away and maybe play for an exit. I don't know if they have the time to really even commit to even finding more than just Boo on site. Well, we're going to see. There's the reveal plus the fault line. Boo jumping, avoiding the pre-fire, has a bit of help, and oof, that doesn't feel good. Coco's going to get one consolation kill before exiting, and Heretics respond and get us tied at 3.
Just took too much time for Tech to develop, get to that side of the map. Coco, I kind of put a lot of pressure on him to just be contributing to the team in the same way, and he has stepped up huge on the Sunset, having a way better performance, and it's a lot on the initiators to make sure T-Virus and his job is going to be easier, especially against the Sentinels and everything, against one of Europe's best.
This early timeout, I think if you're looking at this from Titan, is I think, can we slow the game down a little bit? As much as you can set up trap plays of your own with the composition you bring to the table, things are getting a little squirrely. And if I think you were to ask them what their choice was, of would you like to play a slower game where it really gets figured in the last 30 to 45 seconds of a round, I think they would probably prefer that than having a round come to an end in the first 45 seconds. But we'll see how they try to unfold things from here. It's just, you know, again, the trap play setup is really just resorting to Coco and what T-Virus want to do. And so far, it's just been this really weird battle across multiple points of the map. Like, it's happened at mid, it's happened at A, it's happened over towards B main. But I think if you were to ask Titan what that timeout was about, it's about trying to slow this game down a touch.
Especially when Mini Boo is just running around wherever he wants, and Tech have had good shutdowns against him, and to be steady against such a scary duelist, but Heretics cooking something up to flash in, have Mini Boo make a lot of noise over on the B side, already getting the berry and pulling 4 on the rotate.
That's big value. And again, it is a save round here. It's not the solo rifle for Coco with the Hunter's Fury. You also have the overdrive available for Luke, but Lucas, yeah, is going to get isolated here on an island, so this round should be pretty comfortable unless you find some sort of a hero headshot for Titan, and then maybe you talk about things like that Rolling Thunder coming into play, but Boo going to take the high ground on this post plant, and you also got all of that Vice setup at the choke at mid, so this just doesn't feel good if you're Titan. Here's your try. No, I don't like that.
And Coco ideally just pretends he doesn't see anything. Backs away slowly towards the other side of the map to keep that rifle. Yeah, that's awfully nice.
That's a weird call right there for me. T-Virus just on sprint tries to pull the overdrive before they even get a tally on what's on site, and they had tools that could have at least blocked a couple of line of sights or at least flashed an angle early. With Coco holding onto a flash point, it just felt a little disjointed there, because I think ideally, if you can, you know, again, create some space on the front side of the site to get into it and try to contest the post plant, then you have the chance if the overdrive gets into play to try to combine that with the Rolling Thunder, but not the case, and comes out empty for Titan.
Oh, both
I don't know
timeouts?
if that's real. I don't know if that's real.
Okay, okay. We'll see. I was going to say, damn, we're really just calling 911 here, but I mean, post first timeout at least, Tech just couldn't find the solution. They really got baited, but it wasn't the best buy, of course. So now we can really take them seriously and what they could cook up against the Rolling Thunder and use that to retake, because it's been really difficult to get back into B once you give it up to Heretics.
Yeah, it's really difficult for both sides at the moment. I mean, again, there's a level of Titan have allowed these quick action first blood engagements to happen up until now. So there's a level of it becomes difficult to retake if you're playing 4v5 or 3v4, whatever it happens to be, where you're down a man and you're trying to retake with largely what is just either the fade or the breach based on where they've been positioned off the barriers. Mostly looking at Lucas, who's dropped as first death a couple of different times, it feels like. But different approach here for Heretics, looking to kind of extend through mid. Haunt comes out just to make sure that stays safe. Rolling Thunder here, Paranoia with that. Fault line, well, I was going to say it's also spent as a part of that, but there's no real follow-up engagement. Another head scratcher in terms of Titan's commitment on that.
There's some kind of suppression that didn't allow Tech to confidently swing and get eyes on mid. So, yeah, really big waste from Coco, and I thought you would have just had that as a last resort for a retake once Heretics eventually get in. That's the one tap. Wow.
Yeah.
Howdong deleted.
Yeah, the sensor doing what it does best, but now the Razor Vine, or the Steel Garden rather, is out. Abo's going to be off of his rifle, trying to stay alive as long as possible. But a quick hit through mid. Luke on the quick pinch through market. Has created something, but yeah, there you go. You scale deep here. That Steel Garden still in play. Rien's, Woot, getting the job done. All down to Lucas, who, well, may have to just get out of here, but Heretics have the crossfire setup to get the final kill, and now go up 5-3 with some financial choices to happen in this next round for Titan.
Abo was also kind of hidden behind that pillar, and I thought could have reacted to Rian's there. Not that that would have just made the whole difference, but man, Heretics are frying right now.
Yeah,
just the one tap, that was really nice. You got a Rolling Thunder out of the picture. That's a huge silver lining for...
I still don't get that.
You will have shift displeased.
Quite.
Quite.
I mean, like, I understand that there's a way that like you can follow up off of that, but I just, okay, hold on a second. You've got a quick play, trap play here for T-Virus Luke. That works out nicely with the grab net over the top of B. And that's a little bit more like it in terms of kind of establishing an early first contact on your terms.
Now imagine if that had a Rolling Thunder first, but
Well,
I still think something spat back at Tech when that Rolling Thunder happened. Didn't get good vision on that, but we haven't seen T-Virus really activate like that. It's very mini-boo-esque.
No, yeah, you're right. We haven't, and that includes, you know, again, reflecting on yesterday, we didn't see that level of proactivity even when they were on the offensive side, so it's a little bit refreshing to see that come through. But you have a wide open A site now. From the shadows will reinforce the play. And, of course, Mini-Boo can just hit the high gear and sprint over if they so choose. So, again, everything's setting up for Team Heretics' advantage in this 4v5 post plan.
Looks like they're still going to try and get some work done with Abo having that hero Vandal. 2 at the front. Boo, no paranoia. But Rians with drone and shocks. But with the one way, they'll play off of that until they don't need to. Fall back into elbow.
Not ready yet.
It's Mini-Boo lurking around. He'll come up from behind Tech here any second, and a clean round, clean Valorant out of Heretics.
Yep. And now we need to see Titan off of that prior timeout give us something to work with, because again, like outside of the one Annihilation catch that we had from a couple of rounds ago, this defense has not looked good. Pistol and an anti-eco, and then Annihilation that saved a round. That's been it. That's not good enough, especially considering that we know that their offensive side struggled against RRQ.
Been better showing all around. A close series. Marathon, but in the eyes of Mini-Boo, it's also a sprint. The fastest Neon in the West.
We're in the East.
True.
Depending on how your perspective.
The Middle East, I guess.
Yeah.
Heretics doubling the score from Tech. We're so hilarious.
We're dumb.
We are. Trying to sound smart right now, though, but Coco's still as fault line, but not as many trap plays as I expected out of Tech.
I mean, like, the problem with it is, like, you're, in a certain way, like, you are kind of mirror matched in the ability to trap play on the other side because of things like paranoia, push-ups with smokes or flashes, or whatever it happens to be for Heretics. That was kind of like the first 5 rounds was a lot of that, of like both teams trying to establish that, hey, we're the ones playing aggressive, you have to play more reactive. And for Tech, oh, this is one of those moments that better collapse.
Oh.
And it does. And it does. And it does.
Spike down A.
That's Lucas to you.
Go, go, go!
I didn't think he had it in him. He's lazy. He's a laser today. And the ace opportunity, and he does it.
Big.
I did all the work.
Now you've got the Nightfall back into play. That gives you the opportunity to get this thing to, hopefully, if you're a Tech fan, a 6-6 count. Problem is, Heretics have built up their coffers so much that they can afford for pretty much eternity, at least on this half. They're going to be fine for the next 2 rounds. They also have a couple of key ultimates that are going to be coming up in the following 2 rounds, maybe even in this next one. But Lucas's ace here gets him right back onto a Nightfall. Gives you the opportunity to play more reactionary if you want to. Use that as a chance to kind of break down the post plant.
Out of your seat. And he's just 18. Imagine the career ahead of him. Generational talent. Now the Nightfall from Tech to early suppress. A elbow, some safety from Heretics. Can't hear, but you can see the dub if you're Heretics, and it's the Hunter's Fury. Causes some obstacles from Tech, but a null command added into the mix. A lot invested from Heretics, given now the sight, but T-Virus looms around the corner, and his rifle is shown, and his death is exposed, and Heretics another clean, and this time flawless round.
Flawless with an asterisk because you had to like reboot Woot?
Last round in
Okay, if you want to get technical with it,
You know,
okay.
another though, like, look, color commentary is not my main role, but if you were to have told me that we're going to throw a Nightfall in with only one other member defensively nearby to try to stop Heretics with a null command, I would say that's not worth. Like, instead of waiting for your Neon to get back into the picture, have a chance to use that as a way for them to track down kills while they're, you know, again, nerfed from audio. It just feels like, again, the execution on Tech is a little bit scattery. It's a little bit panicky.
Yeah.
Of, what's happening? We got this trouble. Got to throw the ult. It's just not working out. So now you've got a little bit of a limited buy here for Luke. as Titan have an Annihilation to play with and maybe an Overdrive if Luke can find a couple of kills.
Yeah, very panicky. That's the key word. I thought even from the Rolling Thunder to the Nightfall, you would have just really liked those for the retake and just go for the
or like a contest on the
second.
spike plant, like not on like as the execute's starting, especially with the Rolling Thunder at mid and the Nightfall through elbow. It just, you know, those are huge stall ultimates at, you know, worst if you're trying to use them before a spike plant comes through, and it's just neither were used in such fashion.
Now Mini Boo is lurking. Abo just ace potential as he nets and does not want to go fishing. Delay, the stoppage created from the barrier to the net. It's going to get Lucas running and getting his steps in to go and help. Still Mini Boo causing a ruckus, trying to get everyone's attention in mid.
30 seconds left.
Oof. Annihilation countered by the knife. No, doesn't actually.
Oh, the angle.
They should be able to clear that though. The cocoon does come back in. Yep, good pinch for Rienz. Picture perfect. Again, it just feels desperate for Titan. That one is kind of a forced issue because you're stuck on site, but you do have a long play from Luke. It's the problem is he's got a stinger.
I didn't like Abo just still being in the middle of the site, and I still wish he played back safer. That's just my style over what Abo likes. So.
Go, go, go!
Could be a weapon collection here. Instead, how about you run forward? That will work. Woot able to try out one though. Aftershock clearing the space. A chance here for Luke to try to flood through the fast lane, but Heretics come up big with a couple of collected headshots and an 8-4 half as Heretics primed and ready to try to get into tomorrow.
Tech are trying to find the right tempo and the right timing. Catch Heretics by surprise, whether it's these early ults that haven't had the impact they were hoping for, just Heretics counter positioning, just being in safe. I mean, not even counter positioning, just staying kind of where they are, which was either a elbow, sitting in mid, throwing back at Tech, so they can't capitalize off the Rolling Thunder that happened in mid. So some minor misses from Tech. Now behind by 4 rounds. It'll be Tech going on offense this time.
Another pistol that you look at and say, kind of had to have it. But the issue, again, just to reiterate, as I know we're all kind of locking in right now, Titan Esports Club, when they played RRQ yesterday, really lacked on the offensive side, and in particular, the efficiency of T-Virus was mitigated. 2 and 5 in the first blood duels. And a lot of it came in, like, again, very jittery fashion, where we weren't committing, like, of fast lane, fault line, flash, deep smokes, let T-Virus go in, get his 1-for-1. It just was like, we're kind of like halfway going. And often T-Virus is getting caught, is like not committing in or committing back as like that's just a fake, it's just a show of force. So that's what needs to be better today after going back and rewatching over the things that were not working for them versus RRQ. Again, they only won a couple of offensive rounds, 4 in total. It's just not enough, you figure, where the current meta is with Neons.
1 enemy remaining.
Love that ace out of Lucas, but that was a momentary win out of a sea of round wins from Heretics. But I'm hearing the energy behind me. Tech hope to come back, and it all starts with this pistol, and that was their way to keep Haven close and into OT after a pretty big deficit, what, a 3-9 deficit to Heretics on that map.
Right here.
Mini Boo pairs up with Woot, kind of flash and dash, and you don't even need the util, just cleaner shots from the Heretics cutting the Tech push in mid.
Same kind of story that we saw in the first couple of rounds from the first half, where Titan are saying, yeah, we'll duel you at mid. Pardon the tongue twister. And Heretics like, fine. You know, a little bit easier to try to mitigate and, you know, manage those battles when you're on the defensive side, because you can just choose to back off if you want to. But Sheriff at that range against a Classic, you're like all day, every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. And this is
Spike down.
gonna fall apart pretty quickly. Spike is down. Yeah, Mini Boo, little shotgun the way in. Breaking ankles, breaking cameras, and it's on to Lucas. 1v4 with a Ghost, no Spike to play with.
Heretics just get more confident, they get louder despite the time, but also the pace that they play at. And you're like, yeah, Jen, they're playing Neon, but I'm not seeing that same style out of T-Virus, and speaks to just the level of experience that Heretics have on this map.
It's early. Like, it's the pistol round of the offensive front. Like, we're not going to know if Titan are making modifications or adjustments to yesterday until we get into their gun round. So there's a level of, I think if you are Titan, I get it. Like, you're trying to put some battle around the map and try to force Heretics to consider multiple things to make that execute a little bit nicer. But until we get into a rifle round, it's just like you gotta survive to it. It's just not enough.
Not enough. Tech lose one early and doesn't bode well. Okay, nice clip from Miniboo. Keeps A on lock with a paranoia that could assist depending on the numbers that they expect to face, and a lurk from Lucas checking out mid, but it's Heretics getting to double digits, ever so closer to trying to get out of their group. This is elimination, so they still have to play another match, but sort of exposes the cracks in the armor of Heretics, who were, I think, a big favorite, obviously, to get out of their groups.
Oh,
but
for sure, yeah.
How are they going to look in top 8 when a team like this exposes them like this?
The other side of this, and part of the question and conversation that Titan are going to have is not just about improving from yesterday, but how do they want to play into a Vice, which is something they did not face yesterday either. And again, like you look at what is a very standard approach towards playing things like Neon, Breach, Fade, but you need to also know where the shear is. You need to have an idea of where those Razor Vines could be, because that is a way of obviously stalling out the Neon from scaling deep into sight. So it's a lot of figuring out to do and not a lot of time to do it. So 10-4, pistol in the follow-up, pretty much perfect from Heretics. And a must-win round here for Titan, otherwise they're in force buy mode.
Well, it's crunch time. And Heretics, they only scale up from here, and when the pressure is on to try and match their speed, very hard to execute. And we've seen obviously the Neon from T-Virus before, but I've liked his Jet a lot more when he can cover himself and be more selfish in that regard and kind of be more solo. But Neon going up against what looks like a mini boost signature, it's been tough for T-Virus to keep up with. And this is a must-win, which is where the economy is at, as you mentioned, and kind of playing things as slow as you can.
Yeah, just covering your bases here, Prowler, just to make sure you can walk in to B main. Arc Rose right on top of the site. Razor Vine, you see it planted in the corner. Haunt, smoke, comes through. This would be where you would look for something like, yeah, is the shear here? And that'll be enough for Titan to grab the orb and just get out and reset.
Yeah, building up for the long game. It's just going to be a long-term project for Tech. And it's Heretics that were able to take that overtime in stride and kind of accept what happened and just get back to the peak form and a scoreline that I honestly thought we were going to see on the previous map, considering the previous stats. But now Tech, this is do or die, and it is T-Virus that just dies. Boo holds the corner, and T-Virus just can't lock in when he's such that fast.
Where's the flash? Like, Coco hadn't even set up his flash yet for that poke. It just, they out-trade it, thankfully. But again, it's like Coco's got both flashes available, and we're trying to shell a tight corner without giving ourselves a bit of separation. The chance to scale a little bit deeper here for Lucas. This would be huge if he can find the pick onto Riyadh. Sees the dart, easy follow-up, plus a follow on that to Woot. Now it just comes down to finding Benji Fishy. And that might be easier said than done, 1v1.
Oh, Coco has to lock in and end it better than it started, and he does a better swing for Benji. Could notice, and it's Tech still in it, and it's that must-win rifle round that we talked about, but still need to repurchase a lot of it.
Yep, that's the key. That was a potent bonus out of Team Heretics. They'll be fine to at least get a couple and most of their rifles online, but light armors aren't going to feel good, especially with Abo having to play off of a Guardian. And honestly, it's just one of those situations again where it's just like if you're Titan, how do you want to try to make sure that like Heretics are tested and stretch and not just getting away with murder on the outsides of the map? And you can see again, Heretics just walk up past this one way. Are there any toes showing? No, not quite. Abo stays safe. He does have a sensor in the way to keep that flank relatively safe. Good reveal off the knife in towards B main, where the Vice Wall is here this round. It was not here last time around, so we'll see if T-Virus continues to use a smoke to try to see if he can clear that front passageway.
See if this Vice can withstand Tekken. Okay. T-Virus is just not getting any luck and any headway, and Tech will have to do it without a duelist this time, and they'll have the Nightfall if they really think they're facing a challenge, but they already have Haodong inserted. The wall comes up and there's isolations, and Tech trying to get a peek over, but all they see is death. This sniper is a hunter. Rian's the one who saved Haven. Saves the site here for Heretics.
Last player standing.
A pick there could have maybe led to an annihilation and maybe a lifeline in the round. Paranoia comes up a bit short. Coco, good for 2, but nothing more. A difficult 1v4 situation. And another moment that, again, I know it's not at full value there for Titan, but the Vice Wall doesn't fully get scouted out. You commit through it, and you see what happens afterwards. You lose your controllers out of the play. And it just allows a free line of sight for the sniper rifle to connect. And, again, just utilize the numbers that Heretics have defensively after that split off happens. So Heretics doing everything you could possibly want in terms of trying to get the advantages to close the map out, whereas Titan continued to struggle on their executes.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult comp to execute in terms of timings and how perfect you have to be, and just the level of perfection that Heretics is demanding you to play at. And sure, they've shown signs of weaknesses in this series, or maybe at EWC, whatever you want to say. But it's also just how you end it in the end, and Heretics are on their way to ending Tech out of this group.
Yeah, backs against the wall for sure from here on out. Just with the amount of tools that are going to be coming online in terms of ultimates for Heretics. But yeah, that's just, again, you lose out on a couple of the key members by being separated by that Vice Wall. It's not doing the job the way it's meant to be done. So here we go, force buy area. Stingers, 1 Phantom. Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, Annihilation. Key ultimates available here for Titan. Overdrive, Steel Garden, the only things that could potentially be earned here with the Hunter's Fury also kind of one away if you're Heretics. So we'll see. How does Tech want to try to get the advantage with those ults? And here we go. They're going to try to go right on into it. Razorvine blocking the way for now at Market. Good double peek coming through, and just Heretics are cleaning up.
Wow, really good cohesion from Team Heretics to just surround mid. Absolutely wipe the floor with Tech. At least some stragglers went through B main, and we'll get a plant going, but at what cost? You're looking at match point very soon for Heretics, and after forcing OT, you hate to see Tech go out that way, but it's a Heretics that just keep punching higher and higher, that have reached that ceiling and can climb even higher, and Mini Boost even bringing out the ult to clean up the round.
Yep, this one is out of reach right now, it feels like, for Titan based on what we've seen. Again, 3 of the 5 rounds are pistol and anti-eco, and then an annihilation catch.
Match point.
It's just not been enough. So after that first forced purchase in the last round, the money's not going to be great here either. Nightfall's all that's really available. Hunter's Fury on the other side ready to go. And there's not a single moment that Titan have made Heretics even remotely sweat on this half.
I'll show them.
I don't even know if Heretics are about to use a timeout yet. I mean,
I don't think they have, no.
So whatever Tech hook up, a miracle. Heretics will have a game plan and a response as they do. 2-1-2 setup on the defense for Heretics. And I think Tech should rethink how mid went, or how they want to do mid after what happened last round, as much as you want to forget it. Running system, Nightfall through the left, and a reaction from Tech through, or Heretics through top mid.
Yep.
But it's a good exchange. Woot gets 2. And Tech live on with especially Sheriffs and a Stinger. Did what they can to shoot back against Heretics.
Got to get a weapon here. Well, it's going to be a rotate back over for Planet A, but another moment where the Nightfall is used to hit at market. You don't have anything blocking the line of sight at mid, and Heretics are like, all right, you want a Nightfall market, we'll just run that guy away and double PQ at mid. Barrier mesh destroyed, so it's going to be a 3v2. Sheriff and a Stinger, last hopes for Titan.
And it's Tech. They really depend on Coco anchoring this, and Haodong, who is smoked off, and he's gonna swing out. There's Suri in front, and Coco has to work with them for trades, and Haodong muscles two with Coco as well. And at 20 HP, Tech still remain here.
Long road in front of them, though. At least they can full purchase, so you can, again, try to dig into the playbook again. But so far, the executions have been not as convincing as you'd like to see to try to build the patterns of how do Titan get another, what, 6 rounds in a row to get to an OT. Hunter's Fury null command at the ready as well, just to make matters a bit worse, plus a couple of light armors are all that can be purchased for Titan's offense. Knife reveals a couple. Dark cover comes out for the one-way, and once again, Heretics kind of freely win that A-long position. And that will allow Woot to rotate over, where the null command can find tremendous amounts of value if there's another hit towards market. The Vice Wall keeps you focused purely on market, and do we have a flash behind us? There's the Razor behind us. Is there a double swing here? Sure is. And again, where's the follow-up for the support with the flash? It's just not there.
Tech keep trying this mid approach, and it's been really hairy. They're just hoping to have a better reaction, because you don't have a Cypher. You don't have as much of a flank watch, or at least you really have to dedicate a whole person to it, and Lucas finds that out the hard way when Miniboo scaled up through A main. Now a wrap through the backside, and look, Heretics are in position to clap back against this, and it's Coco against 4, and Europe simply too strong, and Heretics remain in the group, and we say goodbye to the Titans.
Tight throughout maybe some of the moments that you would expect Heretics to be dominant, especially look back to map number 2, but you know, I think the thing about that map is there's a lot of individual moments that I think you look at for Titan Esports and say they bailed them out a handful of times. But for Heretics to shrug off of a 9-map losing streak across the international and just high competitive level, going back to stage 1 playoffs in EMEA, they have another lifeline, another day in front of them, but there you have to go up against an RRQ team who just watched a lot of their Valorant.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think if you're RRQ, you're looking at that most recent map and you're like, I think we could keep Sunset in the pool. Like, I thought the way that they played it, it would be a hell of a decider if they decide to go that direction with it. It'd be interesting to see if RRQ have anything cooked on the Haven, because I'll be honest, the Heretics look really clean there. It just came down to, again, like I mentioned, a couple of heroic moments from Titan to keep that game tight.
And I put a lot of stock into the pistol, the second one for Tech, and kind of reminding me of Haven when they went down 3-9 in the first half. Tech forced overtime because of building momentum off the second half, off of the pistol, the anti-equal, and converting the bonus. So you really needed to make sure you killed Tech dead before you went celebrating this series, and Heretics close it out. And to close us out for the day, we have one final interview. Let's go check in with Pilski.
I'm here with Riyadh from Team Heretics. Just got the dub over Titan Esports Club to go on to the, I guess, promotion match in towards the playoffs here. Now, recently, Riyadh, you guys have had a rough run. You've been drawing a lot of teams that have been red hot lately. You know, Paper X, Wolves, NRG in this tournament as well. It must feel good to get a dub, though.
Yeah, I mean, lately we were not the best. Yeah, we didn't win a single map, I think. But now, I think this is the beginning of our great run. I feel like, at least. So hopefully, yeah, we can do the great run, and this is the beginning.
It'll give you some more confidence now. Here at EWC, is there anything special about being at this tournament for you, particular Rians, or you know, what's the approach to this event?
I mean, for me, I really like to play a lot of tournaments, you know. So having one extra and it's Esports World Cup, like playing against international teams. It's like good for me. I really like to play like internationals, and having like one extra is super good.
Awesome. Now, your opponents, I believe you guys are going to get drawn up against RRQ. They're the Pacific champions. I'm from Pacific as well. I love a bit of RRQ. A new team for you guys to take on, although you guys were both in Toronto, maybe had your run cut a little bit more short, similar to RRQ actually. So you're looking forward to going up against them?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a good game, and I believe they have Monyet, right? And
yes.
Benji Fishy, you know. So good old times, guys. Masters Madrid. Benji was flaming him a bit on stage, you know. So it's gonna be good rematch, I believe, against Monyet.
Absolutely. And look, honestly, in that RRQ game as well, anything in particular that you guys are looking towards, or is it more so just kind of playing yourself out of, I wouldn't even necessarily call it a slump, it's just a lot of very tough opponents that you guys have been playing back to back to back to back. You know, anything that you're looking forward for that match?
I mean, not really. We just want to play like ourselves, like old us, you know, the best team. So hopefully we can do it and beat them and go for playoffs.
And it must feel good to get to play Sunset again. It's been a long time since you guys played Sunset. Dude, I used to copy your Sunset back in the day, like during Shanghai and EMEA stage run. You guys were sick on Sunset. It must feel good to get back on the server on Sunset, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels super good, you know, me and Benji, best duo. So, and we have other 3 boys. I mean, it's just fun to play Sunset, you know. Like, I just like the map. To be honest, after Shanghai, like in Champions, we were not the best. I think we got 13-1 by EDG.
That's like 13-4, but like, yeah, you know, before. I think that was in Champs, but earlier in the year, you guys were smashing everyone.
Yeah, that's true. But after losing to EDG, I hated the map. But now I'm glad it's back, you know. I love it. Yeah.
Look, sometimes you need a break to learn to appreciate things. I'm going to go let you rest, Riyadh, before your game against RRQ, but thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win today, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, Riyadh's had an incredible day. Heretics gonna love every single map that they win. That's what inspires you, and even you got Pilsky getting inspired from the Sunset. Maybe he wants to get back into coaching after this fanboying over there, but hey, Heretics got a new fan out of me, that's for sure.
I think just important that, especially looking at that reaction from Riyadh, that there's no PTSD now on the map. You know, after, again, it was a pretty handed beatdown by EDG, you know, a while back. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the other side of this, outside of, you know, giving the flowers to Heretics for surviving through map 2 and then looking as convincing as it is map 3, is also showing some respect to what Titan were able to bring here. You know, not the most impressive stage out of them inside their region. Find a way to look really good at EVO, take down a couple of really high caliber opponents, and honestly, outside of maybe one map being Sunset, they really threw their weight around this year, this event rather, I should say. Again, for a first international tournament, you walk away with that, and you know, it's going to feel bad to have your key crush, but I think you're going to learn a lot from what this event gave you.
Yeah, and Heretics broke the dry streak, and Mitch, happy to have you back. What an intense end of day, 2 big map 3s.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Heretics made that look a little bit more convincing. I was like looking at the first half. I saw Lucas get an ace. I was like, is that going to be the spark that ignites tech? And then I just watched Team Heretics play perfect Valorant on the attacking side of Sunset. Like, it was ridiculous. They were working the map so nicely. It's great to watch them when they're at their best. And despite some very, very close maps, I mean, honestly, they could have been out on Haven, but seeing them back on Sunset, that's the convincing win that we wanted to see from Team Heretics, and the one that was going to give you a little bit more confidence going into that decider match against RRQ.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind that even on map number 1, they fought nicely, you know, into a pick that did look particularly strong for Titan. So, you know, I think there's a lot to take away for Team Heretics here in the overarching, you know, idea of this series. I'll just be interested to see what the Vetos will look like tomorrow versus RRQ, because I don't think RRQ are going to look at that result and be like, we can't beat that. So I don't think they veto out Sunset. I think it'll stay there. I would be willing to wager that it's probably going to be the decider again. I think the question will be, does RRQ feel like they saw enough from Titan to possibly allow Heretics to play Haven again?
And Riyadh's 6 first bloods, bringing the performance he did on Haven and how he was able to anchor the A side to translating that once again on Sunset. Man, that took a while for Heretics to get the win. And I just like the Chinese teams are getting a lot of respect. I mean, even when XLG lost, they got respect. Titans, I think, have they really did well.
I totally agree. You got to give Titan some of their flowers. Not a lot of expectations coming into this event, and maybe not the best debut in the opening best of one against RRQ, but looking at this series in particular, it was very winnable for Titan, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them going forward.
Yeah, that's the thing that's going to hurt the most, I think, as they depart, is that this was a winnable series. You gave yourself every possible lifeline, clutching up as much as they did on Haven. Right there. And it comes down to one round worth of ultimate exchange that doesn't go their way. Otherwise, it's a 13-10 the other way in my mind. So those things can really live with you. But I think just the fact that this is the first international event for the team and looking as good as they did, I think you still walk away pretty charismatic going into stage 2.
I like that Riyadh had such a positive attitude. Like, yeah, you won, but he said, despite kind of the slower, unfortunate start to the tournament in that best of one where everyone had their doubts about Heretics, he said, this is the start of something good. We build off of this, and it's not about looking at your opponent, but looking within yourself of they want to go back to the form that made them the #2 team in Europe.
Yeah, I think, look, honestly, you could hear it from Riyadh in the interview a little bit. Like, we can make as many caveats as we want. We can say these are fantastic teams that they're losing to, but losses still feel like losses, and I could feel that it's affecting the team a little bit, that it's a little bit difficult for Heretics as of late, so I totally agree. I hope this is the spark that lights a fire under them, and look, I don't know, man. That's going to be a conflicting game for me watching them take on RRQ, because I'm starting to... You can't help but not love Heretics, bro. They're such a lovable team.
Especially when Benji started screaming. They were kind of mentioning in their interview that he likes to flame people sometimes. And hey, you got to put up or shut up. And we got a lot of bangers tomorrow for deciders. Not only the RRQ match that you brought up, but we got BLG versus KC to decide Group A, that last spot. DRX versus Sentinels, RRQ obviously, and then Gen G versus EDG. Y'all better tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are all going to be qualification games into the playoffs. Only 4 more spots on offer. We've already had the upper brackets play out, but we've made our way through the lower bracket today, and we'll have those qualification games shift going forward. They're all going to be bangers. We've said goodbye to 4 teams as well today, so it's been packed throughout the group stage so far.
Crush keys. That's what we're here for. I'm here for.
I've seen a couple of clips of that. I've seen. I love that EDG versus 100 Thieves, and then I saw somebody keeping receipts of what was it? It was like Boostio, China will never be better than NA, and then someone just posted the stats and the key getting crushed, and that was hard. I got to like, you know, I've seen some questionable stuff in the forums. I've seen some questionable stuff on Twitter, but that was hard. That went hard.
That's what we love about this time of year, man. And then it gets a little more spicy when you start putting keys inside the bottom of trophies. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, honestly, I've had a great time today. There has been many teams that we've unfortunately had to say goodbye to, many keys crushed, but there are still some exciting matches left in the group stage here. So look, let's recap some of what we had today and throw to the Katia top plays to round out the day.